Inside a classroom, a young guy suddenly wakes up with an expression on his face like he'd eaten shit, realizing in that moment that he'd went back in time, exactly 25 days before the college entrance exams, at the Xia Kingdom, specifically the Anqing No. 1 high school. Inside the 3rd grade of the 7th class, every student seems to be busy doing their assignment when suddenly, a young man stands up abruptly, screaming like a disfigured banshee. Horrified, he grabs his messed up hair and curses his rotten luck. Seriously, if he must be reincarnated, then at least let it be after he got into college. Why the hell does it has to be back in high school, and before the college entrance exams at that? I mean, who the hell is up there fucking with his plot armor? You see, since ancient times, humanity on planet Bluestar has been plagued by a catastrophe known as the Secret Realm invasion. These secret realms connect to another world, filled with terrifying monsters. Sometimes they take advantage of rifts in the realm to invade the human world. Although these terrifying monsters differ in strength, some are extremely powerful that they can destroy several nations and threaten the entirety of human civilization. To fight back, humanity developed a beast gene system, injecting beast genes to awaken a monster template and unlock genetic talents. Only such warriors can save human civilization. This caused warriors to enjoy much higher status and treatment than ordinary people. The entire Bluestar entered an era where martial strength was everything. Everything else was inferior. Only martial cultivation stands above all. As the system announced that the completion of the world traversal introduction, he was designated as the body host for traversal. And the system also initiated the process of implanting memories. He grabs his head, still reeling with the reality of being a high school student. His colleagues laughed at his expense, claiming that a loser like him still wants to take the college entrance exam. One of the class beauties, Wang Tongtong, questioned why a loser like he hasn't dropped out of school and become a common worker until his worthless life ends. Annoyed, he just stared at her. It seems that every bullied protagonist story has a lead bitch in it. Anyway, judging from the situation, it's clearly obvious that the original owner of his body didn't have a good reputation in class. Primarily because his parents had an accident in his 2nd year, which made him lose focus on training and studying. His previously decent grades took a nosedive and became a drag on the class average. Meanwhile, Wang Tongtong was pissed off at the way he had been looking in her direction. She reminded the class loser that they are in a martial arts class. So, was he looking for a fight? Hearing this outrageous claim, he was dumbfounded. He was just thinking, not trying to pick a fight. What the hell is wrong with everyone? The original owner of this body didn't study properly, and now he's the unlucky bastard suffering the consequences for his actions. Again, who the fuck is up there that changed his plot armor and made him inherit this humiliating life? Just then, the class teacher informed the students to be ready. They were about to begin the injecting of the genetic modification serum. So in this upcoming event, they need to have some confidence in themselves. Their 3 years of effort in building their physique, their training, and their martial energy had led to this moment. But as for those who had never took this matter seriously before, his words trailed off as he pushed his old glasses and stares at he in annoyance. He, on the other hand, feigns a smile and thinks the situation has to be a joke. Seriously, it wasn't like he was the one slacking off but that poor guy who used to own this body. So why panic? And since he'd inherited this unfortunate guy's role, he will do everything right and clean his freaking mess. A while later, the scene shifted to the gene injection hall, where all the students undergoing the gene injection had gathered for the genetic injection conference. Their endless chatter heavily centered on what ability they will awaken. Some even suggested awakening Tier 3 Mountain Splitter or a Tier 4 Sea Bridge Dragon, or a laughable Tier 1 Butt Beast. Anyway, just then a massive machine opens up, and as cold air engulfed the surroundings, several test tubes were shown inside. These test tubes were the Gene Awakening Serum. They contain the primal genes of all magical beasts ever recorded by human warriors. And after injection, the students would absorb one at random and awaken. Usually, the stronger their physique, the stronger the gene they awaken. The crappy-looking class teacher continues, telling them not to be nervous. Once the serum was injected, they should calmly accept the surge of power. Now, those whose names are called should come up to receive their serum. The class teachers start calling names, and one by one, they injected themselves with the serum. After injecting themselves with the serum, apparently their teacher's advice was horseshit because they suddenly started screaming in pain or pleasure like they were having an orgasm or some shit. He saw this, knew exactly what he was in for, but immediately bit the bullet and injected himself with the serum, expecting to undergo a similar process like the rest. But nothing. With his eyes opened wide, he remained speechless as the class teacher approached him with a skeptical look on his face. You don't seem to have changed much, he questioned. Clueless as to why, he replied that he might have gotten a fake dose. Wang Tongtong mocked and laughed at him as she approached, stating the obvious that he seemed to have not awakened anything at all. She poked his irritated face and continued, commenting that a warrior who hadn't awakened was like a bird without wings. So, isn't he royally doomed? After all, this suits him just fine, right? Now he doesn't have to be a warrior. As Wang Tongtong continued her teasing session, yapping like a chatterbox, Yi found her to be extremely annoying. After all, she was also the one leading the bullying against the original owner of the body. Unexpectedly, this immense emotion suddenly burst out a strange feeling inside him. The system also detects this and informed him that he'd acquired an infinite monster template, displaying his current growth status. It had his name as the host, Grady as his overall physique, and a list of his martial skills, which was the 9th student basic chi technique, the blocking palm, and the iron body technique. Wang Tongtong saw this sudden action and questioned what the loser was doing. If he hadn't awakened, then he should stop pretending already. He even tried to warn her to stay away, but this blockhead bitch never listens. And now it was too late anyway. His body shakes violently, his eyes glowing with an immense power. Then unexpectedly, this immense power burst forth in the form of a raging beast so enormous and powerful that Wang Tongtong, who had been close to him, was trashed across the room like a freaking rag doll. However, she was not the only one, even though she suffered the full force of Yi's awakened power. All the students around had a similar experience. This unexpected display of power immediately garnered the attention of the top awakeners, Miss Lu and Li Xinyuan. The system notified Yi of awakening an A-rank template, the Mad Flame Daimola. The bloodline abilities are the Scorching Breath, the Molten Pulse, and the Spore Absorption. His advanced form is the Flame Lord, also Daimola, but it will unlock when template compatibility reaches 100%. Currently, he was at 3%. As Yi comes to terms with this information, he wondered if this power could be the golden finger the system had gave him. His impression on the students had suddenly undergone a complete 180 the moment they realized the loser of the class might have awakened something monstrous. His aura managed to blow almost everyone away, especially Wang Tongtong, who had awakened a second-tier magic beast, the Flaming Lizard. Wang Tongtong was knocked out cold, drooling all over like an infant. He apologized to everyone, stating that he'd made quite a scene awakening. Well, no shit. Nonetheless, he did warn everyone to step back, but no one listened. Anyway, who would have thought the loser of the class would make most of his classmates bow and acknowledge his monstrous potential? They were practically kissing the floor at this moment. But just then, the PA system announced that all the awakened third-year students must now proceed to the testing building to examine what kind of magical beast gene they have awakened and to test their martial arts level. At the Gene Breakthrough Detection Device, which tests the subject's magical beast gene and martial level, all the third-year students gathered to test their magical beast gene and martial level. As the holographic screen displayed every awakened information the moment they're examined, the current student on display was Li Xinyuan. He awakened a third-tier magical beast bloodline, the Swift Spine Bug. Some students commented on his lucky break. After all, he was just an average student in their class before awakening. But now, he was probably the #1 student with a strong bloodline. Strong bloodlines are really unfair. Another student, Chu Zhou, lived up to his title of being the top student of the grade. Not only was he a level 9 martial apprentice, but he even awakened the top-tier bloodline among tier 3 bloodlines, the Ice Demon Dragon. It seems this time around, the champion of Anqing City will be him. Next was Miss Lu, who was also a level 9 martial apprentice, and had awakened a stage 4 rare bloodline, the Nether Sparrow. A well-deserved ability for the top scorer of the province. If a stage 4 bloodline beast appeared in its true form, then it could destroy most of a city. Warriors would be as weak as ants before these beasts, and only grandmasters can resist them. In that moment, he noticed something peculiar. Everyone's awakened beast templates were all classified as stage 3 or stage 4. So why was his classified as A class? Just then, it was his turn to be examined, but the moment he turned towards the test tube chamber, the crowd of students were staring at him with dreamy eyes, believing he was going to be someone important one day. The girls even wanted to have his children right then and there. He knew this world really revolved around martial power, but seeing it firsthand, and directed at him, he walked into the test tube chamber with an aura of superiority and confidence. The crowd cheered him on like crazed fans. With such an insane aura after awakening, his level must be the highest with probably a huge breakthrough. Li Xinyuan just watched with a serious expression, finally noticing Yi's name. He acknowledged him to be someone to look forward to. Unexpectedly, what happened after was absolutely mind-boggling. Because Yi's data only showed basic information, a stage 3 with an unknown beast bloodline. Seeing this, A brief silence ensues as everyone tried to make sense of what they were witnessing, their surprise and shock evident. But the moment apprehension sank in, the guys laughed at Ihi like the mad joker, while the girls cringe in disgust and embarrassment for ever entertaining the idea of being with such a person. Meanwhile, Ihi calmly walked out of the test tube chamber, expecting this result. Inwardly, he knew. His martial power and beast bloodline are unique and probably immeasurable. His system template also wasn't detected, but it triggered the prompt for the infinite monster template. His template rank might be different from the rest, but this also means as long as he meets the conditions, he can draw monster templates infinitely. With this, Ihi aims to become the king of monsters. So, later that day, the awakening ceremony ended and classes was over, but inside the class teacher's office, the old guy wondered why he suddenly wants a break to study and come back for the college entrance exam. Did he honestly think he would believe that a student such as him will actually study at home? He tells him he really wants to improve. He knows he has fallen too far behind, so he has to go through special training now. If he follows everyone else's pace, then there's no hope for him. Just then, his class teacher tells him he knows this. If he wants to become a warrior, the only way is to go to college. Beijing University was something that was not easy to get into, so he should be preparing a lot. He knows he had awakened his bloodline, but his foundation was too weak. So there was no way he will pass the entrance exams with this strategy. But there was no rush. He should prepare to repeat the year and try again next year if he fails. However, he ignores this. He states that he was desperate to learn. He might not understand, especially since he awakened a powerful bloodline. As long as he can train hard, he will achieve everything he wants. And to tell the truth, he asks his class teacher to look into his eyes. His eyes would not lie to him. Seeing those eyes, the class teacher deems them to be full of sincerity, so he reluctantly agreed. But if he fails, he will be coming back to study under him to repeat the year for next year. A while later, Ihi arrives at the Anqing Warrior Center. Upon entering the center, Ihi, already aware that his parents' house was mortgaged for about 600,000 yen, and with the compensation for their accident over 1 million, he now has enough money to be heading to the main city. But to improve his power now, he has two options. One is to level up as a warrior, but the other way is to increase the contract rate with Tamura's model. And according to the data of the Infinite Monster template, each template starts with only 1 point of compatibility. But Tamura clearly has 3 compatibility points. What Ihi doesn't understand was where did the last 2 points come from? And for that, there was only one answer. The Tamura model absorbed the power of the genetic awakening serum and gained 2 accounting points. This proves that the serum basically related to the genes in this world may be improving its model abilities. Instead of training to death as a warrior, he could be spending money to increase his compatibility. This strategy, if he's being honest, will be much better and suits him perfectly. Anyway, he needed to hurry up and buy some genetic enhancement serum. However, the moment Ihi passes by the identification card checkpoint and entered the building, he experienced the biggest shock of his life. His eyes widened in surprise. In front of him were warriors with various awakened bloodlines, the overwhelming presence of their genes clearly evident. But what was surprising was that everyone in there had already awakened their lineage. After awakening the Mad Flame Tamura, Ihi obtained a unique sensory ability, the magnetic field of life. Since Tamura may be sensing vital signs emitted by creatures through the release of his vital magnetic field, he may be clearly feeling the chi and blood of the warriors burning them, as if it were a furnace inside them. And along with the roars of their beast bloodlines as warriors or monsters, he can no longer suppress the fighting desire within him. After all, the Mad Tamura is the king of beasts in their world, destined to conquer all life on the planet. But unfortunately, he was just a rookie at the moment, so he can only suppress Tamura's fighting bloodline for now. When he gets stronger, he will show the whole world the meaning of being the king of beasts. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder from behind and called out to him. This person turns out to be a baddie who advised Ihi to not peek at people so casually like he intends to challenge them. He was a bit startled upon realizing this, so he apologized. She replied that it was fine. After all, it seems Ihi probably just awakened his monster gene, so not being able to control his powers was normal. But what brings him to the warrior's center? She questioned. He calmly replies that he was there to buy genetic medicine. But the place was huge and he can't seem to find his way. Could you help me out? Sure, but why are you already using genetic medicine at this stage? He asked if there was something wrong with that. Not really. She smiled and continued. It's just that gene medicine isn't cheap and can easily cause resistance, making it less effective over time. If you want to maximize the effect, warriors usually wait until their bloodline reaches the bottleneck before using it. He then asked how much one gene potion cost. At Ihi's current stage, he can only use the solid-type beginner potion, and it costs around 400,000 yen. This price tag scared the young king of beasts shitless. It was way too expensive for a broke guy such as himself. Even if he used all his savings, he couldn't afford 5. But he still needed to buy it, so he wanted to know if the lady knew anyone who could get him the potion at a discount. The lady, who happens to be a good person, ends up giving Ihi a business card. It was a recommendation from a veteran warrior so he could get a really good discount if everything goes his way. He thanked her and took his leave. If fate allows it, they would likely meet again. After clearing out his account, he heads to a warrior's weapon shop. And after his insane spending, it was already nightfall when he got home. Inside his apartment, Ihi began his upgrade. He took those injections and was under immense pain. He could feel his bones shuddering and blood boiling as his compatibility increases from 3% to 4%, then to 7%. His overall stats also increased from 8 to 10, then from 10 to 15, which was the armed rank 7. When he was done, he crouched on the floor, completely exhausted. So this is what leveling up feels like, he stated breathlessly. However, with each shot of gene potion, Ihi's physique improved. By the final one, it only increased a little. It seems that as his body strengthens, further base mutations become harder and harder to trigger. Nonetheless, his current development was not bad at all. In just a few minutes, he gained what others work 3 years for. And this was just using his base physical stats. If he activates the Daimola's bloodline power, then maybe he really does have a shot at being the top scorer in the exam. This is just too incredible. If cheat mode can't beat the geniuses, then this cheat is way too weak. Next, it seems he has to depart to the secret realm. For context, the secret realm rifts are ranked from S-class to E-class. The higher the ranks, the stronger the beasts inside. Beasts in S-class realms are completely uncontrollable by humans. If they ever invade the real world, it would be an apocalyptic disaster. Anyhow, as the scene shifted to an E-level secret realm at a third-rate location in Anqing, he realizes that there are much fewer people there than he expected. Maybe it was because the secret realm had been developed for too long. After all, it was an old secret realm, and any treasures it had already been plundered. Only a few weak beasts were left behind for the rookie warriors to train with. Knowing all this, Ihi goes to the checkpoint. He asked the lady there about his book ticket for the E-class secret realm. The lady didn't look away from whatever she was watching on her television, and simply handed Ihi a death waiver and his ticket. Without hesitation, Ihi signs the waiver and heads for the secret realm's rift. As he got close, his excitement grew stronger and stronger. In his eyes, this was the beginning of his rise to become the king of beasts. He rushed forward with joy, leaps in the air, and plunged headfirst inside. Inside, he dramatically did a superhero landing simply because why not? In this dimension, he clearly saw that the dungeon had 3 distinct stars. The Kanglan star, the Anwei star, and the Taijin star. Even though Ihi had seen the appearance of a secret realm in textbooks, it's a whole different ball game to witness it in person. To be exact, it was just simply magnificent. Unexpectedly, as Ihi was admiring the view, a mutant rabbit silently crept up behind him. It was a first-rank beast, the Bladefang rabbit. The moment it got close, it launched a fierce attack from behind. However, he had long noticed the sneaky bastard's presence, and swiftly caught the poor guy in midair by the ears. He gave a creepy smile, amused that this unfortunate beast thought he couldn't sense him. He activated his life magnetic field ability and casually crushed the poor beast's head like it was nothing. So with that kill, he ends up obtaining the core of a Bladefang rabbit. He realizes that its core was of average quality, worth around a few thousand yen. If he earns 1,000 yen within the span of mere minutes after entering this dungeon, then he's pretty efficient. Life is truly boundless for the strong. You see, ordinary people would kill themselves to work all month just to earn 3 or 4 times that amount. Anyway, collecting too many first-rank beast cores is pointless. It would be better to find at least a second-rank beasts. But who would have guessed that just as he thought of this, a second-ranked beast, the demon corpse bug, would present itself just like that? Was this beast begging to be killed, or what? Nonetheless, he would grant this bug its wish. So, inside the E-level secret realm, he unsheathed his short sword and skillfully slashed the lower abdomen of the beast. He had read the monster's encyclopedia, so he knew that comparing the monster's steel-like shell on its back to the soft armor on the abdomen, it was easier to break through the defenses of the corpse demon bug. The beast coiled its worm-like body in a circular form and spun rapidly towards Ihi. Seeing this terrifying attack, he plunged his sword on the ground and activated the technique, Hyper Beam. With an overwhelming aura, he shot the beam like a fire cannon, hitting the beast squarely on the abdomen. However, this wasn't enough to kill it, and in retaliation, it also shot out several spinning discs from its mouth. He was surprised with the attack. Managing to use its mandibles to fire projectiles was something unexpected and also meant the monster was going all out. So, with agile and nimble movements, he skillfully dodged the attack. But his outfit wasn't so lucky. He screamed like a suffocating Bart, questioning the beast if it knows how expensive the outfit was. Anyway, with his current level as a martial artist, he can't do anything to this bug. Without powerful martial techniques as support, even with deep Dantian energy and strong blood vitality, he can barely exert 50% of his strength. And that's mainly because the original owner of the body was such an academic failure. Nonetheless, he has no choice but to cheat. Done with this fight, he activated his Mad Demola, the Emperor Demon's bloodline, empowering his physique from 15 to 21. His arms managed to transform into a beast form, with lethal claws and impregnable skin. As the demon corpse bug launched forward with its wide-open mouth with razor-sharp teeth, he leaped into its mouth. And the moment he was swallowed whole, he starts tearing the beast from the inside. The monster bellowed excessively until he pierced its skin and came out from its lower abdomen. It died immediately after. Now that his overall physique had skyrocketed to level 21, he completely crushed a second-rank corpse demon bug effortlessly. However, after deactivating his transformation, he must still be expelling the excess heat from his body. This will make him feel like a jet engine. On the ground, the short sword he just bought was corroded by the corpse demon bug's venom. A 250,000 yen weapon couldn't even handle a tier 2 monster. What a scam. The quality control was terrible and deserve a bad review. Anyway, was the energy consumption from his first monster hunt too high because he was so freaking hungry? And to make this matter even worse, he didn't bring any food. His stomach growls the moment he smelled something fragrant. He even began to drool too. Staring at the green magic core of the corpse demon bug, he seems to find the aroma tempting. Oh, to hell with it. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the huge green core in one massive gulp. Within him, the green core dissolves and immediately increased his compatibility from 7 to 7.3%. He was shocked with this increase. He spent hundreds of thousands on a genetic potion and it only increased his compatibility by 1%. However, this single green magic core increased his compatibility by 0.3%. 3 or 4 of these cores are worth the whole potion. Also, a few white magic cores from the Blade Tooth Rabbit should at least increase compatibility by 1%. Cursing, he began to tear up in regret. He had wasted his money on pay-to-win and lost miserably. Whatever, he would turn his frustration into motivation. Because tonight, he will hunt to his heart's content. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead and activated his magnetic life field. This creates a magnetic pulse which detects everything around him within a wide range. After a few hours, it was afternoon the next day, his compatibility had increased to 9. And his overall physique had also increased to 15.8. After reaching 9% compatibility, consuming more white magic cores didn't increase the compatibility anymore. So he just had to sell them for money instead. He had a total of 20 white magic core and 4 green magic core. When the receptionist at the checkpoint saw the number of magic stones presented in front of her, she asks if he was seriously a mere high school student. To be able to collect this many magic cores was just mind-boggling. According to government's regulations, martial artists must submit 1/10 of their loot. For 1 green magic core, he needs to hand in 5 white stones. All in all, he racked up 200,000 Xia Kingdom credits. Meanwhile, the clock was ticking and with only 9 days left until the college entrance exams, the scene shifts to a D-class secret realm. Near the entrance, a team of 6 warriors discuss their mission once they head out. The driver asked the captain if they would be able to complete the Blood Jade Flower bounty mission this time around. The captain of the team, Lin He, a tier 2 martial artist, simply stated that during their last exploration, they already found the general location of the Blood Jade Flower. However, since their fellow team member, Old Chin, was injured by a monster, he won't be able to join them in the secret realm this time around. Hearing this, the young lady among them questioned if the mission was going to be a 5-people job. The guy beside her seconded her question and added that the rules state that at least 6 people were requested to enter a D-class secret realm. So what were they going to do? Captain Lin pointed behind him and told them not to worry. He contacted an agency to introduce them to a new martial artist. Of course, this new person was none other than He. He picks his nose and greets the team, introducing himself as Dadsla, a level 9 martial disciple. Since he was still a student and was not qualified to enter a D-class secret realm, he had to use an illegal agency to create a fake identity to join a team. It cost him 100,000 credits. What a fucking rip-off. The captain then turns towards He and questioned that his Dadsla name feels a bit off. He gave a disdainful look and replied that he had no choice. If he used his original name, then it would violate the copyrights. Captain Lin dropped the matter, stating that Godzilla was just a codename anyway. At Ihi's level 9 martial disciple strength, he really doesn't qualify for a Class D secret realm. So, their team will let him observe and learn, but he shouldn't hold them back. Ihi agreed. He had no problem with this arrangement. After all, clarifying responsibilities before a mission was actually pretty reliable. Far better than screwing him over during the mission. They soon took off and drove into the portal. According to the tracker, the bloody jade flower was in an oasis a little further ahead. It was guarded by a Tier 2 monster with general-level bloodline. He observed his surroundings and noticed something. Just recently, he was at a rainforest, now a desert. It seems that the secret realms were not connected to just one world. In that moment, the driver noticed the horde of earth demon rats from his rearview mirror. He notified the captain, adding that they seemed to have locked on their scent. The guy in the back seat named Hood was ordered by the captain to take care of them. With a murderous glee in his eyes, he replied that he understood. He took out a couple daggers, then casually threw them at the horde of earth demon rats. The moment the daggers pierced the earth demon rats, they exploded. The team casually proceeds forward without any further interference. Mr. Hood nonchalantly stared ahead, inwardly feeling full of himself. He, on the other hand, just stared at the guy. Mr. Hood infused martial energy into his throwing dart, which exploded like a bomb upon impact. Seems this guy is ruthless. Shortly after, the group arrived at their destination. They got out of the car and walked the remaining distance on foot. He, like a true rookie, casually asked why they weren't driving. There was still some distance to the oasis. Captain Lin replied that the monsters in the oasis were highly sensitive, so the sound of an off-road engine would definitely alert them. Anyway, to distribute tasks while walking, Captain Lin tells Xiao Xia to throw the stun grenade later to lure the beast out. Xiao Wu and Hood would set up the traps. Old Lu would provide suppressive fire, and Lin He would handle the front line. Oh, and for Godzilla, he would stay still and watch. Fine by me, he answered, already bored. So, just like that, the strategy was put in play. The stun grenade contains high-level monster pheromones, making some beasts think their territory was being invaded. This will obviously attract them. Almost immediately, a Tier 2 Earth Dragon appears, roaring fiercely like a crazed animal. Seeing this, Captain Lin reminded Ihi to be careful because the monster was heading their way. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a silhouette of a mysterious guy appears at the site where Mr. Hood eliminated the horde of earth demon rats. He casually picked a dagger up and licked the blade with a sadistic glee. Back at the oasis, Captain Lin imbued his sword with martial energy and skillfully decapitated the earth dragon. The moment he landed, Xiao Xia and Xiao Wu rushed to his side, questioning if he was okay. Captain Lin sheathed his sword and replied that he was okay. They should proceed forward as planned. But in that very moment, a massive paw suddenly loomed dangerously over its target, Captain Lin. His teammates warned him to watch out, but it was too late. The dying creature planned on taking the captain along with it. Unexpectedly, he exerted a considerable effort in his legs and leaped high in the air. In the air, he spared no effort, unleashing a terrifying hyper beam at the beast. With his current level and strength, the poor creature stood no chance. If it wasn't dead before, it was super dead now. Everyone was stunned with Ihi's sudden display of martial prowess. After all, he was just a mere martial novice, yet he had the power to shake a Tier 2 beast. Seriously, what an incredible punch. Xiao Xia, Xiao Wu, and even the captain began to fawn over him. He just casually basked in all the attention and simply acted like it wasn't a big deal. Captain Lin then thanked him for saving him. With the death of the Earth Dragon, Old Lu pulled out its soul essence and called out to the captain to take a look. Everyone's attention shifted to the great harvest they've gotten, which, to be honest, looks like a large fruit. Xiao Wu was surprised that the soul essence was worth that much. Of course, the captain stated and added that it could also greatly improve a warrior's template. It was a close call this time around, but he believes they would be able to defeat the dragon and find the blood jade flower. But in a surprising and unexpected turn of events, his lower abdomen was suddenly pierced from behind by a sharp dagger. The shady backstabbing weasel was none other than Mr. Hood. He told the captain that there was no point in thinking of such things now, he was going to die, and soon his entire team will follow. The group was shocked with this betrayal and questioned Mr. Hood what he was doing. Mr. Hood made a massive leap backward the moment the captain swung his fist behind him. He landed beside Huapeng, the bulky guy from earlier. Huapeng simply replied the group that Mr. Hood was doing what he was always meant to do, which was to strike it rich. The team was furious with the sudden appearance of Huapeng, so he questioned Xiao Wu if they know Huapeng personally. Xiao Wu informed Yi that Huapeng robs martial artists of their loot they find in the dungeons. And recently, he had set his eyes on them. Old Lu helps Captain Lin, but was surprised to know that the blade Hood used was poisoned. That damn traitor. But how did Huapeng know about the location of the oasis? Even his teammates only learned the blood jade flower's location after entering the dungeon. Just then, Yi remembered Mr. Hood's explosive daggers. Apparently, Mr. Hood not only imbued them with martial energy but intel on the oasis location as well. Mr. Hood gave a menacing smile and told Yi that he was pretty smart. With the college entrance exams right at the corner, he should have stayed in school instead of walking hand in hand with death. Yi agrees with him about the college entrance exams. After all, he's got the top scorer's title waiting for him. But about walking hand in hand with death, that's for him to decide. Mr. Hood throws a dagger, claiming he was arrogant and didn't know what was good for him. He caught the dagger in between his two fingers and counters that a bald freak like him having the balls to bark in front of him. Now that's true arrogance. Was he courting death so badly that he had lost his mind? Anyway, the situation was so noisy, so it was time to pick up the trash. And by trash, he means those two. Huapeng just grinned with glee. He finds Yi to be quite interesting. He then orders Mr. Hood to take care of Yi. To be exact, he wants his head. At that command, Mr. Hood grabs numerous daggers and throws them toward Yi within a fraction of a second. Knowing full well of the explosive nature of the daggers, he roared, and the mere shockwave of the roar shattered the explosive daggers. The next moment, Mr. Hood, known as Huda, disappeared from Yi's line of sight and appeared directly above him. The team warned Yi to be careful the moment Huda's martial technique, the mountain splitter, was locked on him. He placed 2 fingers on his forehead, stating that it was the perfect chance to test out his new skill. He shot Huda with a hyper beam that shattered his defenses completely and pierced him in the chest. The group was again surprised to see how effortlessly Yi managed to defeat Huda with just a single move. Was he really a martial novice? He blows the smoke from his finger as Huda's lifeless body falls to the ground with a dull thud. Of course, Huapeng was annoyed and surprised with Yi's gene technique, so he questioned which family he was from. Family? He repeats with a dark look. Well, if you must know, I'm from the Damanra clan. Why? Are you planning to beg for mercy? Brat, even with a gene technique, you can't possibly close this massive martial gap. With a massive bear-like roar, Huapeng activated his Tyrant Terror Black Bear bloodline, his already massive size growing 1,000 times over. As his imposing figure looms over Yi, he activated his Peak Shaker martial technique. He bend lower, and with his hyper beam, aims at Huapeng's legs. The mountain beast of a man roared in pain the moment he was shot at. The moment he closed his hands into one massive fist and slams down on Yi, he was already above him in the air. Huapeng immediately leaps in the air as Yi comments about how second-tier martial artists are really something else. His atomic beam couldn't even penetrate or melt Huapeng's ankle bone. The moment Huapeng leaped in the air, his massive hands appeared on opposite sides of Yi, intending to literally clap him into meat paste. The clap created a terrifying shockwave the moment they connected. But obviously, he dodged and suddenly appeared behind Huapeng, stating that it was his turn. Huapeng's eyes widened the moment Yi activated another technique, the core-fused mountain-crushing fist. His hands grew in size and was imbued with martial energy. With this, numerous fists rained down on Huapeng like a tsunami. Huapeng was done for and could not even dodge a single blow. As the dust settles, he, with steaming fists, stood tall over Huapeng's body. The idiot's body was raided with countless blows. Not even his face was spared. The group stared at the scene with wide eyes, speechless at the sight. As Huapeng's disfigured face came to view, he painfully states that Yi's gene technique emits toxic gas. It was so despicable. A wicked martial artist like him will definitely be punished. He curses Yi with this fate. With an overwhelming aura, he glared at the idiot and presented him with another core-fused mountain-crushing fist. With people cursing him left, right, sideways, and center, their curses will just keep piling up and Huapeng's own will only have to wait in line. So, who the hell was he supposed to be again? The scene shifted and just like that, 9 days had passed, and the college entrance exams was about to begin in full swing. The event was taking place at the Central Sports Stadium of An City. The host of the event welcomed everyone, mainly the students. The year's General Higher Martial Arts School enrollment was about to begin, so he would like to wish everyone good luck in the competition. The college entrance exams adopts a competition system. Candidates will compete in pairs, and the winners will advance to the next round. The exams will last for 3 days with the first 2 mainly centered on additions. The students who advances will take the exams on the 3rd day. Each student will fight 3 matches in the additions, and the students who get promoted successfully will compete all the way until the top scorer of this year's college entrance examination is selected. To each student, the prospects you carry on your back are the future of humanity. So please, show your true potential during this examination for both yourself and humanity. So with that, the host officially announced the beginning of the event. In Arena 1, it was a fight between two male candidates. In Arena 4, the fight was between a male and a female fighter. But as the scene pans to Arena 6, the female candidate was missing an opponent. Apparently, the opposing candidate hadn't arrived yet. The host took a look at the list of contestants and found out that Arena 6 was a duel between Wang Tongtong and Yi He, both from Ant City No. 1 Middle School. But only Wang Tongtong was in the arena. According to the rules, if Yi He still doesn't show up after the competition begins, he will be considered as a forfeit. In the arena, Wang Tongtong stood there, smug and satisfied. She knew the Gene Conference made her lose face, a shame she'll carry for life. She was planning to humiliate Yi He with her flaming lizard, but that pathetic fool was hiding and didn't even have the balls to show up. How disappointing, the audience murmured. How pathetic. He's too scared to even show up for the college entrance exams? He's probably hiding at home, trembling. Someone like him shouldn't even be in high school. He should just go sweep the streets. At that moment, the referee blew his whistle and announced that the time was up. And City's first high school, Yi He. But before he could finish speaking, the crowd suddenly felt a powerful presence approaching from above. They all looked up and were shocked to see something heading towards Arena 6 like a meteor. Wait, is that a person? What kind of immense power could allow someone to fly like that? Just as the audience below were debating, the person suddenly landed in the arena, and the immense force caused the entire platform to shake. When the dust cleared, Wang Tongtong was still confused. But in the next moment, a foot was seconds away from warming her face. Wang Tongtong could not dodge and was immediately kicked off the arena. He watched the annoying bitch knocked out cold for the second time and muttered about his close timing. He almost had to wait and come back next year. With Wang Tongtong out of the arena, unconscious, the host loudly announced Yi He as the winner. Hearing this, Yi He scoffed at how easy it was to defeat his previous bully. The audience was amazed at what they had just witnessed, and immediately began shouting and praising Yi He for his martial prowess. One kick and his opponent was done. Also, the way he entered the arena was so cool. Is this what they call a kick from the heavens? At that moment, the system displayed that Yi He's total physique was at 226, and his compatibility was 20%. This sick fucker couldn't help but feel smug. This was all thanks to Captain Lin, who gave him the blood jade fruit. Although it took some time to improve his physique, he can relax and enjoy what's about to happen. After defeating Wang Tongtong, Yi He continued his winning streak. First, it was against a guy from Ant City's No. 4 Middle School, Long Tao. Then against another from the same middle school. 3 matches, 3 wins. And each one ended with a single kick with no hesitation. The audience went wild, shouting like crazed fans, and even named Yi He as the one-kick Superman. As expected, the host announced Yi He from Ant City's first high school as the winner of 3 matches in a row with just 1 strike. And with that, he had advanced to the 3rd round. In the stands, a crowd gathered around Yi He, asking for his contact information. Some even recommended their own schools, and reporters asked him about his dream university. Upon hearing these questions, Yi He's eyes flashed with a proud yet creepy smile. He confidently replied that he was aiming for Huadu University. Hearing this, the crowd around him suddenly dispersed, deeming him to be too arrogant. He sighed helplessly. They didn't believe in him, and he couldn't blame them. Huadu University was the best martial arts college in Xia Kingdom, one of the top 5 in the world, a holy land for all warriors. Cities like Ant City only allow the top students to enter that sacred place. But that's fine. Martial artists are judged by their strength. He couldn't wait to see the look on their faces once he wins first place. At that moment, the examiners noticed Yi He's performance and approached him, asking for a retest of his martial level. After a quick scan, the examiner was shocked. He exclaimed that half a month ago, Yi He was just a level 3 martial disciple, but now he had reached level 9. Upon further investigation, they found out that Yi He had frequently visited E-Tier's secret realms after leaving school. So they asked him why he ventured into such dangerous places right before the college entrance exams. He casually explained that it was to find himself. His father left him a message before he passed away. If Yi He wants to surpass humanity, then he has to stop being afraid of death and become courageous and strong. So he had been entering secret realms, battling and breaking through his genetic locks. The examiners froze when he heard the mentioning of breaking through genetic locks. He needed to report this right away. As the examiners rushed off, he couldn't help but feel like he had somehow become a subject of intense scrutiny. Inside the waiting room, Ihi took out his phone and was surprised at the amount of live streams being conducted on the streets as interviews for parents and friends of the examinees. Sadly, there was no one who came to cheer for him personally. He was just an orphan that no one cared about. Unbeknownst to him, his class teacher was fiercely cheering for him in the comfort of his home. He stepped onto the arena once again, and this time around, his opponent was Luo Xian from the city's third high. He was a martial disciple level 8 with the bloodline of a rare second-tier monster, and both of his parents were warriors. He looked at Luo Xian with boredom and motioned for him to make the first move. Luo Xian, feeling belittled, couldn't help but feel some anger rising within him. He immediately activated his bloodline and used his martial skill, Dashing Lightning Claw, to accelerate to his top speed. His heart beat like a supercar engine, and as he ran, his body accelerated again and again. His sharp claws aimed at Ihi's throat. Luo Xian's martial skill cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, creating sparks with a sonic boom. His attack could even kill a martial disciple of the 9th level if he made contact. However, he never expected that as his arm came near his opponent's throat, he would effortlessly grab it. He casually stated that Luo Xian's momentum was quite good, but he was far from the collision force of Huapeng. Luo Xian, shocked, scared and sweating bullets, begged for mercy. Without hesitation, Ihi delivered a palm strike to Luo Xian's head, and the immense force knocked Luo Xian out cold right on the spot. He then arrogantly asked for a decent opponent. Or are there really no such contestants? The host quickly announced another victory with one strike, and this time, Ihi defeated the seated player Luo Xian. Dozens of high-speed cameras focused on Ihi, capturing shots from every angle, and the live broadcast was buzzing. Viewers couldn't stop talking, some in awe, commenting that although Luo Xian looked so fierce, he was defeated in the blink of an eye. Ihi's strength was on a whole different level compared to the other candidates. In this martial arts-driven era, Ihi's overwhelming display of power stirred the passion of everyone watching. Like seriously, the women even wanted to have his babies. Su Zhou watched as Luo Xian was carried off the stage by medics, his eyes filled with fierce determination. As expected, he smiled. This guy was the one I've been rooting for. When we meet in the finals, I'll definitely defeat you with an overwhelming power. At the head of the Huadu University admissions office, having watched Ihi's impressive performance through the live broadcast, demanded to have all of his information within half an hour. Just after he finished his match, the second group of the qualifiers was already in full swing. This match was even more heated than his, as both competitors were top-tier beauties with larger followings, making it even more of a spectacle. One of them was Kai Shaoling from N-City's second high, a petite girl with an incredibly sexy figure. She flipped her long golden pigtails, giving Lu Qingzhu a provocative look, and remarked that she hated the robotic expression of Lu's family's young lady. Lu Qingzhu didn't respond. Instead, she simply bowed slightly and greeted her, her face expressionless, as if she didn't take Kai Shaoling's challenge seriously at all. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the start of the match. With the aura of a martial disciple level 9, Kai Shaoling instantly appeared in front of Lu Qingzhu, sweeping a kick towards Lu Qingzhu's neck, threatening to slam her to the ground. Lu Qingzhu still made no move, lightly waving her palms, causing the air around her to thicken, becoming as viscous as a swamp under the influence of her martial technique. When Kai Shaoling's kick met the air in front of Lu Qingzhu, she felt as though her leg, which could tear through military-grade steel, had instead sunk into soft cotton. Under the diminishing effects, even the high-speed cameras could only capture Kai Shaoling's white leg moving in slow motion, visibly decelerating. Kai Shaoling, furious at Lu Qingzhu's immovable expression, intensified her attack. She cloaked her body in martial energy, minimizing air resistance, and blurred her form into a shadow as she circled Lu Qingzhu, waiting for the right moment to strike a palm to Lu Qingzhu's side. But as her palm neared Lu Qingzhu's waist by just 3 inches, it suddenly couldn't get any closer. Realizing she had fallen into a trap, Kai Shaoling tried to retract her hand, but the air in front of her exploded with unimaginable suction, preventing her from pulling back. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu made her first move, extending her slender fingers, which now shimmered with a jade-like light. The warriors watching the livestream had their eyes widen as they recognized the move, the Hunyuan jade finger from the Xianhuang martial technique. To see a student about to take the high school entrance exams mastering the Xianhuang technique was astonishing. Such martial talent didn't need to be proven through exams. This alone could guarantee a direct admission to Huadu University. Standing close to Lu Qingzhu, Kai Shaoling could feel the terrifying energy from the jade finger, realizing that if she didn't pull out her trump card now, it would be her last chance. Without hesitation, she activated her bloodline, Shadow Tiger King. A massive shockwave exploded from her body, shattering the air around her. Lu Qingzhu, however, didn't choose to withstand the blow. She lightly tapped the ground with her foot, her body swiftly sliding a dozen meters to create some distance. The examiners in the stands held their breath, eyes fixed on Kai Shaoling, amazed. A king-level bloodline is hard to control, and the Shadow Tiger King is known for its brutal power. This girl's future is boundless. The awakening of the Shadow Tiger King's bloodline placed a heavy burden on Kai Shaoling's body. She exhaled hot air and struggled to speak to Lu Qingzhu, challenging her to display the Phantom Crow bloodline. Lu Qingzhu, ever the woman of few words, spoke her first line since the battle began. "This is enough." Kai Shaoling, completely enraged, shouted, "Do you think anyone below a warrior can challenge me?" Her body moved like a vicious tiger, her fierce blood energy coiling into a torrent behind her, her palms slashing through the air toward Lu Qingzhu. Facing the brutal strike, Lu Qingzhu softened the blow with grace, her hands moving like she was playing a piano, the invisible threads of her technique gradually reducing Kai Shaoling's force until it disappeared entirely. Kai Shaoling's attack failed, and she immediately drew on her immense blood energy, dispelling the invisible threads around Lu Qingzhu. With her small body in midair, she kicked again. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu activated the Xianhuang technique once more, the Hunyuan Jade Finger. The jade-colored tip of her finger collided with Kai Shaoling's fierce kick, and the two powerful techniques clashed, shattering the specially made arena beneath their feet. The arena erupted in a cloud of dust. Tens of thousands of spectators watched with bated breath, waiting for the final victor. As the dust cleared, Kai Shaoling was the first to appear. She was covered in dirt, stumbling a few steps before collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Lu Qingzhu, however, stood like an ethereal fairy, her hair slightly disheveled but otherwise pristine and composed. With just his martial skills, he completely dominated Kai Shaoling, who also had a martial disciple level 9 and a king level bloodline. Lu Qingzhu's powerful display instantly exploded the live broadcast room. Viewers were amazed by Lu Qingzhu's strength. Some even claimed she was the top scorer from its city, while others leaked that Lu Qingzhu had awakened the 4th-tier bloodline of the Phantom Crow, a talent so rare that most warriors would be unable to defeat her. After Lu Qingzhu's battle, the rest of the matches, though still exciting, seemed dull in comparison. After several rounds of elimination, the final 8 were decided. From N-City First High, it was Yi He, Lu Qingzhu, and Chu Zhou, 2 from N-City Second High, and 3 from N-City Qingfeng Private High. The finals of the top 8 were about to begin, and Yi He stepped up first to draw lots. He drew in Lot A, and as a tall, muscular giant glanced at him, he revealed his own draw, which was also from Lot A. "It seems like we're set to face off." His name was Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High. He simply nodded and introduced himself. Shen Guan informed Yi He that they were the second match, so they should watch the first match together. He looked simple and straightforward, with hands as big as fans, pointing toward the big screen above the arena. The first match was Luo Shi from Qingfeng Private High versus Chu Zhou from N-City First High. Shen Guan casually started chatting with Yi He, stating that Luo was incredibly talented, and a repeat student who was specifically aiming for Huadi University this year. He had great mastery over his bloodline awakening, but still stood no chance against Chu Zhou. "Chu Zhou, he's from your school, and city's First High, right? So you must know him." At that moment, the host announced the first winner of the top 8 qualifiers, Chu Zhou from N-City First High. The principal of Qingfeng Private High heard the news and cursed angrily, "Damn, we lost right at the start." At this point, he asked calmly, "How does Luo Shi compare to him?" Shen Guan smiled and replied that he was a martial arts president at Qingfeng Private High's senior year level. Honestly, in terms of combat, his 2 teammates combined couldn't even match him. Then, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Yi He and stated calmly that if he's being honest, he thinks Yi He will be his biggest rival in this exam. Shen Guan had always had an extremely sensitive sense, and he feels that Yi He is like a dormant volcano with a beast hidden inside him. He points to the arena and motioned for them to go on stage. It was their turn. So with that, Yi He and Shen Guan face off in the arena. The host announced the second match of the top 8 qualifiers, Shen Guan from Qingfeng Private High and Yi He from N-City First High. As the competition for the top 8 to 4 in N-City's college entrance exams enters its peak, the fist of Shen Guan collided with Yi He's fist in an explosive impact, sending debris flying, and the solid platform under their feet exploded, forming a huge deep pit. With a reverberating boom, the sound pierced the audience's eardrums as a massive shockwave blinded their direct line of sight. Guan sneered excitedly the moment he managed to counter his attack with strength comparable to his own, or maybe even higher. And although he was having a nosebleed, there was no anger on his face, but ecstasy. He'd finally found an opponent who could compete with him in strength, and this truly excited the shit out of him. He also figured out that his nosebleed must be an ability of Ihi's bloodline. It was truly mysterious to be able to directly target an opponent's cells for destruction. But no matter, he knows how to deal with this trivial challenge. He stared at Guan with a calculative look. Guan managed to use his martial energy to create a barrier around his body, shielding himself from Ihi's nuclear radiation. His eyes glowed in delight as Guan commended his martial art. It was truly amazing. He was really a monster not to be trifled with. So in this case, he will also show him his martial arts which had been passed down from generation to generation in his Shin family. Guan activated his family's martial techniques, the Shape Wolf Fist, and followed it up with the Deer Peak. With swiftness and lethality like the venomous snake, and a defense-piercing effect comparable to the antlers of a stag, Guan's double fist moved as fast as lightning, rendering Ihi immobilized and unable to dodge. The double fist shattered Ihi's defenses and hit him squarely in the lower abdomen. Ihi was pushed back significantly as he clutched his lower abdomen and spat a mouthful of fresh blood. Ihi, previously known as the One-Kick Superman, was dealt with a powerful hit for the first time. Anyway, before he could allow himself a brief moment of respite, Guan was upon him with another powerful technique, the Bear Crash. You see, Guan's attacks are not simply physical attacks, but he had integrated his martial energy into his body, causing double the damage. And it doesn't help that all Ihi's previous opponents were all weak as shit. They had no experience fighting against a powerful adversary, and apparently so does he. Ihi raised his arms to block the attack, but was surprised when Guan's arms shockingly extended and became flexible, wrapping around him and pulling him in a tight embrace. He was half right about Guan's martial art. You see, not only can he inject martial energy into his body, but can also lock Ihi's martial energy, rendering him incapable of using martial arts for a limited duration. Guan then uses the A-Pearl technique to trash Ihi in the air across the arena. And while Ihi was in the air, Guan switched to the Tiger Pounce technique and gave Ihi a solid uppercut, then followed it up with the Eagle Dive the moment his opponent was heading for a crush landing in the arena. Seems this guy is literally a walking zoo. Anyway, Guan loudly declared his intention to win this match overwhelmingly, and under no circumstance would Ihi be able to win against him. He dives headfirst into Ihi, and shatters the arena in a bright and devastating crash as debris flew everywhere. Guan crossed his arms and laughed with satisfaction, believing he had won. With this overwhelming and relentless barrage of attacks, Guan believes he had no chance to fight back. He's definitely got the match in the bag. The medical staff outside the venue even readied themselves to move onto the arena, because the Shape Wolf Fist combination techniques the champion of Qingfeng Private High had just used would have killed even an ordinary martial artist. As the dust gradually settles, the host, clearly a dimwit and just an entertainer, was in the process of declaring Guan as the winner when suddenly, the supposed winner in question felt a terrifying presence behind him. What the hell is that? Such an enormous aura from a martial disciple. Guan turned to see the biggest shock of his life, as a massive paw, skinned with impregnable scales and lethally sharpened claws, stepped out from the dust. The words cut through the noise, praising Guan for his strength. But he was unfortunate to be matched against him. If it's any consolation, Guan is the first person to witness his current true form, his savage trace Demora bloodline awakening. Sweating bullets, Guan was petrified to see Ihi's beast embodiment. And apparently, if a high school student can display the magical embodiment of their magical beast, they can also enter Hadu University without taking an entrance exam. The host announced that he didn't expect that in the small city of Anqing, apart from Lu Qingzhu, a martial arts genius, there was also a bloodline genius. To think that Ihi's bloodline awakening was at such an overwhelming level was truly terrifying. For context, each examiner had been equipped with a monitoring headphone to monitor candidates and a range of factors inside and outside the examination room and arena. However, each examiner, especially the white-beard old guy, saw Ihi's nuclear radiation value and his eyes bulge out like they were being pulled out from their sockets. As anyone might have guessed, Ihi nuclear radiation was off the charts, sitting at 9999999. Seeing this level of nuclear radiation, the examiners were left with no choice but to immediately wrap the arena with martial energy to prevent nuclear leakage. And amidst the crowded audience, Ihi's bloodline was the center of discussion. They find it to be cool and fascinating, but no one knows what the bloodline of his magical awakened beast. What's even more shocking to them was that there was no record of his awakened bloodline in N's #1 middle school. Seriously, how could such a powerful monster be unknown? Anyway, surprising enough, he heard all these discussions due to his heightened senses and was not surprised. After all, it seems that there was no creature like Demora on planet Bluestar, so it's of no wonder that no one had heard of it. Anyhow, back to Xinguan, he was currently having a nosebleed again. So it seems that his martial energy, acting as a shield, was no longer sufficient to block Yihee's nuclear energy. With this in mind, Xinguan intended to end the fight since he couldn't drag it out for long. He also activated his bloodline awakening, the Golden Star Ape Demon, which encased his body with martial energy and increased his physique and overall stats. He even grew in size. He activated his Formwill Fist technique, the Snake Strike, and went on the offensive. Seeing this, he countered the attack with a strike of his own, which was a terrifying and definitely a powerful offensive attack, the Mountain Arresting Fist. But from an objective point of view, it seems like an upgrade version of Hyper Beam. Anyway, Xinguan's entire left arm was disabled, but if he hadn't released the force of the attack in time, his entire arm would have been completely shattered beyond recovery. Xinguan realized he was making such a big fuss before when he never went all out, but now that he knows he's being slapped in the face. And speaking of Yihee, this fucker was fully immersed in the fight that he'd foregone any reservation he had. He told a dominated Xinguan that he was outstanding. But unfortunately, this is as far as he can go. This current outcome cannot be changed. Seeing the activation of Xinguan's bloodline awakened, the host announced in delight that in the second match of the 8-4 of this year's college entrance exams, the Third Order King bloodline had appeared, and his opponent on the other side was actually an unknown powerful bloodline of a magical beast, which was obviously rare to see. Xinguan took on a stance and calmed himself. He needed to assess his current predicament with a level head. After Yihee's bloodline awakened, his strength is simply unfathomable, so a direct confrontation was not advisable, since he is no longer able to suppress his martial energy. Now he can only retreat in order to advance when an opening presents itself. On the other hand, he made a mad dash towards the big guy, informing him not to be distracted. But the moment Yihee got close to Xinguan, the big guy made a tactical retreat and at the same time, activated his Formwill Fist, the Snake Strike. His arm became flexible and moved like a snake, wrapping around Yihee's left hand. With his left hand temporarily restrained, Yihee, surprised and distracted for a fraction of a second, saw Xinguan use this narrow opening to swiftly move behind him. Xinguan informed Yihee that he's unable to budge him as he expected. However, his aim was to reposition behind him all along. And now that he had, Xinguan leaped high in the air and suddenly stumped down on Yihee with a force comparable to the weight of 1,000 tons. Although the pressure would have immobilized any other candidate, Yihee swiftly dodged the bone-crushing stump with ease. Again, Xinguan made another tactical retreat with two massive leaps backwards the moment his attack failed. Believing he'd put enough distance between himself and Yihee, Xinguan looked up at his opponent and was surprised to see that Yihee was casually watching him the whole time with his arm folded. Releasing his terrifying aura, Yihee announced that it was his turn to attack. The moment he raised his right foot, he was upon Xinguan with another Mountain Arresting Fist. Xinguan surprisingly got on his knees the moment Yihee was about to strike, and admitted defeat. He respectfully surrendered, leaving Yihee speechless. He was shocked with this outcome. He was all fired up, ready for his turn, but Xinguan was surrendering now. What is he going to do now that he's all riled up? Damn, this is so uncomfortable. Sighing heavily, he lets out a fiery breath and stated that holding back his energy really makes him so freaking uncomfortable. Nonetheless, according to the rules, once one party surrenders, the other party has no right to attack. The host declared Yihee as the winner, and the crowd cheered excitedly like crazed fans, claiming he was awesome and cool. In the comments section on almost all media platforms, Yihee and Xinguan's match was the trending topic of discussion. Xinguan was being humiliated as fans comparing his demeanor before the match and after the match. At the same time, Yihee's popularity and fanbase increased exponentially. A chat group was even established by his fans with full video of his matches in the college entrance exams. His fans had unanimously declared their big brother Yi as the top scorer of this year's college entrance exams. And not even Chu Zhou or Lu Qingzhu would be a match for him. At this moment, the principal of Qingfeng Private High was trembling all over with pent-up anger. After all, he'd placed all his hopes on Xinguan the moment Luo Shi lost. So, the moment Xinguan showed his face, he spared no time expressing his displeasure. How can Xinguan admit defeat? Did he know how much money they've spent on training him? Such an ungrateful bastard. If he doesn't pay off the debt, he shouldn't even think about going to college. Xinguan calmly approached the principal and placed his injured hand on his shoulder. When the principal asked what Xinguan was doing, he simply replied that he couldn't take Yihee's punch, so he admitted defeat in order not to hurt his already injured body. If he hadn't done that, was the principal going to take that punch for him? And as for the kindness Qingfeng Private High had shown him, he will slowly repay it in the future. But the principal should please refrain from threatening a warrior who was significantly stronger than him. The subtle threat shut the fat old bastard up real quick. Sweating bullets and trembling from fear, he stated that Xinguan had a point. Anyway, after a fierce competition, the top 4 of the year's college entrance exams was decided. They were Yihee, Lu Qingzhu, Chuzhou, and some nobody no one cared about. Meanwhile, the principal of An City's number 1 middle school was in Cloud 9, fanning himself with an expression of a creepy old fucker. He admits old Lu had worked hard in the school for so many years, so it was time he got promoted. The draw for the semifinals took place, and Yihee drew first slot again. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingzhu also drew the other first slot as well, meaning she was matched up against Yihee, while Chuzhou was matched up against the nobody. The first match of the college entrance exams semifinals was an internal battle for An City's number 1 middle school, deemed as the strongest battle in the history of An City's college entrance exams. The most anticipated showdown since the exams started. The goddess Lu versus the supposed one-punch Superman. Some fans believe that the goddess Lu has a better chance of winning, because apparently, the intel revealed so far was that she had mastered 2 mysterious royal martial arts. So, just by having them, she crushed Kai Shaoling, who had a 3rd-level king bloodline and the awakening of her 4th-level Netherbird bloodline which had not been revealed yet. Meanwhile, Xinguan also had a 3rd-order king bloodline, and Yihee was forced to awaken his bloodline by Xinguan. Although Yihee's bloodline seemed to be very powerful, it is estimated that he also has a 4th-level bloodline. However, he cannot compare with their goddess, who also had a 4th-level bloodline and superb martial arts background. A while later, the awaited time finally arrived. The arena was set, and the crowd at the venue erupted in excitement. He and Lu Qingzhu stepped on the arena, and the referee spared no time starting the match. The moment the match officially began, a cloud of dust and steam cast around Yihee, encasing him completely. This briefly covered the entire arena, blocking Lu Qingzhu's direct line of sight. But the moment she stared up ahead, she was surprised to see a silhouette of a terrifying presence encased by the dusty smoke and steam. Steeling herself, she hopes Yihee is strong enough. The audience, clearly obstructed by the thick steam covering almost the entire arena, wondered what was going on. They couldn't see Yihee, and could barely make out the silhouette of Lu Qingzhu. So technically speaking, in that current moment, they couldn't see anything and could only rely on the host to help grasp the situation of the battle. Anyway, the host kept the engagement high and anticipation palpable, questioning how Lu Qingzhu, the talented young miss from the Lu family, would deal with Yihee, the dark horse in this year's college entrance exams. With this amount of steam, could it be that the dark horse Yihee had awakened his bloodline again? They can only wait and see. But apparently, it turns out that Yihee had only directly entered the state of blood awakening to burn out this amount of steam. And the reason for this was to hinder Lu Qingzhu's direct line of sight, and by just a little more time to assess his battle strategy more in depth. And besides, he knew Lu Qingzhu wouldn't make the first move anyway, so this works in his favor. He had studied the battle video between Lu Qingzhu and Kai Shaoling, and had formulated a battle strategy based on it. He was obviously aware that Lu Qingzhu's martial arts skills were far superior to his. With her magical martial arts skills, no matter how strong his power was, he can't hurt her. She was the kind of martial arts genius that had a very high combat IQ. So the longer the battle lasts, the more disadvantageous it will be for him. Seems Yihee has to go all out right from the start. Activating his mountain arresting fist, a sonic boom occurred on the spot as Yihee made a mad dash forward, and was upon Lu Qingzhu with a massive glowing fist. The attack was so obvious that Lu Qingzhu, ever calm and vigilant, evenly spread her hands and stirred the airflow in front of her, as if trying to absorb the fist that was coming at her. She believed that since Yihee was taking the initiative to make the first move to attack, then she will use her martial arts to defend and counterattack. However, in an unexpected turn of events, Yihee's mountain arresting fist never came. Rather, he skillfully twisted his hips together with his waist the moment he deactivated the skill and landed abruptly, closing the distance between himself and Lu Qingzhu. Then, he used his martial energy to create Demora's thick tail behind him and swung it flexibly like a steel whip, bursting the air and striking Lu Qingzhu's lower body from the side. What the hell? He actually cheated me. In all her years fighting since she was a child, Lu Qingzhu had never encountered an opponent who had clearly committed to using a fist to strike, but changes abruptly and ended up using a steel whip. You see, when masters fight, changes often occur within a few critical seconds. Now, Lu Qingzhu's rhythm was disrupted, so she backflipped a couple times to put some distance between herself and Yi. However, Yi was not going to waste such a good opportunity when his opponent had clearly lost her rhythm. Relying on his strong physique to chase and attack fiercely and firmly to gain the upper hand, he was suddenly upon Lu Qingzhu the moment she tried to balance herself. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, netizens watched Lu Qingzhu being deceived by the cunning Yi and had immediately fallen into a disadvantage. Some began to scold Yi for being unethical, but there were others that still supported Yi's actions. After all, when warriors fight on a battlefield, all is fair war. Anyway, Yi's pursuit was too fierce and relentless, leaving no chance for Lu Qingzhu to escape at all. An endless barrage of skill and attack rained down on Lu Qingzhu like a meteor shower. At some point, Lu Qingzhu was able to use her martial energy to shake off Yi slightly, briefly escaping her opponent's grasp. Or so she thought, because Yi transformed his right hand into a beast form with lethal claws. And it seems Lu Qingzhu wasn't getting away that easily. Suddenly, the dark, impregnable claws of Yi was directly imbued with martial energy as it tore through the air. Fortunately for Lu Qingzhu, she was able to sense this. She skillfully flipped back horizontally in the air just in time to avoid being swept by the projected claws imbued with martial energy. They even exploded behind her the moment she gracefully landed. And of course, her dear classmate was upon her again, giving her no room of respite. The two were right back where they started. He on offensive, releasing an endless barrage of attacks, and Lu Qingzhu on the defensive, blocking one wave of attack after another. He roared, and his fists swung out like afterimages, constantly compressing Lu Qingzhu's escape space. At some point, she wondered why he wasn't even the least bit tired from these numerous high-intensity attacks. Seriously, it seems her opponent had a great physical strength and stamina. You see, Lu Qingzhu had mastered two mysterious royal martial arts, one of which was the defensive Lu family secret art, the floating shadow, and the other was the Hunyuan Jade Finger, which was more offensive. If she could use either of these techniques, she would be able to escape from Yi's onslaught. But it was as if Yi was aware of this and wasn't even giving her any chance to do so at all. And from the looks of things, she won't be able to hold on for much longer before she falls off the arena, thereby losing by eviction. Lu Qingzhu had a cool and pretty face on the surface, but inwardly, she was already sweating from anxiety. Also, forced into a corner, she was left with no choice but to use her trump card. He immediately sensed a sudden shift as Lu Qingzhu activated her bloodline awakening, the Nether Bird. At that very moment, Yi, who was about to punch Lu Qingzhu, quickly retracted his fist and retreated. The reason was the dark purple sparks that came out of Lu Qingzhu's body. With a loud and sharp cry of a bird, he saw Lu Qingzhu soaring into the sky, and the Demora's blood flowing in his body began to boil, as if he felt the provocation of another creature at a very high level of life. Plump dark purple wings had grew on Lu Qingzhu's back, and under the light, the wings sparkled with colorful light. The dark purple wings did not need to flap because the wind element automatically lifted Lu Qingzhu into the air. Her amethyst-like pupils stared directly below at the dark blue demon on the arena, and the air suddenly seemed to be sparking with the fighting spirit of the two. The host loudly and enthusiastically announced that although Lu Qingzhu was still far from mastering the true form of her bloodline, she was able to develop the most important organ of her bloodline, the wings of the Nether Bird. For the first time, the Nether Bird can be seen on full display by none other than our genius beauty Lu Qingzhu. Subsequently, the live broadcast platform lit up at this moment as comment kept pouring in like a tidal wave. After her bloodline awakened, Lu Qingzhu stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed at Yi as her fingertips began to turn a transparent jade color. In a cold tone, Lu Qingzhu declared for Yi to be careful, because she can't control her strength in this awakened form. Really? Yi replied excitedly from below. I'm glad you said that because up until now, I have only exerted about 50% of my strength. So I guess I can finally go all out. Don't disappoint me. Accompanied by a strong wind that swept across the entire arena, Lu Qingzhu was behind Yi in an instant like a bolt of lightning. He even smelled a faint and beautiful fragrance before he even registered Lu Qingzhu's presence behind him. Lu Qingzhu activated her mysterious royal martial art, the Hunyuan Jade Finger. He immediately turned and activated his atomic blast fist. A crystal blue light shone on his fist, and this was the skill Yi used to combine Demora's atomic reaction ability with martial arts. The elegant jade fingertips collided with the ferocious blue magic fist, and a massive energy reaction occurred where the two touched. Then, following a huge explosion of light and heat, the audience were blinded by the bright impact and the strong gush of wind. In the arena, the two, on the other hand, were also blown away by the turbulent airflow at the same time. Lu Qingzhu's dark purple wings flapped, and the wind elements automatically gathered together, offsetting the impact of being blown away by the airflow. Lu Qingzhu used this force to break through the smoke and dust, and was about to head straight for Yi when she suddenly felt a fatal threat. Shocked and surprised, her pupils suddenly shrank, because on opposite end of the arena, a sudden protruding vertebrae had appeared on Yi's back, and immediately began to lit up one after another in a dazzling sequence. Every time a vertebra lit up, it meant that a horrible atomic reaction was beginning to occur, and was gradually gathering at a single point in Yi's mouth. The immediate space around Yi was heavily charged with atomic energy, as blue thunderous sparks emitted on his protruding vertebrae like lightning, illuminating the massive stadium with a blue glow. In that very moment, instead of the immeasurable nuclear radiation being leaked everywhere like previously, it was rather controlled and gathering rapidly in the mouth of the undisputed king of all monsters. Lu Qingzhu was momentarily frozen in place the moment she felt this enormous energy fluctuation aimed directly at her. This was not good, and to make matters even worse, it was impossible to completely dodge this impending attack. And it seems the radiation around Yi was too massive to get close. Leaving the airspace of the stadium was not an option either, since it counts as stepping off the arena. The audience wondered what was going on as the host announced excitedly that apparently, Yi's magical beast form looks to be gathering power, and the protruding spine on his back also seems to be where this huge stored power was generating from, and was finally being transmitted to his mouth bit by bit. All the vertebrae on Yi's back inevitably flashed a blue light as Yi's wide-opened mouth showed a blue atomic light emitting a breath of destruction that was brewing in his throat. This unfathomable nuclear energy beam was Demora's atomic breath, and just like that, a dazzling blue particle beam spurted out from Yi's mouth. This terrifying torrent of nuclear energy created instantly submerged his opponent Lu Qingzhu. Already feeling the fatal threat of the nuclear attack, Lu Qingzhu still chose to bore the full force of it, or to be exact, angle majority of the energy away from her. She decisively folded her wings, wrapping herself tightly and activating her latent ability Awakening. Suddenly, the blood power of the nether bird was stimulated by Lu Qingzhu in the very moment of life and death, and the countless dark purple feathers sparkled and reflected light like crystals. This was the nether bird's feather deflection. The blue particle beam collided with the dark purple feathers, and like being refracted by a mirror, a thick condensed beam was refracted by the countless feathers into several small rays of light and reflected out. The light was centered on the dark badminton transformed by Lu Qingzhu, reflecting in all directions, and had already shot out of the arena. The examiners wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The audience saw this and was immediately washed in horror. They dreaded their fate because there was no way they could survive the numerous reflected beams. Fortunately for them, in that precise moment, a golden martial energy enveloped the entire arena, and all the beams that was directed outside the arena disappeared as if it was digested the moment it came into contact with the golden martial energy. This power act of neutralizing the countless beams was from City's mayor, Huang Qing. The audience and examiners wanted to greet the mayor, but he gave them a stern look to signal them not to do so. He told everyone to watch carefully. The strongest champion in the history of City will be born today. With enthusiasm, the host announced to the audience that they were fortunate to be protected by Mayor Huang, and with his presence, they can be assured that nothing unexpected like what just happened would repeat. Anyway, after about what seemed like 15 seconds, the atomic breath finally ended. Thick smoke was coming out of Yi's mouth and back like a steam engine, and his eyes were fixed on the girl in front of him who looked somewhat miserable. Lu Qingzhu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her two dark purple wings had melted after reflecting the atomic breath to the limit. If she had not used Vanity and Shadow in time to dissipate the remaining energy impact to the surroundings, she might not have been able to withstand Yi's attack. It's a pity that the bloodline of the Netherbird's true form was too difficult to control, so she hadn't unlocked its core attribute abilities yet. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such a hard time facing that energy beam just now. You see, from the moment Lu Qingzhu was born, the Lu family had placed high hopes on her. Under the expectations of her family, Lu Qingzhu had to fight in one battle after another to establish her reputation as the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Although outsiders praised her genius and strength, she was not keen on these titles. Maybe she herself didn't even know why she was fighting, or even that she wanted to fight. She felt that it was meaningless to compare herself with others. She just followed her mother's expectations and moved forward silently, always giving outsiders the impression of being aloof and difficult to approach, but in fact she is just simply socially anxious. And the cold and expressionless demeanor is just a protective front for her social phobia. Anyhow, mentally and physically, she was so tired and drained, But based on the current situation of the battle, this could be about the extent of it if she plays her cards right. And no one would be the wiser. After all, with such a strong opponent, it's only natural that she couldn't win, right? Lu Qingzhu thought of this, and immediately prepared herself to pretend to admit defeat after a few more moves with Yi. She came in front of Yi and slapped his chest with a palm, inwardly begging him to hurry up and defeat her already. She knew Yi was smart enough to be able to seize the flaw she was showing. Unexpectedly, Yi didn't make any move and took her palm strike head-on. Lu Qingzhu's big beautiful eyes widened with great confusion in them. She wondered why he didn't dodge like he obviously should, but rather lowered his gaze and just stared coldly at her. Classmate Lu Qingzhu, Yi spoke calmly. Why don't you have the fighting spirit? I felt you were a little absent-minded since the start of the battle. Lu Qingzhu was surprised by this. She never expected that Yi would reject her subtle offer. He continued, his tone cold and clipped. Lu Qingzhu, have you ever looked me in the face? Because if you had, even once, you would have seen instantly that I'd always intended on winning this title fairly and squarely. He suddenly swung his fist, imbued with martial energy, downwards, and the wind from his fists whistled. In desperation, Lu Qingzhu used her arms to block her face and mobilize the airflow, trying to block Yi's fist. But in that moment, all the airflow mobilized by her was torn apart by her opponent. And although her arms protected her face, the punch still managed to connect with the lower section of her face. He called her out on her earlier move and warned her to better start facing him seriously. If she cherished her face, that is. You see, he didn't just throw that one punch and call it a day. He pounced on Lu Qingzhu and began raining punches on her face wildly, furiously urging her to start getting serious. Lu Qingzhu, on the other hand, protected her face with her arms, looking extremely embarrassed. She felt extremely wronged, recalling how she had never been beaten like this since she was a child. And now she's been dunked on the ground in front of hundreds of thousands of live viewers, with punches raining down on her head endlessly. She clearly wanted to give Yi the victory, so why was he still provoking her, trying to force her to fight seriously? You see, everybody has a bottom line, and Lu Qingzhu had tried her best not to lose control, but she finally reached her limit to what she could tolerate after being punched in the face. She roared like a phoenix rising from the ashes, calling Yi an asshole for hitting a girl in the face. Her eyes turned red, and an extremely powerful martial energy burst out, knocking Yi back a couple steps. When the scene shifted to Yi, the fucker looked extremely pleased. That's more like it, he coldly murmured. If the eldest daughter of the Lu family doesn't want to be hit in the face again, then she needs to get serious. There was a strong fighting spirit in Yi's eyes. As the king of monsters, his innate desire was to conquer other monsters. He wanted to let other monsters know that even if they try their best, they will inevitably submit to him in terms of strength. Lu Qingzhu's eyes were red, and the sudden burst of power was her activating the Lu family's forbidden martial arts secret technique, the blood ignition. It can increase the purity of the user's blood in a short period of time, squeeze out the maximum potential of the user, and increase the user's strength dramatically. However, this secret technique has too many side effects and should not be used until it's the last resort. This also means that Lu Qingzhu was starting to fight for her life. Ashes flew all over the sky, and a huge pair of dark purple wings spread out, stirring up a howling wind. There were strange patterns that had spread on Lu Qingzhu's pretty face, and the tail feathers behind her were swayed like an imperial robe as the shrill cries of the bird in her body echoed in all directions. Lu Qingzhu had also unexpectedly entered the true form of the nether bird, and after her true bloodline awakening, she looked radiant and confident, staring at Yi from above. Classmate Yi, I will defeat you with my strongest form as you wish. So, in that very moment, the fight between Lu Qingzhu and Yi reached the point where both parties were finally clear and explicit about their intentions to go all out. All the expectations from her family and everything that goes with it, such as her reputation as the eldest daughter of the Lu family, any lingering doubts, and all the expectation of affirming her status of being the strongest student in this year in city's college entrance exams faded at this moment. Lu Qingzhu was ultimately resolved, and her only focus was on defeating Yi. On the other hand, Yi, finally successful in pushing Lu Qingzhu to fight seriously and revealing her strongest form, was satisfied with this outcome. From below, he stared at Lu Qingzhu's radiant and dazzling nether bird's magical beast form with excitement. Now that his opponent's true form was revealed, the battle was eventually getting interesting. And since it had finally come to this, he won't be negligent either. He will also reveal his true form. Suddenly, the martial energy of Yi attached with his atomic reaction energy enveloped his whole body as blue flaming lights and thunderous sparks surrounded him. Shortly after, his entire body was skinned with impregnable scales radiating with a terrifying energy, radioactive energy to be precise. This was Ihi's physical skill that combines Demora's template with his hard qigong, named the Nuclear Light Combat Body. Accompanied with a sudden explosive boom, the energy gathered under Ihi's feet made a deafening sound as he was propelled into the sky. This huge energy explosion pushed Ihi straight towards Lu Qingzhu like a missile. But this sudden display of engagement did not faze Lu Qingzhu at all. She just watched Ihi with an eerie calm. Then, she flapped her wings, mobilizing the surrounding air currents to gather into a hurricane. This hurricane, known as the Tearing Hurricane, was attached with the netherworld energy which had the property of devouring any form of energy. The Tearing Hurricane enveloped the entire space, crushing the base of the arena to pieces. He showed no fear at all, and dived directly into the netherworld hurricane like a torpedo. For context, diving headfirst into the Tearing Hurricane was tantamount to nothing short than a suicide, especially for a martial art disciple. The moment Ihi entered the Tearing Hurricane, he activated his atomic fist and produced a blasting punch. A massive blue energy explosion tore through the hurricane, breaking through the dust and rushing towards Lu Qingzhu in an unstoppable manner. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu tapped into the explosive power of her netherworld bloodline and activated the cry of the nether bird. The strange patterns on her face instantly turned red and purple, becoming as hot as a branding iron. Lu Qingzhu endured this pain and opened her mouth towards Ihi. Then, visible sound waves distorted the air and swept over. Ihi's figure was drowned by these sonic waves, and the atomic energy in his body began to flicker like a flame. You see, if Ihi's legendary Demora bloodline wasn't high enough, his internal organs would have directly been torn into pieces by the aura of the nether bird's sound waves. Obviously, Ihi would eventually die by the attack. "Do you think you're the only one who can scream?" he questioned, almost amused, his eyes sparkling with a blue atomic glow. And just like that, he opened his mouth, and beams of blue light lit up on the vertebrae behind him, one after another. The atomic energy reacted violently, and this terrifying aura spread out. This sequence was familiar and could only lead to one outcome, Demora's atomic breath. Only this time, however, it was at the maximum power output. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu also felt the pressure but was not overwhelmed like previously. There was determination in her beautiful eyes. Already accustomed with this move, she neither backed down nor tried to use her strongest defense. Rather, she decided to use the strongest defensive move in her family, deeming the strongest offense as the best defense. Placing her middle and index finger on her forehead, a familiar jade color shimmered brightly on the tip of her fingers. It was evident at this point that Lu Qingzhu wants to confront Yi head-on. In that moment, a dazzling blue light beam rushed straight towards Lu Qingzhu with the force that broke through the clouds. You see, the outcome with this move will decide the winner of this battle, because after using the maximum power of the atomic breath, no atomic reaction will be able to take place in Ihi's body for the time being. On the other end, Lu Qingzhu, who had already given up on any defense and released her strongest means of attack, the Shenhuang martial arts Hunyuan Jade Finger, superimposed with the power of the Nether Sparrow bloodline, the Netherworld Bloodthorn, produced an explosive and matching counterattack. The jade-colored fingertips gathered purple-red destructive energy, and Lu Qingzhu pointed at the incoming atomic breath light column. The dark purple wings behind her also provided her with all the impact force to split the atomic breath light column forward. The two destructive attacks headed towards each other with a head-on collision imminent. But at this moment outside the arena, everyone watched with anticipation as the host announced excitedly that the kind of collision of power released was not something the two warriors can control. The examiners knew the severity of the collision and immediately maxed the barrier around the arena with martial energy. On the other hand, the mayor wasn't pleased with Lu Qingzhu's battle strategy of using an offensive attack to counterattack Yihi's atomic breath. In his eyes, no matter which of these two geniuses had an accident, it would be a loss for the entire Anqing and even the Xia Kingdom, so he decided to intervene. Not to stop the match, but rather to make sure neither Yihi nor Lu Qingzhu ends up as collateral damage. They've proven to be too important for their city to suffer any irreparable damage. Activating his genetic earth magic, the divine leyline wall, the earth trembled, and three thick high walls blessed with his martial energy rose up in an instant, blocking the atomic breath and netherworld blood thorn. The next moment, the stone wall collapsed and dazzling colorful light flooded everything. So as the dazzling energy explosion drowned everything, the martial arts shields released by the examiners together were all crumbling under the impact of this energy. Dust and smoke filled the entire arena and covered a huge portion of the stadium. Witnessing the aftermath of the collision, the audience realized that if the mayor hadn't intervened, most of them would have been collateral damage. Anyway, speaking of the mayor, the guy just stared at the smoke-filled arena with a solemn expression. You see, although he had just released 3 divine leyline walls in time to slow down the full-strength attack of Yi and Lu Qingzhu, his preparation time was too hasty, so the 3 divine leyline walls were not as strong as usual. In the end, they were smashed one after another from both sides, causing Yi's atomic breath and Lu Qingzhu's netherworld bloodthorn to inevitably collide with each other. You see, if anything goes wrong with either of these 2 people, even if he resigns as the mayor, he will not be able to quell the public's anger. In the hearts of the Xia people, a martial arts genius had the same appeal as a top star. Anyhow, at this moment inside the arena, a slender hand came to view as fresh blood drips onto the floor continuously. This hand obviously belongs to Lu Qingzhu, who had her entire left arm severely burned and messed up. She looked very miserable, crouching on the ground with her wings utterly burnt off. The martial power of her magical beast's true body had also been exhausted, so no more transformation for the time being. But even after all this, Lu Qingzhu didn't want to give up. She urged on, trying to will herself to still continue fighting. And just as she was about to get up, he came out from the dusty smoke, his sudden presence towering over her crouching form. If you don't get rid of the nuclear radiation in your body, you will be crippled in the future. Lu Qingzhu was silent for a moment. She recalled vividly that her move clearly hit her opponent, but why was Yi unharmed in any significant way? She finally spoke after a brief silence, wanting to know why he kept pushing her. She didn't even want to fight him to this extent, so why did Yi have to force her to fight seriously? Yi squatted down and looked at her directly in the eye. Do you really not want to fight me? Or are you just being rebellious and not wanting to admit your competitive spirit? When you were fighting so hard just now, I could feel your desire to win. Lu Qingzhu was speechless when she heard this, but when she thought things over during her recollection of the battle, she realized that Yi was right. She was thinking about defeating him just moments ago. That's why she even gave up on defending and used all her strength to attack. But then she suddenly wondered what was wrong with her. She obviously hated fighting and wanted to lose to Yi as soon as possible. But when she was fighting just a while ago, she felt it, a shift, an exhilarating feeling of fighting not for anyone but just for herself. Her wondering thoughts were cut short as Yi placed a hand on her left shoulder. This unexpected contact suddenly made Lu Qingzhu blush like a cherry tomato. He informed her of the reason she lost decisively. Apparently, she had too many distracting thoughts when she was fighting, and that's a recipe for failure against powerful opponents. He absorbed all the nuclear radiation in Lu Qingzhu's body, and then stood up. As she stared at her healed arm in confusion, he gave her a side comment, stating that she was still the strongest opponent he had ever met. So he hopes the next time they compete, if fate allows it, she would give it her all from the start so they can have the purest battle. This statement obviously deepens her blush even more. In that moment, Lu Qingzhu saw Yi under a different lens. The smoke and dust dissipated at this moment, and all cameras focused on the center of the arena. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi stood proudly. The referee waited for a moment, and after seeing the current state of Lu Qingzhu, he declared Yi as the winner. And with that, the first match of the semifinals came to an end. In the next battle, Chu Zhou won without any suspense, and advanced to the final with Yi. Obviously, the final, being the last battle and the supposed biggest climax of the N-City's college entrance examination, will determine who will be awarded the title of N-City's top scorer. But to be honest, the biggest beneficiary had undoubtedly become N-City's #1 middle school, with the grand finale of the college entrance exams consisting of only its students. The dark horse from N-City's #1 middle school, Yi, against the talented apex of the same N-City's #1 middle school, Chu Zhou. In the live stream for viewers, the hundreds of thousands of people watching at this moment with great excitement and anticipation had skyrocketed to tens of millions. And although the finals had no suspense like the semifinals between Yi and Lu Qingzhu, this was primarily because Yi was just too OP, and not necessarily that Chu Zhou was not talented enough. Anyway, an opponent like Yi, who had defeated Lu Qingzhu, no one was optimistic about Chu Zhou. But Chu Zhou did not let this affect his fighting spirit. He was a pure warrior with a firm warrior's heart. When he first awakened, he was admired by thousands of people, but he never allowed such fame to get to his head. Now that he wasn't the favorite with no attention centered on him, he wasn't discouraged either. Because in terms of willpower, Chu Zhou believes he was much stronger than Lu Qingzhu, thereby could match Yi. At the referee's command, the final battle officially began. "Come at me with everything you've got." He showed his white teeth, his eyes shimmering with evident delight. Even though Yi defeated the supposed strongest candidate, Lu Qingzhu, he would not be careless when facing Chu Zhou, because according to his observation, Chu Zhou's combat IQ was likely to be the highest among this year's candidates. "Please enlighten me," Chu Zhou stated calmly and placed his hands together, then slowly opened them, and a cold ice sword condensed in his palms. This activation was the power of his bloodline, the ice sculpture. Chu Zhou covered his body with a layer of frost martial energy that isolated the surrounding nuclear radiation, which showed that he had also carefully studied Yihee's fighting style. He came prepared. With his eyes fully focused, he took the 7-star steps. Then suddenly, his body left behind unpredictable afterimages, and he moved towards Yihee. The moment a loud whoosh sounded, hundreds of swords stabbed at Yihee from all directions. He just stood there, too lazy and unbothered to try to directly pursue the real Chu Zhou among his countless clones. He had his own way to break through these numerous illusory images. His fists were clenched tightly and his arm muscles became as hard as steel bars. But the most amazing thing was the blue atomic and martial energy radiating all over his arm in waves. The crystal blue light made the bulging veins on his arms clearly visible. Activating his explosive fist, he punched the floor in an explosive manner. The ground was shaken and a blue energy exploded forth, and with a deafening boom, the 10-meter radius around him was covered by nuclear energy. Chu Zhou was forced to retreat. What a monster! Chu Zhou looked at the dented arena that looked like it had been bombarded by cannonballs, feeling extremely fearful. With his defensive abilities, he couldn't possibly fight Yihee head-on. In other words, is there really any warrior of the same age who can fight Yihee in hand-to-hand combat? Even Shen Guan, the monster of Qingfeng Private High who specialized in physical strength, had no choice but to admit defeat and surrender when facing Yihee whose bloodline had awakened. At this moment, Chu Zhou decided to use his long-ranged attack to consume Yihee since he couldn't fight him in a close combat. Chu Zhou activated his bloodline awakening, the Ice Element Dragon. Dragon scales as crystal clear as ice grew out of Chu Zhou's body. His eyes turned into golden vertical pupils, and a pair of obsidian-like horns grew out of his head. With the power of his bloodline, he activated a skill, Ice Pulse. Suddenly, a violent cold current blew across the arena, and large pieces of ice spikes gathered into an ice tsunami that was dozens of meters high, rushing towards Yihee. You see, the Ice Dragon status among the third-tier magical beasts is not as high as the king-level bloodlines of the Shadow Tiger King and the Venus Ape Demon. But in Chu Zhou's hands, it is even stronger than the blood power of Kai Shaoling and Shen Guan. The audience and examiners were surprised. With this strong bloodline power, a wave of ice submerged the entire arena, and the entire stadium, which was shrouded in the hot summer sun, suddenly dropped to below zero temperature. The live stream that had just been constantly displaying how awesome Yihee was, suddenly became completely silent, and his haters cheered excitedly, claiming Chu Zhou to be so handsome and condemning Yihee as the devil. Chu Zhou gasped slightly. The sudden burst of such a strong icy force took quite a toll on his body. Even though Yihee was frozen by the thick ice pulse, he did not breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't naive enough to think Yihee would be defeated so easily by him. But at this moment, a barrage of comments suddenly floated across the live stream the moment the iceberg started to melt, and Yihee's wide-open mouth showed a blue atomic light emitting a breath of destruction that was brewing in his throat. Then the next moment, a bright blue beam of energy penetrated the iceberg and shot straight towards Chu Zhou. Chu Zhou, who had been on guard the whole time, was shocked with widened eyes. He couldn't believe how it was possible for Yihee to break through such thick icebergs so easily and quickly. He instantly pushed himself away and manipulated the ground to raise an icicle imbue with martial energy to serve as a barrier. When the blue energy beam hit the thick icicle, a deafening explosion occurred. But luckily enough, Yihee activated his atomic breath mainly to break out the iceberg he was trapped in, so it wasn't nearly enough as the previous instances. Nonetheless, it's too exaggerated. Yihee's abilities were truly the most dangerous anyone had ever invigilated. Nuclear radiations, nuclear explosions, nuclear lasers. Can a high school graduate really handle all these abilities? The melted ice was evaporated by the high-energy heat from Yihee's body as he took a step forward, clad in his usual nuclear light battle body. The atomic reaction in Yihee's body accelerated, and his body was covered with a layer of dazzling blue flames. Any ice vaporized into mist when it approached within 5 meters of him. It seems that I have restrained you very much. Yihee strode towards Chu Zhou, leaving a melting footprint on the ground with every step. No matter how Chu Zhou activated his ice-attributed blood to attack, it was of no avail. The gap in strength was simply too big. So far, only Lu Qingzhu had faced Yihee in this form head-on, and even Shen Guan had surrendered directly. Nonetheless, Chu Zhou wanted to give it a try. Chu Zhou's golden dragon eyes flashed as he stared at Yihee. He told his overpowered opponent of his last move. It was the current limit of his martial arts, and what he originally saved to face Lu Qingzhu with. Chu Zhou closed his eyes, shut down his 5 senses, and pointed the ice sword in his hand directly at the sky. A layer of frost covered his body, and the ice crystal dragon scales on his body appeared even more dazzling. This was a manifestation of the full activation of his bloodline power. Soul-damaging sword intent. The first person to react was the mayor. The shock on his face was no less than when he saw Lu Qingzhu performing the Shenhuang martial arts. This is sword intent, he thought silently. But how old is Chu Zhou to already possess such strength? Accompanied by a gust of cold wind, Chu Zhou was already upon Yi, and a high-pitched dragon roar and sword sound echoed throughout the arena. A few drops of hot fresh blood dripped onto the ground, burning several pits in the ground as Yi showed his slightly injured hand. There was a sword wound on the back of his hand that was deep enough to draw blood, but the flesh on the wound began wriggling and also started to flash a familiar blue light, as if it was slowly healing itself. He calmly told Chu Zhou to wait until he gets a better sword in the future. Then there might still be a chance to seriously cut his skin. Chu Zhou's eyes widened as he stared at the broken ice sword in absolute disbelief. He knew full well he had lost, but his curiosity made him ask Yi how much of a chance he had. Well, the chance of success is a little better than being a dog licker. Sighing softly, Chu Zhou raised his hand, looked at the referee, and announced that he'd given up. And just like that, Yi became the winner of An City's college entrance examination finals. The audience and the viewers across all platforms on every live stream erupted in joy and celebrations, especially the numerous fans of Yi. It was unbelievable for the dark horse of this year's college entrance exams to truly be the dark horse to the very end. Yi's face and title was displayed on every billboard, every news channel, and every live streaming platform as netizens praised and celebrated their city's champion. Everyone knew that the level of this An City's college entrance examination qualifying tournament was much higher than in the past, and Yi, who was able to make it out of it, was naturally the strongest number 1 scorer in the entire Anqing's history. No one will be able to surpass him in the future. Back at the stadium, the audience chanted Yi's name repeatedly as the mayor joined him on stage. The host also quickly got on the stage and announced with bated breath. To all the viewers who followed the 24th college entrance examination in Anqing on site and through the live broadcast, after 3 days of bloody battles, our Anqing city's top scorer in the college entrance examination has finally been born. He is Yi from An City's number 1 middle school. Student Yi, I heard that your strength is the result of catching up from behind and accumulating strength over time. Now that you have won the top spot, do you have anything to say? He was beyond stupefied. He thought the host was indeed a cultured person. He can even describe his cheating in such a subtle way. First of all, I want to thank my teacher. He was the one who did not give up on me and encouraged me when I was at my lowest point. That's what gave me the fighting spirit. At this moment elsewhere, the head teacher who was watching Yi's speech through the live broadcast began to shed tears, thinking that he was really unworthy of Yi's praise. He was really derelict in his duty by not noticing this monster until just before the college entrance exams. Anyway, the moment Yi was about to continue, a lean, middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the audience and waved his hands excessively in front of Yi. But realizing Yi had no intention of acknowledging his presence, he raised his hands in the air and made the number 2 million. The middle-aged man lip-synced, and he turned out to be the principal of An City's number 1 middle school, who wanted Yi to promote their school. His reward was a 2 million scholarship. This changed the attitude of the money-hungry hyena real quick. Also, I want to thank my alma mater and my principal. Without his wise leadership, we wouldn't be here. Yi originally didn't know what to say, but after seeing the principal's clear instructions, he suddenly understood how to finish the award speech. Finally, I want to thank myself. Without my hard work and wisdom, I would never be as glorious as I am today. Seriously, this bastard didn't even feel the least bit embarrassed when he spout those lies. Unexpectedly, in that very moment, the system also congratulated him for winning the title of champion. He will be rewarded with a random template ability. His eyes widened. It turns out that this template also had an achievement system. He wanted to check his new template ability right away, but he also knew the awards ceremony was going on, and with tens of thousands of eyes staring at him, he would have no way of studying it carefully. It seems he could only wait until later. After that, the mayor gave a summary and announced how smoothly the college entrance examination was held and how it ended successfully. But the moment he left the arena, passing through the stadium's corridor and heading towards the entrance, a swarm of reporters, like a cackle of crazed hyenas, rushed him with cameras of all kinds as soon as he passed through the open door. Student Yi, do you feel any pressure in winning the first prize? How did you grow so fast in just half a year? Are you going to Huadu University? He screamed desperately for the reporters to stop chasing him. He had to pee. But a sleazy-looking guy made his way beside him and shoved his phone in his face. Smirking. Student Yi, quick question. Between Lu Qingzhu and Kai Shaoling, who's prettier? Or do you prefer Xinguan? Or maybe Chu Zhou? He said nothing and bolted even faster. He didn't have time to waste with these reporters and their weird fan service interviews. After finally ditching the frenzy media, he made his way inside an empty basketball court, his eyes full of excitement with this new system's development. Seriously, who would have known that Yi was not limited to just one template, but more can be drawn through the system rewards? This is just too freaking insane. Just then, a man in a black windbreaker came to him and interrupted his amazing reverie. Student Yi, congratulations on winning the top spot. He jolted in surprise, wondering if the guy was a reporter. The man took off his hat in a respectful gesture and smiled knowingly. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a reporter. I'm from the imperial capital, so let's talk about something more classified, something like the issue of genetic lock. He immediately became nervous when he heard this. He knew that he hadn't unlocked any so-called genetic lock. All his abilities came from the monster template. Did this guy know of his abilities? Who exactly was he? As Yi remained silent, the guy then asked if he'd heard of the term genetic lock from his father. He replied calmly that he had. You see, according to the memory from the original host, this is indeed the case. But from the little memory he obtained after the traversal, that term had only come up once from his supposedly ordinary father. The guy pulled an envelope from his bag and asked Yi if he was curious about how his father, an ordinary taxi driver, knew the word that was completely inconsistent with his profession. He raised an eyebrow. Could it be that there was a big secret? Or was there another expert? The guy handed Yi the envelope and stated that due to his special status, the imperial capital had authorized a restricted document for him. He opened the envelope, and his eyes widened the moment he began to read through. Project Prometheus, the research institute which was once a giant in the field of biological genes on Blue Star, was wanted and blocked by various countries due to a certain incident. Therefore, a large number of core researchers were forced to hide their identities and disappear in the city. Apparently, it was said that genetic lock technology was once a key project of Prometheus. After reading through the document, Yi's expression was full of disdain. He understood what the man in the windbreaker meant. Apparently, these guys believe Yi's ordinary father was a senior researcher at Prometheus. And he, the son, was definitely one of the secret research results of Prometheus. The guy in the windbreaker assured Yi not to worry. The country will not make things difficult for him. He specifically came there just to let Yi know the situation. After all, as the person involved, he had the right to know. The guy clearly feared Yi might panic and do something reckless. As a key prospect in the cultivation program of the country, his safety was their top priority from here on out. He just stared at the guy, deadpan. Seriously, if he tells this guy that he was calmer than even him right now, would he believe him? Then his attitude suddenly shifted, feeling all smug like he's been burdened with an enormous duty rather than an enormous convenience. Damn, it's so annoying being famous and important these days, isn't it? When one becomes famous, they get more attention and invite more trouble. Society was really all about status. Anyway, with that, the guy took his leave first and left the basketball court. The moment the guy left, this shameless money-hungry hyena rubbed his hands in delight. Now that he had made a lot of money in this college entrance exams, everything seems to be heading in the right direction. Not only did he get a ticket to Huadu University, but he also received a $2 million scholarship from the principal and an additional $800,000 bonus. However, the most important thing was of course being able to draw a new template ability. Although he knew that a template as powerful as the legendary Madflame Demora was hard to come by, he still looked forward to the new template. He spared no time initializing the beginning of his new template ability. A swirling dark purple vortex appeared in front of him, and the roars of countless monsters were heard from it, like a cursed void full of ancient beasts. He stared in awe, slack-jawed. A moment later, he understood what template he had drawn the second the result appeared. A chaotic sound of footsteps shook the earth as a D-rank Colossus-type humanoid template came to view, with its bloodline ability being giantification. A 60-meter colossal titan with an ultra-heated steam. Its evolutionary path was an immutable humanoid and the current compatibility was 1%. He wasn't particularly pleased when he read through the colossal humanoid template, simply because it paled in comparison to Demora's A-rank template. But then his eyes widened as a realization hit him like a thunderclap. You see, it just might be possible that the abilities between templates can be superimposed. So if the colossal humanoid template was superimposed with Demora's template, what would be the result? Holy shit, the implication was too incredible to even imagine. But one thing was clear, he wouldn't just be on top of all monsters but the true undisputed king of every monster in existence. And the first real hybrid. Meanwhile, as the scene shifted elsewhere inside a dimly lit villa with an auspicious setting, we're introduced to Hualong, a massive-looking guy who is currently on the phone with someone who happens to be a business friend of his. The person at the other end asks if Hualong had some personal matters to deal with and would not accept any more tasks for the time being. That's right, cancel everything on my schedule. Hualong hung up the call, took a deep breath as he repeatedly tapped the redwood table in front of him rhythmically. But the only sound in the room was the faint audio from a television broadcast. A dent soon formed on the redwood table where his finger struck. You see, Hualong's younger brother had been missing for over half a month, and the search team sent to investigate returned empty-handed. Not even a corpse was found, but they did find some residue at the place where his brother's signal last appeared. After testing, it was found that there was a small amount of nuclear radiation. As an experienced hunter of forbidden secret realms, Hualong didn't need any confirmation. His brother was dead. Worse, the scene had also been cleaned up. No trace, no mistake. Hualong's gaze was locked on the television screen, and as it replayed the footage of Yihee's battle with Lu Qingzhu, specifically the moment Yihee unleashed his atomic breath beam, Hualong knew. He just had the gut feeling, and on top of that, the only known warrior with a nuclear radiation ability was Yihee. Hualong closed his eyes regrettably, weighed down with sorrow and guilt. He repeatedly told his younger brother to quit with the underground involvement in society, but he didn't listen to his advice. And now he'd failed their mother. Hualong promised their mother that he would take care of him before she passed away. The moment Hualong opened his eyes, his entire demeanor and facial expression had transformed into something grotesque. He stared at a motion picture of Yihee being declared as the winner and acknowledged as a rare genius in An City. It's obvious that Huadu University would be vying for him. However, it's too bad that they would not be able to witness his enrollment. Early the next day, Yihee was just about to head into a secret realm to test the new template along with some other theories when he received a delivery. A handwritten letter from Chu Zhou. In the letter, Chu Zhou informed Yihee that according to the investigation of the Huadu Central Research Bureau, a new secret realm rift was projected to open in An City's Redwood Mountain at 3 p.m. that very day. The estimated level of the secret realm was around C rank or probably higher. Chu Zhou plans to join the warriors who plan to explore the new secret realm, and was asking if Yihee would like a team-up. Yihee's first reaction after reading the letter was not about the new secret realm, but rather at the absurdity of using a letter as a means of communication. Seriously, what era was Chu Zhou freaking in? Could that weird fucker also be a time traveler? Anyway, 3 o'clock in the afternoon at An City's Redwood Mountain. The once sparsely populated Mangrove Mountain finally welcomed the most visitors it's ever had in its history. Thousands of warriors had gathered at the Mangrove Mountain, including many powerful warriors and organizations with a long-standing reputation. Even helicopters and troops have been stationed there to prevent any accidental conflicts. The new secret realm means unpredictable dangers, but it also means that everything is undeveloped. It's also filled with rumors of getting rich overnight or opportunities for low-level warriors to soar to the sky. At the base of the mountain, he met up with Chu Zhou, who now had a sword hanging around his waist. Chu Zhou noticed immediately that Yihee had grown stronger again. He gave a creepy smile, annoyed and also surprised at this insight. He didn't expect Chu Zhou to have such a keen sense. After all, he had just used some of his prize money to buy several gene serums and managed to increase the compatibility of the colossal humanoid template to 35%. Sure, it's just a D-rank monster template, but it has its advantages and grows faster, which can produce results quickly. The two chatted casually as they waited for the rift to open. Curious, he asked Chu Zhou which university he applied for. Chu Zhou's mood seems to be a little off, but he still replied that he applied for Huadu University. He had noticed this but chose not to pry. He simply stated that they might still end up as classmates in the future. In that very moment, the crowd erupted in excitement, announcing that the secret realm was opening. A gap about several dozen meters long appeared on the mountainside of Redwood Mountain, with a galaxy-like fluid flowing inside. Suddenly, a sharp scream came from the spatial rift, and the next moment, a ferocious monster bird with 3 heads and dark and purple feathers forced its way halfway out of the rift. This was undoubtedly a high-tier monster. Relying on its incredible advantage in the air, it grabbed the first position to rush out of the secret realm. But unfortunately, it was greeted by thousands of fully armed warriors. The warriors let out a battle roar that shook the mountains and forests, not caring at all about the 3-headed strange bird stuck in front of them as they all rushed forward aggressively. The 3-headed strange bird looked in horror at the thousands of warriors rushing towards it like crazy. The poor bird tried to drill back in, but embarrassingly, it was stuck. Within a few seconds, its huge body was trampled into mud by the warriors. He and Chuzhou followed behind a large group of warriors and also passed through the rift in the secret realm. And as for that three-headed strange bird, both its body and magic core were hacked to pieces. It was a tragic death. Inside the Redwood Mountains secret realm, everyone was greeted by a jaw-dropping sight. It was an extremely exaggerated forest of giant colorful trees. Each tree was nearly 100 meters high. A dozen people may not be able to hug a tree, and the warriors under the trees were no different from ants. A thick metallic stench of blood rushed into Ihi's nose. Then he saw that a small tide of beasts had already gathered in front of the rift in the secret realm. It seems a few distance away from the entrance of the rift would undoubtedly become the first battlefield between the mini-beast tide and the arriving warriors. Without a moment of hesitation, the warriors rushed forward. Their roars and wails gathered together to play a cruel and bloody symphony of war. You see, the reason why the warriors resisted the beast tide in front of the secret realm instead of dispersing to look for treasures was because of a law enacted by the state. Warriors have the right to freely explore the secret realm, and also have the obligation to resist the beast tide in the secret realm for their planet Blue Star. If a warrior ignores the beast tide and causes the beast tide to flood into reality and cause casualties among the people, his warrior status will be revoked and he will be brought to a military court. For a warrior, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He and Chuzhou also joined the ranks to fight against the beast tide. Chuzhou activated his bloodline and released a large stream of ice to freeze the feet of the monsters in front, hindering their movement. Although the ice would soon be shattered by the monsters and break free, it still successfully hindered their actions for a few seconds. Many warriors seized the opportunity and rushed forward to kill the frozen monsters. Unexpectedly, a beast tried to ambush Chuzhou from behind, but in that split second, the poor bastard was hit with an atomic fist and instantly melted into a meat paste. Chuzhou thanked a completely unfazed He the moment he warned him to watch his back. He, looking quite bored, added that none of the beasts inside the secret realm were worth fighting. And true to his words, a field of smoldering corpses behind him was a testament to this. Witnessing such an absolutely terrifying, grotesque scene, Chuzhou was stunned. He had already wiped out so many monsters effortlessly while he and the other warriors were carefully holding the line. This was undoubtedly the results of his nuclear radiation. It was hard to resist and silent. The most terrifying thing is that it will directly attack the cells of living things. On the battlefield, He, the human-shaped nuclear pollution source, can finally release radiation without restraint. There were constant wailing sounds coming from the herd of beasts. They opened their bloody mouths wide and tried to get close to He, but before they got a few meters closer, their flesh and blood melted and they collapsed to the ground, wailing weakly. Even if a few monsters forcibly break through the nuclear radiation network, they will only face Ihi's more ferocious atomic blasting fist. If a monster wants to attack in the air, it will be greeted by the dazzling atomic breath that symbolizes destruction. The only difference between a monster dying from these two moves and one dying from nuclear radiation is that it dies more quickly without having to endure the pain of slow withering. He was just absolutely terrifying. He was like the god of death on the battlefield. Wherever he goes, life within that vicinity begin to rot and die. His fighting style even made the rest of the warriors extremely frightened. They secretly felt lucky that Ihi was one of them. He, on the other hand, looked at the magic cores that could not even fill several bags, and couldn't help but smile, revealing the joy of a farmer's good harvest. But that smile frightened the surrounding warriors even more, and they felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Without counting Ihi's various moves derived from atomic reactions, not many warriors would want to make an enemy of him just with his deadly nuclear radiation field. In other battlefields not far away, the warriors who were fighting with monsters looked back and found the others behind resting leisurely. A curious warrior cursed in amazement, wondering why the fight behind them ended so quickly. Was there a high-level warrior among them? No, another calmly replied. Obviously, among them was Ancity's top scorer in the college entrance exams. The top scorer in the college entrance exams? Isn't that a martial artist? How could a martial artist possibly kill so many monsters? Apparently, the curious warrior missed the live broadcast of the college entrance exams, deeming it uninteresting. Seriously, what was so special about a fight between high school students? Hearing this, the other called him a foolish idiot, because that high school student can effortlessly beat 10 of him. You see, a beast tide can be formed because there were several lord-level monsters leading them. As long as these lord-level monsters were beheaded, the beast tide will disperse. Currently, about 10 high-level warriors had joined forces to go deep into the beast tide to search for lord-level monsters and carry out a decapitation operation. As for the other monsters in the beast tide, although their average strength was weaker, Their numbers were endless. As the battle dragged on endlessly, the warriors began to show signs of fatigue, so they decided to drive the monsters towards their champion. It's unclear who came up with this idea, but the warriors quickly reached a strategy to use Ihi's nuclear radiation field to fight against the beast tide. More and more magical beasts were led to Ihi's location, including some high-level magical beasts with extremely terrifying strength. He did not need to take the initiative to attack. He just needed to stay under the protection of the warriors and continuously release lethal amount of nuclear radiation to attack the beast tide. As for the nuclear radiation that managed to breach the martial energy of the warriors and accidentally made contact, Ihi easily absorbed them. With Ihi as the core on the battlefield, every warrior in his vicinity gathered around him, and together, they resisted the invading monsters. And although there were also some highly intelligent beasts among the tide, they discovered Ihi's peculiarity and could only guide other monsters to attack continuously in an effort to overwhelm their enemy. For a moment, the fighting intensity on the battlefield escalated rapidly, and it was unknown how long this intense battle lasted, until a flare flashed in the air, signaling the successful decapitation operation of the leaders of the beast tide. The eyes of the warriors, which had been numb from fighting, finally lit up. They won, and the beast tide was beginning to retreat. On the other side of the battlefield, Chu Zhou, who had been forced into a desperate situation a while back, finally wiped the sweat on his face in exhaustion. Chu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that the fight against the first wave of beasts in the Redwood Mountain secret realm had been won. The beast tide retreated, and the thousands of warriors that had originally gathered were now reduced to just over 800 people. Those who survived were covered in blood, and many were left disabled, ending their path as warriors. This is the life of a warrior, enjoying glory and unfathomable danger, and never knowing which will come first. He walked towards Chu Zhou carrying several large sacks on his back. His relaxed look was very conspicuous among the warriors after the battle. He asked Chu Zhou if he knew how he can transport all his goods. You see, during the beast's tide retreat, he slowly came to the side of each magical beast that died of nuclear radiation and dug out their magic cores. Perhaps the warriors could still take advantage of the magical beasts that died from other attacks, but facing the magical beasts covered in deadly nuclear radiation, no one dared to even get close. Anyway, Ihi, feeling somewhat helpless, dropped the several large sacks filled with magic cores on the ground the moment Chu Zhou handed him a silver-black ring. It was his space ring. The money-hungry hyena couldn't help smiling when he saw a space ring worth tens of millions. He never knew Chu Zhou was that rich. A sudden bustling from the crowd behind them drew their attention. He and Chu Zhou looked up and found that many people were crowded in one place, each with eyes full of admiration. Soon the crowd made a path, and a tall, particularly upright man named Wu San strode in. He found that he was actually walking towards him. Apparently, Wu San and his group of friends were the high-level warriors who managed to eliminate the Lord-level monsters, ending the beast tide before the rest died of exhaustion sooner or later. He walked up to Ihi and introduced himself as Wu San, the leader of the Silver Wolf martial arts group in Anqing. He had just heard of Ihi's heroic performance from the members of the group, and was wondering if Ihi would like to join them. Joining the Silver Wolf martial arts group will not affect Ihi's college education, but will allow him to enjoy various subsidies and benefits. Wu San was even willing to sign an S-level group membership contract with Ihi. Wu San's words made the surrounding warriors extremely envious of Ihi. On planet Blue Star, warriors can apply to the Warrior Association to form a martial arts group. The group will receive sponsorship from various companies, which will be converted into activity funds for the group and various subsidies for the members. Without the support of a martial arts group, a single warrior cannot support his extremely expensive career. The Silver Wolf martial arts group was considered as a large-scale martial arts group in the entire Xia Kingdom. Even ordinary students of the Imperial Capital University were not eligible for the S-level contracts. This signing was definitely not unfair to Ihi, but rather a sign that Wu San values his talent. In that very moment, a gorgeous tiger with shiny hair walked out from the crowd. It wasn't a warcraft, but a genetically synthesized beast, created by a genetic company. Sitting cross-legged on it was a heroic woman. The woman previously wondered why Wu San left the moment the beast tide ended. Turns out he was running ahead to snatch away a prospect. She then invited Ihi to join the Chengda martial arts group. Although they were smaller than the Silver Wolf, she can guarantee that after Ihi joins the group, he can enjoy 15% of the group's monthly training resources. As soon as these words were spoken, all the warriors' eyes widened. 15% of the training resources? Isn't this equivalent to investing? It seems that they still underestimated Ihi's potential, causing these martial arts groups to make crazy concessions and scramble for him. Other martial arts group leaders were all silent. They also wanted to win over Yi, but Chengda and Silver Wolf both offered such high conditions. They needed to think about whether it was worth it to offer conditions comparable to those of these two martial arts groups. But soon, Yi gave his answer, apologizing to the two that he doesn't have any intention of joining a martial arts group for the time being. Wu Sen and his companions were not surprised by this answer. After all, with Yi's level, he would be extremely outstanding even if he wasn't placed in a top martial arts group. They regarded winning him over this time as a way to establish a good relationship. Several people came forward and extended the same courtesy. And after a few brief greetings, they all left. During this period, Chu Zhou was also invited by Wu San and others. He was also offered an S-level contract, but just like Yi, he declined. The Beast Tide crisis ended, and many warriors left one after another, starting the stage of free exploration. Since the secret realm was a forest of giant trees, he suggested they go to the top of the tree canopy to see the overall layout of the entire area before making any plans. Chu Zhou had no objection, he thought so too. Looking at the giant tree that was hundreds of meters high, they used their own methods to climb up. Chu Zhou gathered strength with his knees and then jumped up suddenly. When his jump reaches the highest point, he will control the moisture in the air and condense it into ice under his feet as a fulcrum, and then perform a double jump. He was even simpler and more brutal. He directly activated his nuclear light combat body mode, gathered nuclear energy under his feet, and then ejected it like a rocket, propelling his body into the air. He was the first to reach the tree canopy, seconds before Chu Zhou did. But what the two saw made Chu Zhou's eyes widen in absolute disbelief. What the hell is that? The two saw a group of black humanoid creatures moving slowly in the distance. Their bodies are as huge as mountains, and they can be seen even hundreds of kilometers away. Such a huge body must be more than 1,000 meters tall. It's really hard to imagine. Hearing this, he disagrees. It is not difficult to imagine that they were still young. In the next few years, they may be able to even conquer these mysterious beasts and even find out the truth about the secret realm. Chu Zhou looked at Yi in silence, feeling that his classmate was worthy of his name. He would feel fear when facing an unknown powerful existence, while Yi would be confident that he could defeat such powerful existence. It seems he was not as good as Yi not only in martial arts but also in willpower. He was the real warrior. Yi, on the other hand, didn't know that his casual remark had written a 1,000-word essay in Chu Zhou's mind, and being regarded as a life mentor. Anyway, Yi was not simply looking out from the treetops, he was also maintaining his life magnetic field to detect the distribution of life in the secret realm. But the strange thing he noticed was the location of a lake that appeared completely blank in his magnetic field, like a vacuum zone. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Where there's smoke, there's definitely fire. And the bigger the wind and waves, the more valuable the fish. He pointed a finger southeast and told Chu Zhou to take a look. There was a lake there, so they needed to go take a look. He decisively took Chu Zhou to the lake to go all in. The two of them quickly passed through the giant tree forest and came to the edge of the lake. When they arrived, 3 people had already gathered there, one of whom was an acquaintance of Yi. He was surprised to see Huang Yuli, who joked about his sudden appearance with a chuckle. Well, isn't this our top scorer? Huang Yuli didn't expect the high school student she helped weeks ago to be so powerful. She sponsored Yi with a discounted warrior business card when he debuted. And although it wasn't a big help, he always remembered it. The teammate beside her, a tattooed bald guy, also joked when he found out Yuli knew the little top scorer of An City. Exactly, hurry up and introduce him to us, the other teammate in glasses added. After all, this top scorer was quite impressive when he was fighting against the Beast Tide a while ago. Huang Yuli briefly recounted the story of Yi's first entry into the Warrior Center, which made the other 2 teammates marvel at the wonder of fate. A young man who was met by chance would surprise everyone half a month later. Curious, Yi asked how long Huang Yuli had been there. She replied that they just arrived not long ago, and 2 of her teammates who were good at swimming went down to the lake to explore the way. But just as Huang Yuli finished saying this, a figure rushed to the surface of the water. He was a teammate of Huang Yuli and the others. Yu Yang said to everyone with evident excitement, "Jackpot! We've hit the jackpot, guys, we're gonna be rich." Hearing this, Huang Yuli asked Yu Yang to explain what he just said more clearly. How did they strike it big? Yu Yang explained that there's a ruin under the lake. Upon hearing this, the entire team, especially Huang Yuli, was extremely excited. But with the exception of Yi, everyone understood what Yu Yang had just explained. He nudged Chu Zhou's arm and asked him to explain. In the secret realm, there are some mysterious buildings that are suspected to be left by a civilization in the secret world. They were collectively called ruins by experts. The ruins contain technologies or artifacts left behind by a civilization in the secret realm. Chu Zhou paused, and then continued. It is said that the theoretical basis of our modern human martial arts and many genetic technologies come from these ruins. Perhaps Yu Yang was too excited, because he realized that two outsiders, Yi and Chu Zhou, were also present after he told his teammates this information. Yu Yang secretly regretted having leaked the news without surveying his surroundings. He immediately stared at the two with hostile eyes. Chu Zhou sensed the murderous intent as Yu Yang placed a hand on the sword at his waist. People die for money every day, so it is not uncommon for them to kill each other in front of ruins where interests are important. Anyway, just as Yu Yang was about to engage, Huang Yuli angrily shouted, stopping the idiot. He placed an elbow on Chu Zhou's shoulder as the two stared at Yu Yang with a mocking look. Huang Yuli explained that Yi and Chu Zhou were the first and second in City's college entrance exams. Their strength far exceeds that of most ordinary warriors, so it would be better to have them join for the raid. This made Yu Yang ask how they were going to divide the spoils. Hearing this, he was unbothered. As external aid, the two of them will be allocated according to their effort. The more they contribute, the more loot they get. Yu Yang's eyes flickered, and seeing that the remaining two teammates agreed, he didn't say anything more. After all, he was in an extraordinary position now and was destined to be a big shot in the future, so it was better not to make enemies with him if possible. Finally, Yu Yang led the way as everyone followed him into the lake. Relying on a warrior's powerful lung capacity, the six of them dived 30 meters to the bottom of the lake. Yu Yang found the mark left before and led everyone to a cave at the bottom of the lake. There was a hidden secret passage in the cave. When everyone surfaced from the water, they found themselves in an underground cave. After Yu Yang got ashore, he muttered in confusion. This is really strange. Where is that guy Li Wei? Wasn't he asked to stay here? Maybe he found some treasure and left first. The tattooed guy stated a little angrily, obviously thinking that Li Wei was very unfair. Yu Yang took out the walkie-talkie and called Li Wei several times, but there was no response. Yu Yang had a bad feeling that something had happened. But then Huang Yuli asked calmly, after you guys came to this underground cave, did you explore whether there are any signs of monster activities? No, Yu Yang replied. Li Wei and I released all the monster bait bombs, but not a single monster hair appeared. The other female teammate was shaken. This underground cave seems very dangerous, and Li Wei was also missing. Maybe they shouldn't continue exploring. This annoyed Yu Yang, who shouted in response. We must explore. If we dare not take the wealth and glory in front of us, then we will be low-level warriors all our lives. Those who are afraid of death should get out now while they still can. Due to this, no one present withdrew, and even the female teammate who had just proposed the withdrawal remained silent. As Yu Yang said, if the mountain of gold was right in front of them, it would be against human nature not to grab it. In that case, the group proceed forward. Yu Yang led the way for everyone. Because of Li Wei's loss of contact, the group was now very silent, always on guard against possible dangers. Yu Yang took out an ultraviolet flashlight and shone it on the ground. The marks he and Li Wei had left in advance were clearly visible under the ultraviolet flashlight. The group gradually went deeper into the underground cave, and the road became narrower and narrower until only one person could pass through. He walked in the narrow tunnel with his eyes flickering. He turned his head to meet Chu Zhou's eyes and began to speak in lip language. Chu Zhou, something is wrong. Yeah, I noticed too, the time doesn't match. They both noticed something was wrong because it was so obvious. Huang Yuli said that their team had just arrived at the lake not long ago, about 10 minutes at most. But Yu Yang and Li Wei were able to find this cave at the bottom of such a huge lake, and through the underground cave, they found such a hidden route leading to the ruins. It's just like having a map perspective in a game. Perhaps the temptation of the news about the ruins was too great, or perhaps the parties involved are confused while the bystanders can see more clearly. Faced with their former teammates, experienced warriors like Huang Yuli did not notice anything unusual. This is obviously a scam. Chu Zhou wanted to know if he should alert Yi's acquaintances and leave, but Yi told him not to panic. He had a trump card. Chu Zhou nodded and remained silent. If Yi was sure, then there was no need to question. Walking out of the narrow path, the view in front of the group suddenly opened up. Huang Yuli and the other two teammates looked gloomy. Huang Yuli suddenly asked Yu Yang about the ruins he spoke of earlier. The huge cave they were in was the size of a football field, with dense dark green vines covering every corner. Many vines were wrapped with dull magic cores, and around them were the corpses of magical beasts that had turned to bones. No wonder we didn't see many aquatic monsters when we were diving. It turns out that they had already been devoured by a top predator. Suddenly, the other teammate screamed. At the location where she pointed was a dried corpse pierced by vines hanging in the air. And judging from the clothes the corpse was wearing, it was Li Wei. Huang Yuli and her female teammate were trembling with widened eyes. And Yu Yang did not answer Huang Yuli's earlier question about the ruins. He suddenly knelt on the ground, holding his head, and talking to himself neurotically. Yu Yang seemed to have regained his last bit of sanity. He suddenly turned around and looked at everyone, murmuring something incoherently about Li Wei's death, the vines catching up to him, his escape, and a whole bunch of nonsense. But the next moment, his head began to swell up, and seconds after, it exploded like fireworks, and several vines swayed from the gap in his head like the tentacles of a devil. A split second after that, a dazzling blue light beam submerged Yu Yang's upper body, and those strange vines were also destroyed by the atomic energy. Who would have thought that a monster could be so intelligent? After hunting two warriors, it actually parasitized the brain of one of them and used him as bait to lure more prey. He looked at the dark green vines that were slowly moving in the entire cave with cold eyes. With a crackling sound, a huge rock entangled with vines fell from above like a freaking meteor and collapsed behind them, blocking their retreat. Chu Zhou looked at these terrifying vines and finally remembered that he had read information about this kind of monster in a book. It was a second-order king-level magical beast species, the ghost demon vine. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuli and the two other teammates paused in their breathing, trembling with fear. The king-level blood species cannot be estimated by ordinary levels. This level was simply not something that a few first-level warriors like them can fight against. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. He didn't care what level it was. Everyone would just have to watch how he hacks it to pieces. But just as he was about to enter Colossal Titan mode, a loud boom sounded from behind. The collapsed passage behind them was blasted open, and a mysterious warrior with terrifying blood energy swept over. The blood energy on his body even distorted the surrounding air, leaving a long trail of bloody smoke. With this much chi and blood smoke, he was an 8th-level warrior. You see, originally, Huolong had no plans to come to the secret realm of Redwood Mountain. But when he heard that a certain someone in the secret realm was using terrifying nuclear radiation capabilities to help the warriors resist the beast tide, he immediately realized that this person was Yi. After arriving at the secret realm, it was very easy to find his target's trace. As long as he follows the routes where there was a small amount of radiation left, he can find Yi's whereabouts. When he found Yi, it was just when Yu Yang emerged from the lake. And although Huolong was far away from them when he found Yi's location, he also heard Yu Yang's mention of ruins. Huolong's breathing became a little rapid, so he chose to stay put for the time being, waiting for Yi and the others to enter the bottom of the lake and find the ruins before taking action. In the secret world, warriors killing each other often occurs. And because it was difficult to obtain evidence, the government often turns a blind eye. So this was the perfect opportunity to kill his brother's murderer and City's top scorer without worrying about the Xia Kingdom's retribution. If he can take some valuable items from the ruins with him, then he will definitely flee to a country that is strong enough to shelter him if trouble arrives. Huolong concealed his breathing and followed the group into the underground cave. But unexpectedly, they destroyed the narrow tunnel as soon as they went in, blocking Huolong's way forward. Huolong's heart sank, and his first reaction was that he had been exposed. Huolong believed he noticed his presence, even though he stopped his heartbeat, breathing, and other states and fell into a state of suspended animation. He really underestimated Yi, and Yi was worthy of being the one who can force his younger brother into a desperate situation. He, on the other hand, had just noticed Huolong's presence, and was even confused that the mysterious 8th-level warrior was in search of him. Why was this freaking uncle pining for him? He didn't even know the guy. He just rushed in all of a sudden and monologued some gibberish like they knew each other. The strange thing was that he seemed to feel that this mysterious warrior glanced at him with resentment. But it must be an illusion, right? Huolong directly burst out with the blood and energy of an 8th-level warrior, and had already broken through the collapsed tunnel, bulldozing his way out and declaring that he should prepare to die. Huolong launched in Yi's direction, his roar like the sound of thunder. In the air, he soon realized that something was wrong. The supposed ruins in front of him was clearly the cave of a powerful monster. You see, the demonic vine hunts its prey based on its life breath. And at this moment, Huolong's life breath was the strongest, so he became the demonic vine's primary target. A thunderous boom sounded, and the entire cave at the bottom of the lake was shaking as if there was an earthquake. Countless vines shattered the rock layers and rushed towards Huolong. Huolong looked at Yi unwillingly. Cursing, Huolong questioned Yi if this was also his plan. Huolong's path towards Yi was blocked, and he could only resist the attack of the demonic vine. After all, it was a king-level blood species, Even if it was only the second level, it could still cause a veteran warrior like him to fall. The ghost demon vine raised wave after wave of demon vines, trying to kill Huolong. But Huolong's punches and kicks were like artillery shells, and countless vines close to him were blown into pieces, with their juice spilling onto the ground. Although it seemed that Huolong had the upper hand, the greatest characteristic of the demon vine was that it absorbed qi, blood, and martial arts and released nerve toxins. Huolong could feel that his condition was declining, while the demonic vine was growing endlessly. If the battle lasted a long time, he would definitely be defeated there. Huang Yuli, clearly alarmed, informed the group that the cave was about to collapse because of the fight. But she was immediately told to get out of the way. A dark blue rough skin had grown on Ihi's body, with crystal blue light flowing through the cracks on his skin. He opened his mouth, and the protruding vertebrae on his back lit up with blue light one after the other. Then, accompanied by a thunderous boom, the maximum power of the atomic breath was released, and a torrent of blue light that seemed to break through everything broke through the rock formation above everyone, shot into the lake above the rock formation, and then rushed out of the lake and shot into the sky. A large amount of lake water poured into the cave from the gap above, and the passage leading to the outside world was surprisingly opened by Ihi. He told Huang Yuli and her teammates to escape first. Hearing this, they did not hesitate and did as they were told. After all, among them, Ihi, although not an official martial artist, was the strongest. If he did not stay behind to cover the retreat, the others would not be able to do so. "Don't even think about running away," Huolong shouted loudly, and all the martial energy burst out of his body, shattering all the demon vines within a radius of dozens of meters. He stomped the ground, and a wave of air exploded behind him, and he rushed towards Ihi like a missile. Chuzhou, who had been on guard the whole time, drew his sword at the first opportunity, and the power of his bloodline burst out, pouring all the cold air into this sword made of cold attribute material with a martial energy transmission rate of up to 82%. He activated his soul-damaging sword intent, and an extremely sharp sword energy cut a vacuum zone in the air, and a thick layer of ice condensed wherever the sword energy passed. Huolong threw a punch, and his fist rubbed against the air to create a flame, and his raging blood made the flame appear blood red. The blood flame fist and the icy sword intent collided, causing a large amount of water mist to scatter. He knew that Chuzhou's sword could not stop the opponent. After all, the gap in martial arts was too big, so he rushed into the water mist right after him, activated his nuclear light combat body, and the terrifying atomic energy gathered on his fist. The dazzling blue light illuminated the entire underground cave as Ihi activated his atomic explosive fist. Huolong, who was caught off guard by Ihi's punch, flew backwards and smashed into the stone wall. Huolong spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and crawled out from the stone wall. After receiving Chuzhou's strongest sword and Ihi's charged punch, except for the burns on his skin, he still exuded a powerful aura. High-level warriors have their skin, flesh, and bones tempered, and even their internal organs have been tempered in every way. Their entire body has long since turned into an incredibly tough killing machine. He told Chuzhou to leave first. After Chuzhou swung his sword, his momentum weakened. He knew that he could no longer help Ihi, so he decisively withdrew so as not to cause him any trouble. Not long after Chuzhou left, the cave began to collapse on a large scale. Countless rocks fell down, revealing the thick ghost vines inside. Meanwhile, Huang Yuli and the others stood on the shore, watching the lake become turbid, and the sound of the ground collapsing continued to echo at the bottom of the lake. It was obvious that the demon vine had gone completely crazy, and it was stirring up the entire lake bottom into a mess. Huang Yuli was relieved when Chuzhou also came ashore, but she found that Ihi did not follow Chuzhou. "Where's Ihi?" Chuzhou looked at the bottom of the lake and didn't say anything. At this moment, a brilliant blue lightning flashed across the lake, illuminating the entire surface. And the moment Ihi bit his palm, fine blue electric current burst out from the wound. Huolong felt something was wrong, so he sprinted towards Ihi with all his strength, trying to interrupt him. But it was too late. With a deafening boom, a dazzling blue lightning burst out from Ihi's body, and Huolong was directly submerged by the countless blue lightning. His muscles, which were as hard as an alloy, began to carbonize the moment they touched the lightning. Similar to an Attack on Titan transformation type shit, every Titan transformer transforms by biting their palm. And during the transformation, huge energy will burst out of their body, usually released in the form of lightning. Since the Colossal Titan was the largest after transformation, the energy released by the transformer was also the largest during the process. Therefore, one of the strategic attributes of the Colossal Titan is to be used as a small human nuclear bomb. With a roar like a giant beast, he turned into a dazzling blue ball of lightning, and then the lightning exploded, submerging everything in a terrifying energy explosion. Chu Zhou and the rest watched the terrifying blue energy current in the lake explode out of the water, and hurriedly moved away from the lake to avoid being accidentally injured. A large amount of water vapor rose, and the raging blue lightning stopped only after half of the lake water evaporated. Chu Zhou and the rest vaguely saw a huge figure flash by in the mist, but soon the huge black shadow disappeared, which made them wonder if they had seen it wrong. Just as they were on guard, a naked Yi rushed ashore and asked Chu Zhou for some clothes. Chu Zhou took out a dark leather pants and a tank top from his space ring and threw it to Yi. Fully clothed, Chu Zhou asked Yi about the sudden explosion just now. Yi explained that it was that mysterious warrior. He actually carried a plasma bomb and died together with the demon vine. Plasma bomb? Isn't that a military contraband? What kind of person has access to that thing? And I feel that the explosion just now seems to be more powerful than a plasma bomb. Chu Zhou stated skeptically. Although many things seemed to be out of place after the mysterious warrior appeared, and everyone did not have much time to think about these things, Chu Zhou, on the other hand, was as rational as ever, pointing out that the massive lightning and the giant in the smoke didn't seem like a plasma bomb. He kept insisting that it was a plasma bomb, and Chu Zhou saw wrong. He was relieved when Chu Zhou nodded and tactfully didn't delve into the matter further. Everyone has their own secrets, including himself and Yi. Also, it would be bad if Chu Zhou learns of his monster template abilities. He was already a little heavy-handed, and Huolong was crushed by him. He lost the corpse, but fortunately, he got the magic core of the ghost demon vine. Anyway, after they had just escaped death, Huang Yuli and her two teammates were very tired and had already planned to leave that secret place. She apologized to Yi for not only following them for nothing, but also troubled him to save them. They will compensate him when he leaves the secret realm. He told her not to be so polite. He will just consider this trouble as repaying the favor she did for him. However, if she gives him any compensation regardless, then won't he always owe her a favor? Huang Yuli smiled heartily and said no more about the matter. She waved goodbye to Yi and left with her two teammates. In the next 2 days, Yi and Chu Zhou continued to explore the secret realm. With the powerful perception of the life magnetic field, Yi and Chu Zhou found many spiritual medicines. Although they did not find any magical and rare spiritual medicines like the blood jade fruit, it was still a fruitful harvest. By the 3rd day, Yi and Chu Zhou felt that they had reaped enough harvest and was ready to leave the Redwood Mountains secret realm. In the end, the spoils that the two of them had found were divided, with Yi taking the lion's share. After the two came out of the rift of the secret realm, they were slightly shocked to see the current appearance of Mangrove Mountain. The Redwood Mountain, which was once a barren mountain, has been completely transformed. All the trees and boulders on the entire mountain were razed to the ground and replaced with a steel jungle made of concrete and steel bars, which housed a hospital, an auction, an arsenal, and even a hot spring hotel. Even a temporary airport was built far away from the Red Tree Mountain. When night falls, the bustling lights of the entire Mangrove Mountain can probably be seen in the atmosphere. Xia country's infrastructure capabilities were truly terrifying. He and Chu Zhou couldn't help but admire this incredible development. Anyway, a while later, Yi went to the Secret Realm Appraisal Office, prepared to appraise his harvest this time, and handed over 1/10 of the harvest as tax. He summoned a large sack from his space ring and threw it on the table. Seeing Yi's rough movements, the staff immediately reprimanded him. If anything inside the office is damaged because of him, it will not benefit him in any way. He scratched the back of his head and apologized. He had too many things in his hands. And if he didn't take them out quickly, he's afraid she won't be able to finish the appraisal before noon. The staff simply told Yi to rest assured. Every person in there was a professional. Hearing this, Yi took out another large sack from the space ring and placed it on the ground with care. Then came the 3rd sack, the 4th sack, the 5th sack. The lady looked as pale as death when Yi kept pulling sack after sack like he freaking owned the Redwood secret realm. Was he moving goods? For about 3 minutes, she finally couldn't help it and asked Yi if he was done. She breathed a sigh of relief when Yi replied that he was, but then he added that he was done moving the sacks. But there were still a lot of spiritual medicines left to take out. When the lady heard this, she quickly moved Yi to the Spiritual Medicine Appraisal Center. This was because the identification process of spiritual medicine was much more complicated and time-consuming than that of magic cores. It seemed she and the rest of the staff would have to work overtime today. The staff were stunned when they saw the magical medicine spread all over a table. Was Yi from the wholesale market? When did rare elixirs become as plentiful as cabbages? In order to identify the spiritual medicine that Yi brought out, all the appraisers in the entire appraisal institute halted their work and made the identification of Yi's spiritual medicine a priority. Anyway, while the appraisal institute marveled at the rarity of some magical medicines, He just stared with an expression of indifference. Now that the green and white quality magic cores had no effect on him, he can exchange them all for money. And as for the 5 blue magic cores of 3rd level monsters he collected when fighting the Beast Tide, and the green magic core with gold patterns that exploded from the 2nd level king level ghost vine, he wanted to keep them for himself. After coming out of the magic core recycling station, he had more than 27 million Xia country currency deposited into his bank card. Although his account now had a long string of zeros behind a number, he no longer had his previous joy. Maybe it was because there was so much money that it was just a string of numbers, or maybe it was because Ihi's vision had broadened. He felt that such a large number was not as beneficial as being able to improve the degree of his template compatibility by 10%. Just as Ihi was about to pick up the elixir stored at the appraisal center, an extended luxury business car stopped beside him, and a friendly middle-aged man got out of the car and greeted him with a warm smile. He introduced himself as Li Yutian, the owner of Pingy Pharmacy. He heard that Ihi got a large number of spiritual medicines from the secret realm of Redwood Mountain, and was wondering if he was willing to sell them to him. Li Yutian was willing to buy them at a price 1 point higher than the market price. He just stared silently. As expected, he thought. Personal information was not confidential. It seems that his information had been leaked by those old foxes in the identification center. But it didn't matter. It just so happens that he needed to sell this batch of spiritual medicines anyway. Then someone suddenly comes along willing to do business with him. This definitely spares him the trip of running around for potential buyers. The deal went smoothly, and as the owner of Pingy Pharmacy was leaving, he happily handed over a contract. Those who didn't know would have thought that it was him, the pharmacy owner, who was begging for purchase. Of course, this was indeed the case. The reason why Li Yutian was willing to suffer a loss and give profits to Ihi was because of the young man's talent in finding a large number of elixirs in one raid. As a businessman, Li Yutian keenly sensed that Ihi was exceptional. He wanted to take this opportunity to establish a long-term relationship with Ihi, and perhaps he would be able to purchase rare and large quantities of goods from him in the future. With a large sum of money added to the bank card, Ihi also faced a new difficulty. All this money still couldn't compare to improving 10% of his personal strength. The genetic potions generally available on the market, and the white magic and green magic cores also give almost no improvement. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. It turned out that the template had a picky appetite, more so than himself, the host. Ihi wanted to get a higher-level genetic medicine, but unfortunately that kind of thing was subject to purchase restrictions, and his current status did not even allow him to have the privilege to purchase it. If Ihi wants to improve the degree of compatibility, he must get another rare treasure like the blood jade fruit, but that kind of thing was in short supply and there was no place to spend money even if he wants to buy it. But suddenly, his eyes lit up when a realization occurred to him. There was another way to improve his strength. And this was none other than martial arts techniques. In the college entrance examination, he was able to defeat Lu Qingzhu and the others, relying entirely on the powerful abilities of Demora's template. However, in terms of martial arts, he was no match for those martial arts masters. He only had the upper hand because of the powerful bloodline abilities. After realizing this, Ihi thought of the only person he knew who had the best social connections around and could help him obtain advanced martial arts, Principal Lao Deng. With this realization, he immediately bolted in the direction of An City's number 1 middle school. At the principal's office, Principal Lao Deng poured Ihi a cup of hot tea, massaged his shoulders, and stated that he didn't expect his champion to still come back to visit his alma mater. With his experience, this old fucker naturally saw that Ihi had something to ask for. He happily took out a bottle of white wine, in which was soaked a rare ginseng elixir. This was the medicinal wine he had just obtained from Li Yutian, the boss of Pingy Pharmacy. According to him, no middle-aged person could refuse this bottle of treasure that could invigorate blood circulation, strengthen his yang, and maintain health. When the principal saw this, his eyes lit up like stars. It seems our top scorer was indeed a good student who is not only good in character and academics, but also respect his elders as well. He told the principal that it was his duty to honor his elders. That was the reason for his gift, a fine traditional virtue of their Xia country. The principal said no more as Ihi handed his gift over. The moment he did, he knew it was his opportunity to speak frankly. He asked the principal if he had any connections. He wants to learn martial arts. Although there are a large number of martial arts circulating on the market, most of them were of varying quality, and high-end martial arts were extremely rare. There are only 2 ways for a warrior to obtain more powerful martial arts. First, within the university, students of the school can redeem it through contribution points. The second type is the martial arts passed down within the warrior family, such as the Lu family's secret techniques, which was a martial art that only the core members of the family or outsiders who have made special contributions to the family can learn. This is why Lu Qingzhu, Chu Zhou and even Yi He, the top scorer, had been stuck at the peak of martial arts apprentices and had not been promoted to warriors. It obviously couldn't be because of lack of talent. And it wasn't because of lack of physical foundation either. After all, in terms of physique alone, these 3 top-notch martial art apprentices were better than many martial artists. This is because all the training methods for martial artists to become warriors can only be learned in college. The country does not allow civilians to control the methods of promotion to martial artists. Only college students can become real warriors. Now, Yi He wants to rely on Principal Lao Deng, a well-known person in An City's education circle, to help him find a way out. Curious, the principal asked why Yi He doesn't want to wait until he gets into a university to learn martial arts. He was too impatient. He already applied to Huadu University, which he was 100% certain to get accepted. He gave the principal his most sincere signature move and stated that he really wants to improve. Seeing those dazzling eyes, the principal reluctantly agreed to help Yi He with this matter. After all, he had a special talent, and his future achievements would definitely be higher than his own. And as educators, they must teach students according to their aptitude and not be fixated with a dead end. He, the sly fucker, even edged the principal on, adding that the rules were dead and not meant for people like them. It was a blessing for the education industry to have educators like Principal Lao Deng who understood change. Hearing all this praise, the principal was in cloud 9. The next day at noon, Yi He, who had just exited the shower after training, received a call from the principal. The principal had arranged everything for him, so he just needed to head there now. He thanked the principal, but when he asked which martial arts family he had asked for, his eyes widened in absolute disbelief. Apparently, the Lu family was willing to teach him their family's secret techniques. This was wonderful but suspicious. How could the Lu family be willing to teach their family's secret techniques after Lu Qingzhu, the jewel in their family's crown, had been defeated by him in front of hundreds of thousands of spectators? Was the principal teaming up with the Lu family to cheat him? He had many doubts, but he decided to go anyway. The Lu family had a leased manor on the outskirts of An City as their family land. Meanwhile, a while later at the outskirts of An City, Lu Chengjie, a guy in a slick dark glasses and a leather jacket, leaned over and drove a black modified motorcycle which cost about 2 million yuan. Its engine was comparable to that of a supercar which released a buzzing sound on the entire street. Behind him was a blonde girl hugging his waist tightly, her hair blown behind her by the strong wind. Feeling an unprecedented stimulation, she hugged Lu Chengjie even tighter and praised him endlessly about how awesome he was. With the beautiful woman praising him, Lu Chengjie felt even more proud. But just when he was about to brag, a figure suddenly appeared almost directly beside him and easily freaked the shit out of him. This person turned out to be none other than Yi He, who advised Lu Chengjie to not be distracted when driving at high speed. If he drove in an unsafe manner and something terrible happens, his loved ones will be the one in tears. He said this while pedaling his little yellow bicycle beside Lu Chengjie. Lu Chengjie felt insulted that a broke biker dared to compare himself to him. He twisted his motorcycle's handle tightly, and the steel beast under him roared furiously. In a flash, Lu Chengjie left Yi He behind and gave him the middle finger. No matter what Yi He's status was, he was not worthy of being on par with him. Again, the blonde girl behind him praised him for being so manly. He just watched expressionlessly as they gradually widened the gap. Suddenly, the two heard a buzzing sound behind them, which even drowned out the sound of the motorcycle. A blue light streak appeared in the rearview mirror, and upon closer inspection, it was Yi He riding his bicycle. He only activated the nuclear light combat body mode in his legs, and the blue light like a rocket's tail flame pushed him past by the two in a flash. Lu Chengjie, like his girlfriend, stared with an embarrassed expression, wondering when a shared bicycle became so fast. It was even faster than a freaking airplane. He arrived at the entrance of Lu's manor, and as he stared at the castle-like building, he wasn't surprised, although he did admit the place looked magnificent. The setting of the entire Lu family manor was centered on the Lu family castle, with various garden landscapes built in circles around it. The manor employs professional gardeners to trim the green plants into various shapes, mainly animals, and there are also various bronze sculptures and park fountains that complement each other, adding a lot of beauty to the empty manor. The Lu family castle itself was much more solemn and dignified, with towering stone walls and spires, combined with an old-fashioned architectural style with a strong historical heritage, making anyone feel intimidated when standing in front of the castle. This was as expected of a wealthy martial arts family. They were completely different from a nouveau riche like him. He then activated his life magnetic field to detect any powerful being in the Lu family manor. When he did, he found several of them. At that moment, from a distance, he saw a graceful figure in a white dress approaching the gate of the manor. It was Lu Qingzhu, Lu Qingzhu had her cold demeanor to hide her nervousness when she welcomed her classmate. Seeing this, he asked if she was unhappy to see him. Lu Qingzhu lowered her head and replied that that wasn't the case. "Then that means you're happy to see me?" He was amused. He never thought that the young miss was so fun to tease. Lu Qingzhu, with a flushed face, explained that her mother asked her to greet and welcome him. Lu Qingzhu did not dare to look up at he and walked quickly in front to lead the way. He didn't plan to tease her anymore. He just followed her quietly and admired the scenery of Lu's manor. At the manor main door stood two maids with impeccable etiquette and dress. After they bowed to Lu Qingzhu, they opened the door for them. Stepping on the expensive high-end carpet, he walked into a spacious hall with exquisite and grand decoration. The high ceiling and huge arched windows made the whole space look bright and luxurious. On the wall opposite the gate were self-portraits of successive heads of the Lu family, showing the Lu family's heritage and confidence, and displaying the glory and brilliance of successive heads of the family to outsiders. Lu Qingzhu raised her head and announced to her mother that he had arrived. The crisp sound of high heels clicking on the floor was heard. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman with mature charm, dignity and grace slowly walking down the stairs. The beauty of Lu Qingzhu's mother has not faded with the passage of time. Instead, like aged red wine, her temperament has become more fragrant and charming. He held his breath and shouted Prime Minister Cao Cao's name in his heart, stating that he finally understands. Back on the day the college entrance examination ended, at the Lu family's manor, Lu Qingzhu returned home, thinking she would be scolded by her strict mother. She was prepared to accept the punishment. But unexpectedly, her mother just called her to the manor's study over a cup of tea immediately after arrival. Qin Lan personally brewed a cup of tea for her daughter. Her every move was impeccable in etiquette. Lu Qingzhu, nervous as hell, was about to apologize, but her mother cut her off with a raised hand, revealing a lazy and elegant temperament. She told her daughter that there was no need for her to be nervous. She watched the live broadcast of the battle between her and the boy named Yi, and she performed very well. Yi's strength was such that even if he was in the Imperial Capital College entrance examination, he would still be a dark horse. She doesn't have to blame herself. Lu Qingzhu remained silent. She just lowered her head and didn't even take a seat or take a sip of the tea place in front of her. Qin Lan let her daughter be, but continued after a brief pause. "In your generation, you are the only one who can shoulder the heavy responsibility of the Lu family. Your younger brother's ability is limited and he cannot inherit the Lu family. But you are a girl after all, and you are so beautiful." Qin Lan raised Lu Qingzhu's beautiful face. "Your father passed away early, and now our Lu family has no master to back us up. So our family power has no choice but to retreat to this small city of Anqing. If a big family asks for a marriage alliance with you, we have no right to refuse. This also means that the Lu family will be annexed, and the century-old foundation will be handed over to others. He seems like a very good boy, with outstanding talent, a simple family background, and a bright future. From what I have observed, he is definitely not an ambitious person. I want to pair the two of you together. What do you think?" Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened at the thought of this, and her mother looked directly into her eyes with her aggressive phoenix eyes. But before Lu Qingzhu could say anything, Qin Lan added that she didn't have to answer now, but should just try to get along with Yi first. Back to the present, Qin Lan walked down the stairs and officially welcomed Yi to the Lu family. He greeted politely with a serious expression, trying hard to suppress the wayward thoughts that emerged in his mind. He presented a gift, but Qin Lan just stared expressionlessly. "I heard from Principal Lao Deng that you want to learn some advanced martial arts." He replied that she was correct. Without hesitation, Qin Lan added that her daughter will show him the way. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Qin Lan to be so generous. Qin Lan walked down the remaining stairs, took the gift but didn't even bother to look or know what it was. She simply stated that her daughter will take Yi to the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. Since the martial arts in the pavilion were not allowed to be taken out, he will only have one day to study inside. There were 3 sets of Shenhuang martial arts deep in the martial arts pavilion. Whether Yi can learn them depends on his ability. When Yi heard that he could also learn Shenhuang martial arts, he was once again surprised. He thought that learning some slightly more advanced martial arts would be enough, but he didn't expect Qin Lan to give him the right to learn the Shenhuang martial arts. He didn't know whether to say that Principal Lao Deng had a lot of face, or that Qin Lan was too generous, or was investing in him. After all, there are so many benefits, it can't be without reason. Nonetheless, the cake was already in front of him, and he couldn't refuse to eat it. Even if there was a knife hidden in the cake, he had to lick the cream clean first. "Got it, madam." Then he would like to thank the Lu family. He thanked the Lu family instead of Qin Lan herself. The meaning of this could be very different. It meant that Yi had made a promise to the Lu family. If the Lu family needs him in the future, he will fulfill his promise. Qinlan was very satisfied with Yi's clever answer, and the more she looked at Yi, the more she liked him. Yi, on the other hand, saw the way Qinlan suddenly looked at him and felt like he'd done something wrong. After saying goodbye to Qinlan, Lu Qingzhu took Yi out of the manor to a very long corridor to the martial arts pavilion. On the way, the two were alone together again, and Lu Qingzhu couldn't help but remember the subtle look her mother gave her. He, completely oblivious to this, discovered that Lu Qingzhu seemed to have become even more shy. Lu Qingzhu, why do I feel like you're trying to avoid me? Lu Qingzhu denies this, but when he suddenly walked quickly to her side and met her eyes, Lu Qingzhu panicked like a frightened deer and hurriedly took a half step back. You see, Lu Qingzhu had never been so close to a boy before, but in that brief moment, she could even feel his warm breath on her right cheek, which made her lovely face suddenly heats up, carrying no trace of the coldness of the flower on the mountain top that she once was. She asked why he was getting so close. He followed Lu Qingzhu and came to an underground stone chamber. In front of them was an ancient, thick, and rough surface of a large stone door. He could feel that the material of these stones was definitely not ordinary. Seeing Yi's curiosity, Lu Qingzhu took the initiative to explain. The stone door was made of the power transformation stone, a special stone excavated from the secret realm. It can dissolve the attack power of the Xuanwu master level without breaking. Of course, when Yi heard this, he asked whether he can punch it. Lu Qingzhu didn't expect Yi to say such a strange thing after hearing of the power transformation stone. Shouldn't Yi be marveling at the magic of this stone? The moment she told Yi he could try, he clenched his fists, and with every cell in his body violently generating atomic energy. The familiar dazzling blue light covered the fist. Seeing this, Lu Qingzhu's pretty face sank, recalling the horrible memories about that blue glowing punching technique, and simply turned her head away. With a reverberating boom, the fist tore through the air and slammed into the stone wall. The violent air wave blew Lu Qingzhu's white skirt to the side. Unexpectedly, the blue energy impact did not explode. Instead, it was completely absorbed by the stone wall and turned into ripples on the water, dissolving in circles, unscathed. He clearly felt his strongest and fiercest punch. But the moment it touched the stone wall, it was like punching the sea and sinking into a quagmire. More than 90% of the power was absorbed. It was rare to see he also experiencing moments of failure, and Lu Qingzhu found this funny. She covered the corners of her mouth, which had curled up subconsciously. She opened the stone wall, welcoming Yi inside. With brisk steps, Yi entered the Lu family's martial arts pavilion. All the martial arts inside were displayed in the form of copies on shelves. They looked like they were arranged in rows, which was dazzling and impressive. Lu Qingzhu explained that the martial arts inside were divided into body movement, defense, horizontal training, swordsmanship, and a lot more. If Yi wants to learn any of them, he should just use an ID card to access it. Lu Qingzhu handed Yi a black and gold card. He then asked of the Shenhuang martial arts. They were in the small stone chamber at the deepest part of the martial arts pavilion. She replied calmly. Also, he needs to swipe his card to enter. But you won't be able to comprehend the Shenhuang martial arts in just one day. You can only learn the basics at most, she continued, pointing a finger towards something else. I think that my mother giving you access to Shenhuang martial arts may not necessarily be good for you. I can pick out a few martial arts books for you that are second only to Shenhuang martial arts and suitable for you. Hearing this, he couldn't help teasing her again. Are you thinking for my sake? Due to this teasing session, Lu Qingzhu didn't want to talk to this classmate of hers anymore. He assured her not to worry her pretty little head. He knows what he wants. If he wants to learn something, he naturally has to learn the strongest one. So, if the Shenhuang martial arts were placed in front of him and he doesn't have the courage to learn it, then shouldn't he just go home and continue to work hard on the template compatibility? Moreover, Qinlan opened up the learning rights of Shenhuang martial arts for him, which was both an investment and a test. If he couldn't pass this level or didn't dare to take the risk, he would probably never have the chance to be invited to Lu's manor again. Seeing Yi's persistence, Lu Qingzhu said no more. You see, the secret room that stores Shenhuang martial arts was even more secure. So the kind of black-quality power-transforming stone of extremely rare was used. And in order to raise the materials for building this black power-transforming stone wall, Lu Qingzhu's great-grandfather's generation has been collecting them. Lu Qingzhu spoke more frequently, which was unusual. She obviously seemed to be very proud of the history of her family. The black stone door opened, and 3 safes appeared in front of Yi. Each safe was strong enough to withstand tank bombardment. Once the wrong password was entered 5 times, the original copy of the Shenhuang martial arts inside would be automatically destroyed. Yi saw the names of two familiar martial arts, Floating Shadow and Hunyuan Jade Finger, which were exactly the two that Lu Qingzhu mastered. The name of the third Xianhuang martial art was the Devil in the Flesh, and Yi has never seen Lu Qingzhu use it. Lu Qingzhu explained that the way to learn Xianhuang martial arts was not to watch, but to feel the martial rhyme left by the creator. If Yi can't feel it, or his martial artist's attributes conflict with the martial rhyme, he can't start practicing her family's Xianhuang martial arts. In short, the Xianhuang martial arts were alive. And it was not the martial artist who chose the martial arts, but the martial arts that choose the martial artist. After Lu Qingzhu's explanation, he understood why Lu Qingzhu did not use the third Xianhuang martial art in the college entrance examination. It wasn't a talent problem, but a conflict of attributes. How can a beautiful girl like Lu Qingzhu be compatible with the rough martial arts called the Devil in the Flesh? But Yi, on the other hand, was very suitable for this direct and violent Xianhuang martial arts. He chose the Devil in the Flesh. Lu Qingzhu cracked the code for him, and the safe opened, revealing a bronze statue of a muscular and ferocious man. The whole statue was lifelike, and every muscle was vivid. He discovered that in the gaps between the statue's muscles, there were evil ghosts wailing and crying. This statue of a virile man who was supposed to suppress ghosts displayed the murderous aura to the fullest. After the statue appeared, he seemed to hear the wailing of evil ghosts. It seems the Xianhuang martial arts was not a book, but a statue. Not only statues, but also paintings or utensils. Basically anything can be the carrier of martial rhyme. This is one of the mysterious arts of the martial master. Lu Qingzhu continued yearningly. Only martial masters can condense the martial arts rhythm and attach it to objects to pass on the mantle to future generations. Many martial arts not only fail to improve the warrior's combat effectiveness, but will also leave hidden injuries. But only the Xianhuang martial arts can be created by the Grandmaster. High threshold also means high quality. Lu Qingzhu walked out of the secret room and left the space to Yi. The rest of the journey could only be completed by Yi himself. Yi was surprised. He didn't understand how to feel the martial arts rhyme. So he asked Lu Qingzhu, but she simply replied that if Yi was fated, then he will be able to sense the martial art rhyme. He looked a bit disappointed. He even felt that Lu Qingzhu was withholding any insight on her experience as a form of revenge. Anyway, since it's preordained by fate, he decided to take a nap to wait. He lay down and fell asleep without saying a word, which made Lu Qingzhu, who was observing Yi through the surveillance camera, speechless. Although sleeping in front of the Wuyun carrier is also a method, she thought he would try more, such as dripping blood or kneeling and meditating, but she didn't expect him to fall asleep directly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dilapidated temple, with cobwebs all over the place and dust all over the floor. Even the angry-faced Buddha on the throne had a broken arm. Is this what's called the sensing the martial rhyme? Apparently, he had entered the world of the martial rhyme of the third Xianhuang martial arts, but he could not feel any martial energy, and even the atomic reaction of Demora's template could not be activated. It was as if he had returned to the weak form of an ordinary person. Luckily, his monster system template was still there. It detected that the host's consciousness was in a special space. And to prevent the host from dying suddenly, the system will bless the host's spiritual body. Suddenly, a domineering and ferocious voice entered Yi's ears from above. Only a real man can inherit my martial arts. Otherwise, I would rather let it rot in the ground. Boy, prove to me that you are a real man made of iron. At some point, a ferocious man as big as a wild bear sat on the only remaining arm of the angry bodhisattva. He stared at Yi with his wild eyes like a wolf. He raised his head and stared slack-jawed at the mysterious man, who looked exactly like the statue. When the thunderstorm comes, there will be hundreds of ghosts roaming at night. When that time comes, you must guard this dilapidated temple for me and don't let this angry-faced Buddha be defiled by evil spirits. If you succeed, I can at least grant you the ability to guard the house. However, if you fail, you will go insane because of the ghosts devouring your spiritual body, and you will never be able to cultivate martial arts again. If you are a wimp, then run away quickly. A drop of cold rain passed through the broken ceiling and dripped onto Yi's face. He came to his senses and found that the vicious man sitting on the arm of the angry-faced bodhisattva had disappeared. And the rain also means the trial has begun. The rain was getting heavier and heavier, and the world outside was pitch black with only the howling wind. He could feel countless malicious eyes spying on him. He found a rusty and broken sword from behind the throne of the angry bodhisattva. He held the sword, and each of them blocked the entrance of the ruined temple with a sword. The pale thunder illuminated Yi's face. This thunder seemed like a signal, causing the dark outside world to boil. There was a thunderstorm and the night parade of 100 demons began. He saw a shadow rushing towards him in the darkness, and he slashed at the shadow's head with his sword. The moment the sword blade touched the shadow, a golden light burst out from the rusty sword body. The shadow screamed miserably and turned into ashes. As expected, the trial would not allow a warrior to fight against hundreds of ghosts unarmed. There must be hidden props. He became excited and no longer retreated to the ruined temple. Instead, he took the initiative to attack, swinging his sword directly towards the darkness outside. Behind Ihi, the vicious man appeared again. He looked at Ihi with disdain as he rushed out of the ruined temple with a sword in his hand. The hundreds of ghosts in this Wuyun trial are the occupants of my evil spirit. How dare a mere martial artist break out of the protection of the ruined temple? He is really courting death. It seems that the person who came to the trial this time is another fool. The martial artists are really getting worse with each generation. The vicious man sighed. Just as he was about to head down to collect Ihi's body, he suddenly stopped, his eyes full of disbelief. How did this kid do it? Why can't hundreds of ghosts get close to him? Outside the temple, he, who didn't know how to use swordsmanship, just randomly wielded the sword. If any ghost came near, he would just slash it and it would be done. As for defending and avoiding the attacks of those evil spirits, an evil ghost screamed and swung its claws towards Ihi, but its claws passed through the moment they touched him. The attack was ineffective. He turned around and split the evil ghost into two halves with a sword. It seems that in the spiritual world, the system will automatically protect the host, making Ihi immune to attacks. Doesn't this mean I have an invincible golden body inside this world? The broken sword in Ihi's hand flew up and down under his turtle sword skills, slashing left and right, harvesting one evil ghost after another like chopping melons and vegetables. This made the vicious man dumbfounded. When did the levels he set become so simple? As the wind howled, he stood proudly with a sword in his hand. But those ferocious evil spirits retreated like little lambs at this time and did not dare to approach Ihi at all. Seeing that hundreds of ghosts could not do anything to Ihi, the vicious man had to show up in person. "Boy, how did you do it? You are not affected by my martial arts." Ihi replied that it was nothing but hard work and diligent practice. What a good and convenient excuse. Nonetheless, since you can subdue hundreds of ghosts, I will naturally keep my promise and pass on this inheritance to you. However, it depends on whether you can accept it. The angry-faced bodhisattva in the ruined temple collapsed, revealing a dry well underneath it. The bottomless black well made people feel uneasy just by looking at it. The well contains the essence of evil spirit that the vicious man condensed during his lifetime. The technique of paralyzing the demon in the flesh was also in the well. If you can refine it. But before the vicious man could finish his words, he jumped down. The vicious man was momentarily dumbfounded, but he quickly recovered and couldn't help but have expectations for Ihi. Good, that's excellent. This is the first time I have seen a young man with such a unique personality. You see, when the vicious man was alive, he was a hero who had passed through the S-level secret realm. He lived to use the devil in the flesh, and he died by imprisoning his body. As he aged, his energy and blood began to decline, and the evil spirits suppressed in his body began to eat back at him. He began to go astray and even killed people around him. In order to avoid making the same mistake again, he chose to commit suicide. Before his death, he mixed all the evil spirits and the soul in his body with his martial arts style and cast them into the statue. Although 100 years have passed and the evil spirit in the martial rhyme space has dissipated a lot, it is still not something a mere martial artist can withstand. If Ihi can conquer the evil spirit that caused his failure, he will surely surpass himself on the road of the devil in the flesh. Back inside the observation room, Qinlan joined her daughter as the two watched Yi fall asleep and entered the martial rhyme space. Worried and confused, Lu Qingzhu's eyes widened when she saw Yi's sudden reaction on the floor. She asked her mother what was going on. After Yi fell asleep, Lu Qingzhu could still see a smug smile on his face, as if he was doing something happy in his dream. Now, the statue of the muscular man suppressing ghosts suddenly cracked out of thin air, and he felt as if he was pricked by a needle. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, and traces of blood even seeped out of his pores. Qinlan was not surprised by this situation. She took a deep puff of the cigarette in her hand and then exhaled. A pair of charming phoenix eyes hidden behind her hair appeared mysterious and profound. This third Shenhuang martial art was acquired by Lu Qingzhu's grandfather by chance in his later years. He had tried to practice before, but he didn't expect that with his grandmaster level of cultivation, he would be directly repelled by the martial arts in the statue and even suffered internal injuries. Since then, No one in the Lu family has been able to successfully practice this martial art. Since the power is extraordinary, the way to obtain the power must be unbearable for ordinary people. If he wants to wear the crown, he must bear its weight. And since he has chosen to accept the power of this martial art, then Qinlan stopped short when she looked at the surveillance footage, and her confident eyes, which seemed to be able to calculate everything, showed a rare moment of confusion. She saw that he was awake, and not just awake, the fucker was even stretching and looked like he had slept comfortably. Lu Qingzhu subconsciously looked at Qinlan with a nervous smile. Mother, it seems Yi's ordeal in learning this martial art isn't as exciting as you described. The statue, which was originally full of charm, has now become dull and dull. Although the carving was still beautiful, it lacks its previous intimidating charm. Because that trace of charm is already in Yi's body. He got up and showed his respect, thanking the elder for teaching him the third Shenhuang martial arts. The last words spoken by the vicious man were still echoing in his mind. Boy, you are the most talented person I have ever met. Maybe you can find out the truth of the secret realm. This is a task that our predecessors have not completed, so I will leave it to you, the younger generation. In response to this, he could only say, Senior, you are wrong, I was just cheating. Compared with the grand mission of finding out the truth about the secret realm and shouldering the responsibility for the future of mankind, he feels that the power he has gained now is more real. He clenched his palms and murmured with a confident grin. The flesh and blood imprison the devil, the body is like Shura. Although Yi's panel attributes did not increase at all, he understood that after mastering the Shenhuang martial arts, his combat power was at least twice as much as before. Just then, the stone door opened, and Qinlan, who was always elegant and dignified, stepped on her high heels in a hurry. Yi, have you mastered it? He smiled upon hearing this, revealing his white teeth. Yes, I have mastered it. Lu Qingzhu, who had followed behind her mother, wondered if she had heard wrong and even began to doubt her life. Whenever she thought of the title of genius she had been given in the past, she blushed for no apparent reason, because the real genius is standing right in front of her. Qinlan was also silent, looking at Yi with a look of distrust. How was it possible? Even with her daughter's talent, she would have to stay in the martial rhyme space without sleep for a week. He, on the other hand, only took how much time? An hour? Did Yi really learn it just by sleeping for a while? Seeing this, he had no choice but to show off his skills to the mother and daughter. He circulated his martial energy, gathering the magical power generated from his dantian in his palm. Martial energy was originally invisible, but the martial energy that Yi gathered actually had a dark and red color. This was the evil spirit he mastered from the martial rhyme world. If he had to explain it, it's probably like the enchantment in a game. It can be added to his martial energy to make it more lethal. Activating a new technique, the mountain blocking fist. Yi's back was tensed like a big bow, and he exerted strength from his core, and punched out with his fist wrapped in black and red murderous energy. The airflow exploded, releasing the screams that sounded like the wailing of evil spirits. The pupils of Lu Qingzhu, a martial arts genius, shrank slightly. She could feel the extremely high purity from the punch and the strong aftershock. She also seemed to have heard a ghost-like howl. Could that be the evil spirit Yi mentioned? Unexpectedly, Qinlan looked at Yi with a puzzled look in her eyes. Although she had taken a liking to this young man during the college entrance exams, she did not expect that she still underestimated him. He felt very embarrassed when he felt Qinlan's fiery gaze. Madam, he thought nervously, your daughter was still by your side. Can you be more reserved? I don't want to be called Prime Minister. Classmate Yi, since you have already mastered one Shenhuang martial art, would you like to learn the other two? You still have the rest of the day to learn. Lu Qingzhu didn't think too much about Yi's stunning performance. At most, she was a little discouraged because she seemed to be inferior to Yi in every way. Her mind was still very pure. Upon hearing this, Qinlan closed her eyes and held her head helplessly. Was my dear daughter really stupid, or was she just pretending to be stupid? You said you didn't want to be with Yi, so why are you just offering the entire family property to him? Although Qinlan was investing in Yi, she was also prepared to take him in as her worthy son-in-law. How can her daughter give away all the Lu family's assets when Yi was not even a member of the Lu family? Qinlan felt a headache when she thought of her earlier exchange with Yi, regretting the arrangement to let him learn any martial arts within a day. Who knew that this guy would learn so quickly? She really underestimated Yi's ability. He replied Lu Qingzhu that there was no need. One Shenhuang martial arts book was enough for him to digest for a long time. He won't learn other martial arts for now. He respectfully told Qinlan about his desire to leave. He had some things to deal with at home. Alright, my daughter can send you off. She touched her chin and continued thoughtfully. I heard from the housekeeper that you came here on a shared bike. Can you drive? If you can, then pick a car from the garage for the journey back home. It will be convenient for you. He thought that Qinlan was really a generous person. Was she giving him a luxury car as another investment gift? When he thought about it, the black motorcycle under the guy who was carrying the blonde girl was both cool and handsome. He asked if there was a motorcycle. Of course. Does student He like to ride motorcycles? It seems you have the same hobby as my troublesome son. I wish my son could be as good as you. Qinlan replied leisurely, then called the housekeeper and asked her to take out the best motorcycle in Lu Chengjia's collection. And speaking of Lu Chengjia, he was currently taking a walk around the manor's garden when he learned from Aunt Hong, the housekeeper, that his mother had invited a son-in-law to come over. Lu Chengjia wanted to know who the person was. His sister was both talented and beautiful. She was a genius beauty that only appears once in 100 years in N City. Not everyone can match her. Then he suddenly got pissed off remembering his encounter with Yi. His day got ruined because he scared away the blonde girl. According to Lu Chengjia, he better pray he doesn't cross path with him again. Suddenly something whizzed past him. Lu Chengjia was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Wasn't that guy the same person who was riding the shared bike? What the hell is he doing riding on my motorbike? During nightfall, inside Yi's apartment, Yi decided to dip the piece of magic core in a sauce before swallowing it. The monster core he swallowed last time didn't taste good, so this time he decided to add sauce to enhance the flavor. The rolling heat filled his limbs and bones. Then Yi summoned the system template. Back inside the Redwood Mountain secret realm, Yi superimposed the colossal humanoid template and the legendary Demoris template, which now had their compatibility at 85 after several absorption and 21% respectively. He used the supergiant humanoid for the first time and it was about 50 meters tall. Although compared with ordinary monsters, it can be called a behemoth. But compared with the mysterious creatures as big as the mountains in the secret realm of Redwood Mountain, it is still too small. He wants to be bigger, so he added all points to the colossal titan template. He picked up the green magic core with gold patterns, dipped it in some sauce and swallowed it. He was ready to use this special magic core to enhance his Demoris template for absorption. So the very second he did, a surge of energy exploded within him and an intense lightning enveloped his whole body. But after the excruciating process, something unexpected happened to Demoris template. The system template stated that after absorbing the genetic sequence of a special plant lifeform, a special mutation has been produced. The system template wanted to know if the host would want to prevent the template from mutating. He was surprised by this. After all, mutation means that it will become a monster template with other attributes. If the results become an advantageous attribute, then it's fine. However, if it becomes a disadvantageous attribute, then it will be a negative evolution. After a careful consideration, Yi decisively chose yes. There was no need to think about it anymore. He plans to gamble and hope for the best outcome. And as luck would have it, the mutation unlocked an S-rank nuclear template, leaving him completely speechless. When the Savage Trace Demora's template reaches 100%, there was a 2% chance of it changing into a Star Universe Demora. He clenched his fist excitedly when he read this. From the name alone, the Star Universe Demora sounds very powerful. But it requires the current template to reach 100%. It seems that he had to upgrade it quickly. Unexpectedly, Yi's reverie was interrupted by a sudden commotion not far from his apartment complex. He wondered what was going on. Could it be a terrorist attack? Right down the streets outside of Yi's apartment complex, a loud roar instructed the several armed men as dozens of police cars flooded the entire area, evacuating the crowd and forming a perimeter. Back inside his apartment, there was a sudden knock on his door that made him alert and suspicious. He knew the original owner had a withdrawn personality, and no friends would visit his home at this time. He hadn't ordered any delivery or packages, so who could be outside at this time? As he said this, his gaze suddenly shifted the moment he turned towards the open window behind him. And in a calm tone, he questioned the mysterious invisible intruder if she knew who it was. Under Yi's knowing gaze, the air around the window distorts and vibrates. Then seconds after, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This mysterious lady with a very sexy figure was wearing a white nanobattle suit that clings tightly to her skin, perfectly highlighting her curvy figure. Unfortunately, she was also wearing a black reflective mask, so her true face couldn't be seen. But she was genuinely surprised that this little fellow was not just an ordinary martial artist. Originally, she just wanted to hide something in Yi's apartment and conveniently alter his memory while she was at it. But now that her target had discovered her, she will have to let him suffer a little. He better not try to run away. Not the least bit scared and wanting no involvement, He quietly asked who she was and what she was doing in his apartment. But after receiving no reply, the shadow on the floor in front of him showed a stream of energy locked onto him like a poisonous snake. In that moment, he realized that he had no way of moving the battlefield outside. In that case, screw it. He had so much savings anyway, so he might as well buy another house. Puzzled, the mysterious lady Yaoime asked what nonsense he was spouting. For dramatic effect, he took a moment to reply and explained that Yaoime was already a dead woman walking. Anyway, in that very moment down the streets, several warriors in sweat uniforms were fighting with a man named Zhou. Facing the siege of so many special warriors, Zhou seems to actually have the upper hand until he was caught off guard and hit in the abdomen by a powerful punch. The opponent's martial energy penetrated his internal organs, and the piercing pain made Zhou clutch his lower side in pain. One of the special police soldiers instructed his group to take Zhou down the moment he revealed a flaw. You see, these special police fighters were good at cooperating in combat. And after Zhou revealed a flaw, everyone tacitly pursued him and forced Zhou to retreat step by step. Although Zhou was about to lose, he felt much more relaxed because everyone's attention was drawn to him. This was his plan all along, to buy time for Yaoime to escape with the golden gene. Thinking of this, Zhou laughed out loud like a crazed victor, and even used the forbidden blood-burning technique to fight to the death to resist all the armed police. The flames rose, illuminating the streets, but just as the battle became increasingly intense, a bright blue beam of light suddenly burst out above everyone's heads and shot straight into the sky. A dark figure fell beside Zhou, creating a hole in the ground. Zhou recognized this person as Yaoime at a glance, because her figure was so recognizable. But wasn't the nanobattle suit on her body white? How come it has now turned as black as charcoal? Zhou had risked his life just to let her take the item and escape. Why was she suddenly back? Yaoime stood up from the shallow pit, feeling extremely gloomy. She seriously underestimated Ihi's strength and was hit head-on by the beam of energy that spurted out of his throat. If it weren't for the nanobattle suit, she would have been seriously injured. She whispered to Zhou that she had successfully hidden the item, so they needed to bounce ASAP. Zhou was relieved after hearing this. But the moment the armed police realized the two were partners, they tried to surround them. Unexpectedly, a special smoke bomb that was strong enough to block the perception of martial warriors was released, engulfing the large area with a thick white fog. The armed police hurriedly used their martial energy to create a strong wind in an attempt to blow away the white fog. And by the time the white fog dissipated, they saw that the enemy had escaped into the sewers. Half an hour later, Zhou and Yaoime emerged from an alley and heard the sirens in the distant street. They knew they had temporarily escaped pursuit and finally breathed a sigh of relief. But just as Zhou was admiring the repair efficiency of the nanobattle suit, a cold voice echoed through the silent night, questioning why the beautiful lady still hadn't explained why she broke into his house. Yaoime's eyes widened in shock. She realized that she had made a serious mistake, which was to randomly select a lucky resident, but having the shittiest luck, she ended up picking Ihi, the final boss, and as a reward for breaking into his house, he will make sure to have some fun with the two of them. Zhou looked at Ihi with murderous eyes and shouted, questioning Ihi how he found them when the special cops hadn't. Ihi naturally would not explain to him that Yaoime was contaminated with his nuclear radiation. After all, when it's time to take action, he always had few words. A tiny explosion occurred under his feet, and Ihi took off like a missile using the recoil. The air buzzed, and a fist instantly appeared in front of Zhou. With the blessing of the dark and red evil spirit, a cellular-level atomic reaction was also taking place inside the fist. Activating his super mountain blocking fist, Zhou's arms that were protecting his chest tried blocking Ihi's fist. But the dark and red energy lightning burst out, blasting Zhou's tough skin like it was nothing. The moment this huge force hit him, he spat a mouth full of fresh blood. Zhou felt as if he was hit by a train and was directly thrown into the air. His flying body smashed into the concrete wall behind him as dust flew wildly in the air. Yaoime couldn't help but gasp when she saw her brother being knocked flying. A 6th-rank martial warrior was actually severely injured by a punch from a young boy whose martial energy fluctuations were that of a martial arts apprentice. Whose master's disciple was he? Zhou struggled to even get up as he grinned brightly at Yaoime. He replied that he was the disciple of Emperor Guangla. Yaoime had never heard of Emperor Guangla, and she didn't expect a small city like Anqing to have hidden masters. Zhou interrupted at this moment, telling he not to get too cocky. He had just experienced a fierce battle and used a forbidden technique that burned his blood. Now his energy and blood were declining, and his strength was probably less than 70% of what it used to be. Nonetheless, He was not someone a mere martial apprentice like he can handle, although he doesn't know which master's genius disciple he was. Geniuses had always died early since ancient times because they are all too arrogant and inflexible. Joey activated his 5 steps to form and stomped his foot heavily on the ground. His soles dug deep into the cold, hard floor as he took 5 steps forward. With each step, Joey's momentum would rise to a higher level, and the surging blood and energy gathered behind him turned into a blood and energy smoke. Under the dimly lit night sky, Joey's skin was stained with a layer of steel-like silver color, and a thick-looking silver horn grew on his forehead. This was the true form of his bloodline, the iron-crowned rhino. Seeing Joey trying to fight to the death, Ihi's face twisted into a menacing smile, and the cells in his body began to undergo nuclear fusion. Now that's more like it. However, the next second, Yaoime, believing she was the true attacker, and thought Ihi would never expect her to use the stealth ability of her nanobattle suit to attack him from behind, launched forward. But in the air, she was shot and hit in the abdomen with an atomic beam from Ihi without even looking behind. She was blasted away as Ihi casually warned her to stay out of his way. Seeing his companion's sneak attack fail, Joey was annoyed that his useless sister couldn't even succeed in a simple ambush. He roared and rushed towards Ihi like a runaway train. He also experienced a miniature explosion under his feet, which propelled him straight towards Joey. When the two fists collided, the air shook into distorted ripples visible to the naked eye. The atomic energy lightning blessed by Ihi's evil spirit struck Joey's silver skin, leaving only dark marks, not even a flesh wound. He was shocked that Joey's defense ability had increased to an astonishing degree. But Joey just gave a menacing grin. His iron-crowned rhinoceros true demon beast form can easily withstand even tank bombardment. What does Ihi have that can break through his defense? Also, not only had his defense power increased, but the attack power had surged even more. He tried to create some distance, but the moment Joey saw this, he didn't miss this opportunity and approached Ihi again in a close combat. Joey's eyes were still filled with ecstasy, and the spontaneous pleasure of being able to kill a genius did not hinder his fighting acumen. Although he had the upper hand, he also clearly remembered the blue beam of light that severely injured Yaoime. And as the scene pans to a broader view, the head-on collision never came. You see, the very moment Joey approached, he suddenly disappeared. Joey was unsure of what just happened, but he was sure that no matter how arrogant Ihi was, he still wouldn't be able to match his iron-crowned rhino. But where did that brat disappear to? He knew he wasn't dead because his attack never landed. A sudden explosion of blue lightning behind him made him turn. However, when he raised his head and saw a 30-meter-tall giant partially obscured in a mist, with a pair of dark blue eyes staring at him, he naturally felt a sense of awe and fear. You see, Joey was too close to move away and was engulfed by the terrifying blue sparks. The blue plasma energy ball enveloped an area of dozens of meters, evaporating everything. Fortunately, they were in a deserted urban area full of unfinished buildings and there were almost no people. After the explosion, white water vapor rose. And although Joey was in a mess, he successfully blocked Ihi's self-explosion just now. The silver skin on his body became a little dull, which was a sign of overdrawn blood power. If he was not a warrior good at defense, he might have died in the explosion just now. At this moment, Joey suddenly felt a sense of being spied on. He was still stunned for a moment, staring at such a strange and terrifying giant. Is this a monster? Where did he come from? Could it be that little brat transformed? At this moment, the giant moved, and a large hand with exposed flesh, fascia, and burning blue blood flowing in its veins pushed aside the mist to grab Joey directly. Joey's body, which had experienced countless battles, felt the threat and jumped up, dodging as if by muscle memory. But the giant's other fist had already broken through the mist and was heading towards him. Joey was unable to dodge in midair, so he gritted his teeth and used the forbidden blood-burning technique again, madly squeezing the power of his blood, causing the silver skin on his body to glow again as he was smashed down with tremendous force. The earth shook and the wind blew away everything. The giant punched Joey deep into the ground. However, this was only the giant's first punch. More punches were about to rain down like a meteor shower, completely destroying Joey with these extremely brutal punches. Joey was flattened by the giant's terrifying power, but due to the toughness of the silver armor on his body, the terrifying impact force was actually transmitted to his internal organs. Joey felt his bones wailing, his internal organs collapsing, and his soul was being knocked out of his body if the punches don't freaking stop. Meanwhile, on Ihi's system panel, he could see a string of data indicating that his colossal giant overall physical fitness had risen from 23.8 to 29.4. Yaoime, who was struggling to get up, trembled all over when she saw this scene. Zhou, a dignified 6th-rank warrior, was actually being beaten like a sandbag in front of a giant who seemed to be he. Yao Mei felt extremely stupid at this moment. Seriously, why the hell did she provoke such a monster? She couldn't let her companion die just like that. She had a brief contact with Yi, but he still managed to track them down through some means. So even if she abandoned Zhou, she would not be able to escape from Yi's clutches. She can only fight to the death. While Zhou was resisting the giant's punches, Yao Mei rushed to the top of a tall building and jumped down holding a thin yellow thread in her hand, her eyes fully focused. She came to the giant's throat, and with the molecular yellow line pulled from the nanosuit which had enough strength to cut through high-grade alloys, she immediately wrapped it several times around the giant's throat. Although the giant in front of her, who was suspected to have been transformed by Yi through some kind of genetic technique, was powerful, but the weaknesses of the human body must not have changed. There was a flash of blood, and to Yao Mei's surprise, the giant did not resist at all and let her cut his throat. A large amount of burning blood gushed out like a fountain, forming a small pool of blood on the ground. Yao Mei got up and let out a sigh of relief, believing it was over. She looked into the giant's dark blue pupils, which were bigger than a lantern, and there seemed to be a teasing expression in there. The giant opened his mouth and a blue light of destruction brewed in his throat. The humming sound of gradually increasing energy sounded in Yao Mei's ears, and the last image in her memory was an endless expanse of brilliant blue beam. Then accompanied with a thunderous boom, the atomic breath engulfed Yao Mei's slender body, then penetrated a building, leaving a brilliant blue mark in the air. After the exhalation ended, what's left of the giant's head, together with the huge body with exposed muscle fibers, emitted an enormous amounts of hot air like a steam engine and gradually disappeared in the endless heat. He walked out of what's left of the giant's head. The flesh and blood threads that were stuck on his body also emitted a large amount of hot air. With his hands leisurely in his pockets, he stared down at Zhou indifferently, who was currently covered in blood. It was Zhou's turn to take a permanent nap. Zhou slowly raised his head, coughing and trembling helplessly. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood at He. He was truly a monster. He simply replied that it was only fair that those who kill should be prepared to be killed. Both of them heard the sound of sirens approaching in the distance. He's fight just now was so loud that the patrolling police had definitely been noticed. But just when he was about to finish off Zhou, the already dying bastard wanted to drag He with him. He told He that Yao Mei, the woman he just killed, hid something in his room. It's called the Golden Gene, and it now belongs to He, along with all the troubles it carries. He should run because he will face endless pursuit. The fucker had to have the last laugh, promising to be waiting for in hell. This annoyed He. He raised his foot and bashed Zhou's head in the concrete wall, putting an end to his nonsense. And about running away, when has he ever done such a thing? With the cops nearing the site, he efficiently dealt with Zhou's body, turned around and disappeared into the night. Not long after his departure, the cops arrived and witnessed the charred streets that looked like they had been bombed, especially the huge hole in the building that was created by Yi's atomic breath. He returned home not long after. He sent a message to Qinlan first, inquiring how the police questioning went. Qinlan replied that everything was fine at present. Things has been a bit unstable recently, so Yi should just stay calm and wait until Huadu University starts. He told Aunt Qin not to worry. She knows him, and he was the most well-behaved person ever. Good thing he gave Aunt Qin a heads up in advance. Otherwise, with his signature-level nuclear blast, the cops definitely wouldn't have overlooked him after the fact. After chatting with Qinlan, Yi found the golden gene that Zhou mentioned in the room. It was a sealed silver cylindrical can with a company logo on it, which is a black eagle with its wings spread. But the eagle's wings have no flesh and blood, only skeletons. He knew this logo as the symbol of Laserbird, a giant in the biotechnology field. And according to Zhou, the golden gene is a masterpiece of genetic engineering created by Laserbird after it inherited part of Prometheus' biological research legacy. What made Yi unable to help but complain was that the security team hired by Laserbird to guard the golden gene actually committed embezzlement. The two stole the golden gene and got hunted during their escape. Now, they managed to dump the whole mess on him. He tried opening the sealed silver cylindrical can, but the damn thing wouldn't budge. Putting the matter of the golden gene aside for the moment, he looked at the living room, which could no longer be called that, and felt a headache. Looks like it was time to move. He needs to find a hotel to crash for the night. A month had passed since that incident, and as the scene shifts, we're introduced to the only B-level secret realm in An City, the Swan Lake. At this moment, somewhere inside the inner region of this B-level secret realm, A team with an average strength not less than a 5th-level martial warrior successfully surrounded and suppressed a 3rd high-level blood wolf monster. Just as the team captain cut open the monster's belly and took out the magic core, a sudden ominous sound reverberated from a nearby distance and immediately alarmed the entire team. With a trembling voice, the female redhead of the team called out her captain and pointed out the obvious. Something was wrong. From this distance, the trees collapsed, and footsteps of numerous monsters sounded like rolling thunder, crushing everything that stood in their way into pieces. These endless monsters filled the horizon, with no end in sight. On the head of a crocodile-type monster that was larger than a mountain, there was a throne made of bones, and countless skulls were gathered into well-crated hill, serving as the base of the throne. It's common knowledge that monsters didn't leave any bones after they die, so these bones can only be the remains of high-level warriors. Anyway, on this ostentatious throne of bones, a black ape was sitting lazily with its legs crossed like a human, its eyes half closed as if it was sleeping. But even when it was sleeping, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth above its head proved its nobility and power. There were dark clouds with crackling thunder overhead, and in the center was this ferocious black ape on his imposing yet terrifying throne. This was a strange phenomenon between heaven and earth that only a dominant-level monster could impose. As the entire team bolted in the opposite direction in terror, the captain, not caring about the magic core he and his teammates had hunted so hard for, urgently stated about the need to notify the army. An overlord-level monster had been spotted leading a massive beast tide, about to invade An City, and it's almost impossible to resist, let alone survive it. The country must deploy grandmasters and senior grandmasters immediately to support. Cursing, he also added that high-tier monsters rarely leave their own territories and invade low-level monster areas. This was also the reason why the danger level of the secret realm has remained stable for a long time. So what was this terrifying fucker doing here? You see, each overlord-level magical beast is a moving scourge. They release a kind of sound wave from their bodies that only magical beasts can sense. And all magical beasts below the sovereign class will be controlled by this sound wave and will automatically gather around the overlord-level magical beast to become sovereign soldiers. This will snowball into a large beast tide. Moreover, the overlord-level magical beasts can promote the evolution of low-level magical beasts, and a large number of lord-level magical beasts will be born. If this 5th-tier sovereign-class monster leads this large beast tide into An City, An City will turn into a hell on earth, and millions of people will die at the hands of these monsters. The black ape sitting on his throne of bones slowly opened its scarlet eyes and looked disdainfully at the team of warriors. Then, almost immediately, the giant crocodile underneath it seemed to understand what it meant, and a sudden ferocity flashed in its vertical pupils. The crocodile opened its mouth as if chanting silently, releasing an enormous sonic colorful waves that seemed to engulf everything. The mud and rocks within 100 meters radius rolled and gathered in the air in a spiral shape, constantly compressing, and finally turned into a 10-meter-sized stone cone, which shot out like a missile. The air wave exploded, and an entire mountaintop was pierced through by these stone cones. The team of warriors that discovered the beast tide was submerged in the bombardment of stone cones like they've encountered a meteor shower. When the dust cleared, a radio communicator was still held at arm's length from a broken hand, and a signal of overlord incursion was successfully sent out. The black ape also stood up from the throne of bones at this time, and spoke in human language as it gave the order to charge full speed ahead. The surging tide of beasts responded to the overlord's voice, letting out loud and bloodthirsty roars. Meanwhile, at this moment outside the Swan Lake's secret realm, a high-pitched and sharp alarm of the beast tide approaching sounded, and the citizens of An City fell into a brief state of stiffness. The citizens knew what this meant, but they had only heard about the beast invasion in a certain country or place in the news. When the beast invasion came upon them, they all felt a sense of unreality and even wondered if they were dreaming. But soon, the mayor's voice was heard over the city's radio. A massive beast tide from the B-level secret realm of Swan Lake is about to invade An City. This incursion is expected to break through and reach the city in 20 minutes. Currently, the army has been transferred to the front line to resist the beast tide. The mayor called on all warriors in An City to come to support. This broadcast completely awakened the citizens. Countless people wanted to drive, take high-speed trains or planes to escape from An City, throwing the entire city in chaos. Armed police were deployed to maintain order, and government agencies operated at full capacity to stabilize the people's hearts and order An City to the greatest extent possible. As for the means of transportation to escape An City, currently only students and children can take it. They were the hope of the future. If An City really falls, then every future in the city will be placed on them. When these children grow up, They will avenge their hometown and the souls of their mothers and fathers. Inside the mayor's office, Mayor Huang Qing frowned after he'd made one phone call after another, trying to buy more time for N-City. And the moment his secretary rushed into his office with an update, he asked if she had finished the reinforcements request, which cities were willing to send troops. The secretary's face was gloomy when she replied that it wasn't just N-City encountering a large-scale incursion. There have been beast invasion warnings in many places across the country, and they were now unable to take care of themselves. And the fortunate cities that were not experiencing beast incursions had started building fortifications to guard against the possible beast disasters. With a slightly trembling voice, the mayor then asked of the imperial capital. He wanted to know if any Grandmaster warrior or above was sent over to support them. Even just one will do. But that seemed like a pipe dream because an S-level secret realm has appeared in Guanshan City, the neighboring city of the imperial capital. All warriors in the imperial capital were deployed to Guanshan City to curb the expansion of the S-level secret realm. Mayor Huang slumped in his chair. His keen political sense made him realize that the entire Xia kingdom was caught in a huge net. This beast-tide attack was not an accident but a premeditated one. But soon he stood up again. Nearly pushing towards 50 years, Huang Qing showed the resolute look he had in his youth. They have no time to waste. The battle to defend N-City had already begun, and they can only rely on themselves. Meanwhile, in the Chu Zhou family's training ground, he and Chu Zhou were having a sparring session. Chu Zhou now understood that any so-called temptation was meaningless in front of He, and only by trying his best could he make him take things seriously. However, it seems his best was still not enough. He gave Chu Zhou a bright smile as he punched him in the chest. Chu Zhou quickly condensed ice armor on his chest for defense, but he still underestimated the power of this punch. The fist hit the ice armor, and the extremely cold ice that was several decimeters thick was torn and shattered by the evil magic fangs attached to the fist the moment Chu Zhou was forcefully pushed back. He praised Chu Zhou for being able to withstand his punch. Chu Zhou could feel the mystery of that evil spirit, which was definitely not something that could be cultivated through ordinary martial arts. He asked He when he learned Shenhuang martial arts. About a month ago, so I'm still rough around the edges, he replied. But he'd finally understood the essence of the demon in the flesh, which was centered on evil spirits. Every time he goes through a tough battle and slaughters the opponent, his own evil spirit can simulate the slaughtered person. Just as He and Chu Zhou were resuming their battle, an alarm of a beast invasion suddenly sounded outside. The expression on their faces changed at the same time because they knew something terrible was going to happen. They also received a message on their mobile phones, informing them that all college preparatory students in N-City had priority to leave. They were to go to N-City's airport and take planes B-521 and B-753, or go to the high-speed railway and take the high-speed train A-423 to evacuate immediately. He questioned Chu Zhou if he was thinking of leaving. Chu Zhou replied with a suggestion of his own. He believes that with He's talent, he should run rather than staying to defend N-City. Unbeknownst to Chu Zhou, he was already getting excited thinking about the beast invasion. The fucker was even giving off his creepy smile like the titan he was. He told Chu Zhou that he talks too much. Since when did he become this sentimental? If he was staying, then there was only one thing left to focus on. The scene shifts to the Lu family's manor. And just as Lu Qingzhu was about to go out, she found Qin Lan blocking her path. Lu Qingzhu wanted to go and support the fight against the beast tide. But her mother's only priority was her well-being. If she heads out to fight in the beast invasion, how confident was she to return alive and intact or even at all? There are about 30,000 warriors in N-City. Even if they include the old and weak retired warriors and the warriors who volunteered to join the war, there are less than 50,000 of them. This number of people was like a small sailboat in front of a large beast tide. Once it hits the beast tide, it will be buried in the sea. As for the Overlord-level monsters, they were not monsters that N-City could face at all. They were beings that only Grandmasters can barely fight against. Her daughter's life was not only her own, but also the life of the entire family. Lu Qingzhu was silent for a moment, but her action of still moving forward showed her attitude. To her, a warrior family that cannot resist monsters probably has no value in existence. Qin Lan didn't answer and let Lu Qingzhu walk past her. The moment she shut the door behind her with a loud thud, Aunt Hong suddenly appeared from the shadows behind Qin Lan. Qin Lan gracefully lit a thin cigarette, half of her face hidden behind her long hair. She didn't need to give the order for Aunt Hong to know that Lu Qingzhu wasn't allowed to leave the manor. However, Aunt Hong was curious about the boy named He. Was he leaving N-City with them? Qin Lan replied that she should send He a message and let him make his own choice. As the scene cuts back to the Swan Lake's secret realm, Tens of thousands of warriors had already formed an iron formation immediately after entering the mysterious rift with the color of the starry sky. 60% of An City's military and high-level warriors above the level of martial artists had all entered the secret realm. They were named the Vanguard Troops and have only one mission. That is to gather intel about the Beast Tide and to try to find out the strength and abilities of the powerful Lord-level monsters, or even the Overlord-level monsters. Then, make it out alive to report back. Staring at the horrific tide with bated breath, these brave warriors, which to be honest are merely cannon fodders, charged forward aggressively. Their battle roar and wails gathered together to play a cruel and bloody symphony of war that shook the mountains and forests. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a temporary military defense line has been established with tanks, anti-aircraft guns, and countless Gatling guns and large-caliber machine guns forming a steel formation. Any monster that steps out of the secret realm will be overwhelmed by countless bullets and artillery fire. The size of the spatial rift was limited, which meant the number of monsters that can pass through would also be greatly limited, thereby eliminating the advantage of the Beast Tide which was in play. As long as they hold the line at the entrance of the spatial rift of Swan Lake, which was the last checkpoint for the monsters to enter the human world, and City's capability of withstanding this disaster would not be impossible. This was what Mayor Huang was banging his hopes on when his serious gaze suddenly shot up in surprise. And not just him. Everyone was astonished to see a warrior with a broken arm and covered in blood stumbled out of the rift in the secret realm. The moment the guy got out of the rift, he drops to the ground helplessly like a bag of sand, desperately calling for Mayor Huang. A medical staff and Mayor Huang quickly rushed over, but at this point, it's obvious the guy was at death's door. He raised his trembling hand towards Mayor Huang, and in it was a USB flash drive containing all the results of the Vanguard Troops battle. Mayor Huang asked anxiously where the others were. Upon hearing this, the warrior's dirty, blood-stained face wrinkled into a ball, like a ravaged chrysanthemum. He announced that they were dead. Everyone was dead. The Beast Tide crushed everything to pieces. Not even the corpses could be brought back. As the warrior spoke, his eyes suddenly widened again, with unconcealable fear and hatred in his eyes as he recalls the brutal encounter. He advised Mayor Huang to be careful of that blood-eyed black ape. It has plotted and set them up. Otherwise, at least a few thousand of them would have made it out alive. Just as Mayor Huang was asking for specific details, a loud noise suddenly occurred from the other side of the rift. Then a huge stone cone flew out in a rotation, piercing through a building in the distance. Without stopping, more stone cones flew out. The fortifications that were built with great difficulty at the entrance to the secret realm were destroyed, and countless buried mines were also detonated by the stone cones. Several deafening and destructive explosions sounded in perfect unison, and it became apparent that the Beast Tide was trying to blow up the unfinished defensive structures. A dreading realization flashed in Mayor Huang's eyes when he noticed that the enemy's first target was the landmines beneath the defensive structures, and the attack obviously came from the secret realm. It seems these monsters want to disrupt every trap before coming out of the rift. Cursing, Mayor Huang loudly issued the order to fire towards the spatial rift in the secret realm. The tanks and anti-aircraft guns in the rear opened fire, and the flames that shot up into the sky submerged the rift in the secret realm, while the stone cone attacks on that side never stopped. Mayor Huang's expression was solemn. Instead of sending out the beasts, these monsters use long-range attacks to consume their strength first. Since when do monsters use military tactics like humans? At this moment, the words of the dead warrior echoed in his ears. The Overlord-level magical beast had indeed plotted against them, otherwise at least a few thousand of Vanguard troops would have gotten out alive. Huang Qing clenched his fists. Damn them all! Damn that blood-eyed black ape beast! Another round of stone spikes broke through the artillery encirclement and flew over with the air wave. The tank troops in the rear were prepared in advance and moved away, allowing the stone spike to hit the ground. A soldier who was on defense suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the stone cone fragments behind him. A giant rat with membranous wings suddenly emerged from the rubble and bit off the soldier's head. This cruel and bizarre scene was played out in countless places on the battlefield. The stone cones were actually used as projection cabins for warcraft. They flew out of the cracks in the secret realm through the stone cones and were directly dropped to the rear of the battlefield to cause destruction. Mayor Huang warned everyone to be careful. The enemy's attacks were strategic and should be intercepted before they land. Damn it! Don't let those stone spikes fall. Stop them immediately. The missiles began to intercept the stone cones, but this resulted in a decrease in the firepower attacking the secret realm. The tank troops fell into a brief chaos, and the warrior troops began to provide support, but the monsters had no desire to fight. They quickly hid and fled, focusing on destroying various military equipment, causing the gunpowder network surrounding the cracks in the secret realm to be sharply reduced. In the secret realm, the blood-red pupils of the black ape revealed a very cunning human-like expression. In a condescending demeanor, this ugly fucker knew time was almost up and relish every second of it. In a few moments, the humans would no longer be able to resist his beast tide. So, in a commanding tone, it ordered its soldiers to flatten the humans and their piece of land until there was nothing left standing. A white-haired giant gorilla king of lord level, with the size of a small building, rushed out first, and the group of beasts behind it followed closely, all charging towards the rift in the secret realm. A bone-chilling roar resounded through the sky, and the white-haired giant gorilla king, together with an overwhelming magical beasts, rushed out despite the bombardment of several shells, pounded his ground with his fists, and howled to the sky. With the white-haired giant ape king attracting firepower, the large number of magical beasts took advantage of this fact, quickly drilled out of the rift in the secret realm, and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a tall building, he looked at the battlefield below and realized that humans were beginning to lose control of the situation. After today, he wondered what will become of N City. He looked at the once prosperous city and sighed. Although he had only traveled here for a few months, he had grown fond of N City and would not allow a bunch of fucking monsters to destroy the good life he fought to build. Without thinking anymore, he roared and jumped directly from the tall building, running vertically downwards with his feet on the wall of the building. While running, tough dark skin appeared over his body as he decisively charged into the battlefield in Demora's form. And with that, the scene shifted to elsewhere within the city. Luo Xian activated his Thunder Kick martial arts and kicked a monster in the abdomen, cracking it. Its eyeballs were even squeezed out by the impact. Another warrior praised Luo Xian for taking 5 beasts down already. He then took the opportunity to rush forward and dig open the monster's body, taking out the magic core to prevent it from healing itself. Luo Xian couldn't help but smile as he waved off the praise. The next moment, a hideous head of a beast was thrown in front of Luo Xian. Then a petite figure walked over, placed a foot on the monster's severed head and teased Luo Xian for showing off after just killing low-level monsters. The petite figure was none other than Kai Shaoling. She continued her teasing session with a smile, adding that if Luo Xian was seriously calling himself the number 1 in An City's third high, then he was a joke. Luo Xian wanted to refute her, but also knew he probably couldn't beat her if it comes down to it. So in order not to embarrass himself, he could only be angry for a while. Suddenly, everyone felt the temperature drop sharply, and even white frost appeared on the ground. A lonely and cold young man with impeccable styled hair despite his battles walked over. Kai Shaoling was horrified when she saw the blue magic core in Chu Zhou's hand. He actually killed a third-tier beast alone. And what's even surprising was his presence. Kai Shaoling didn't expect to see Chu Zhou on the battlefield. He didn't choose to evacuate. Chu Zhou did not answer the question about killing a third-level monster alone. He felt ashamed of showing off such an achievement, especially since this achievement meant nothing when compared with Yi's. Chu Zhou answered in a nonchalant manner, as if he didn't take death seriously at all. Their parents were warriors, and they were on the battlefield fighting against the beast tide. So as their children, how could they run? But just as the three were having a brief conversation, Luo Xian, with a slight trembling of his fingers revealing his nervousness and shock, pointed towards something in the sky and told the rest to watch out. Chu Zhou suddenly looked up behind him and saw a tank falling from the sky. As the entire zone got overrun with countless various beasts, leaving corpses and destruction in their wake, Luo Xian, in the exact moment of alerting the group, wondered what freaking monster dropped a fucking tank in their direction. The temperature dropped sharply as Chu Zhou silently unsheathed his sword, and in a swift motion, he coolly slashed the falling tank in two with a single strike, his blade drawing a half-moon in the air as each half falls on opposite side beside him with a reverberating boom. Kai Shaoling's eyes widened when she looked behind at the real culprit who launched the tank. Dreading an encounter with this magical beast, she thought it was the lord-level monster that first rushed out of the secret realm. And how the hell did it manage to rush to their rear front? You see, a few meters away was a 20-meter-tall white gorilla, supporting itself on the ground with its arms as it moved forward. With every step forward, the three felt the ground shaking. Chu Zhou corrected Kai Shaoling, informing her that the beast wasn't a lord. Its size and pressure was different. Also, she needed to calm down. Luo Xian suggested they retreat first. Even if the white gorilla was not a 4th-level lord, it was at least a 3rd-level rare magical beast. It was not something that they could deal with. As they took a cautious step back, they realized the beast had already made them its target. And before any of them could react, the beast got excited and threw a fist in their direction. With the force capable of trashing a tank, the three knew a single punch could unalive them in an instant. So, with widened eyes, Chuzhou gritted his teeth, held his breath, and was about to channel everything he had to withstand the punch with his sword when suddenly, a blue atomic beam hit the white gorilla's head, causing its head to flip over as its entire body falls to the ground. The white gorilla stretched out his big hand and wanted to slap the figure away, but his huge palm was firmly held by the other party's much smaller palm, unable to move. He gave off a sinister look and told the beast to open its mouth. It was time for its dental care. Seeing Ihi's menacing expression, the white gorilla's scarlet pupils widened upon realizing that it was royally fucked. He stepped on the white gorilla's jaw and pried its mouth open with great force. A dazzling stream of blue light burst out from Ihi's mouth and directly hit the white gorilla's fragile mouth. Black smoke spread out with the smell of burnt barbecue. The white gorilla struggled desperately, but in just a few seconds, its head and torso got melted by Ihi's atomic breath. Kai Shaoling and Luo Xian looked at the familiar blue light, then looked towards Chuzhou as if to confirm. Their stunned expressions seemed to be asking if it was really Ihi. Chuzhou looked at Ihi's back as he stood on the massive corpse of the white gorilla. He told the two not to be nervous, it was indeed Ihi. And with him on the battlefield, there was a chance Sin City might just survive this disaster. Maybe this was what was called a sense of security. He had no intention of reminiscing with Chuzhou and the others. He had to go and support other battle fronts. Performing an atomic reaction on the soles of his feet, he bent his knees and took off in an ostentatious fashion. He flew dozens of meters into the air, and while in mid-air, his next step was to find the area with the most clustered magical beasts. He activated his life magnetic field. And just like that, the scene shifted to his next location on the battlefield, which was one of the defense points closest to the rift in the secret realm. Under the impact of countless monsters, it was already crumbling. The martial warriors at the highest level of martial arts cultivation at that front had died of exhaustion. But the remaining warriors and even ordinary soldiers had no plan to evacuate. Even if they had to die to the last drop of blood, they would never hand over their stronghold to the monsters. A mammoth-like monster resisted the concentrated bombardment of the tanks, accelerated and rushed in, knocking down the high walls of the stronghold. The monsters behind it swarmed in like a tide. The soldiers threw away their guns, took out their swords and fought the beasts together with the warriors. Even if they had to sacrifice themselves, they had to delay the beasts for a second to create a chance for the warriors to kill them. Faced with the mammoth monster that was not afraid of artillery fire, the warriors directly chose the simplest yet most brutal human wave tactic. They pounced on the mammoth monster like ants, and even if they were squeezed into meat paste, they had to cause it some injuries. Although the direction of the battlefield was always determined by the contest between high-level warriors and high-level monsters, ordinary warriors and even ordinary people were determined to fight in this cruel world. At least they can hold on until the human strong warriors arrive and turn the situation around. Suddenly, a large number of dark and red magic shadows appeared on the battlefield. They did not attack humans, but interfered with the beasts. Countless monsters were confused by these dark and red magic shadows, allowing the warriors to seize the opportunity to kill them successfully. Just when the warriors were wondering where these demonic shadows were, a brilliant blue light stream hit the mammoth monster. The mammoth monster, which had been resisting the artillery fire silently, let out a painful wail for the first time. When the atomic breath ended, the mammoth monster's huge body collapsed onto the ground, and its invulnerable skin and flesh actually melted to form a burnt blood mark deep enough to see the bone. As the remaining low-level monsters could do nothing but stare at the incoming threat with evident hostility, Ihi activated a new skill named Thunderfang Cleave. He created a blue explosive airflow under his feet and plunged downward like a missile. A sonic boom sounded as Ihi tore through the sky and crashed into the monsters below with a destructive power so massive that not a single beast in that vicinity survived. Meanwhile, on other battlefronts elsewhere, the warriors were dumbfounded when they saw the beasts temporarily giving up on besieging their stronghold and were moving towards a location. What was going on? A female warrior informed the rest that it was because of their city's top scorer, Ihi. Reports says he had entered the battlefield, and the beasts were swarming him from every direction. Upon hearing this, the guy realized that the monsters were being called for reinforcements in order to besiege Ihi. And although Ihi might be strong, he was still a kid at the end of the day, and their city's last hope. The guy bolted in Ihi's location, addressing everyone that they can't let Ihi be killed by the hands of those beasts like other masters from the past. They must protect their top scorer at all cost. Meanwhile, as the scene cuts back to Ihi, all the magical beasts within a few dozen meters of him began to lose their flesh and blood, and their bones also began to rot away. Even if they were not dead, they had lost their fighting ability and became lambs to be slaughtered. Ihi had unexpectedly turned into a perfect killing machine, a walking radioactive disaster. His every move was a large-scale energy bombardment, and the atomic reaction in his body, which was equivalent to a controlled nuclear fusion, gave him an endless supply of power and made him never tired. The Beast Tide wanted to kill Ihi by sheer numbers, but this only led to them being slaughtered. Ihi was already at the center of the Beast Tide, and as countless dark and red magic shadows burst out of his body and began to sweep across the beast herd, all the monsters rushed at him from every direction. Activating his atomic breath, the familiar blue light on his body became brighter and brighter, turning him into a small blue sun as he spewed out a torrent of atomic beam from his mouth, piercing through and cutting through all the powerful monsters around him that were not killed by the intense nuclear radiation. Soon, the situation on the battlefield began to reverse, from a tide of beasts attacking human strongholds and humans having no choice but to defend, to humans taking the initiative and chasing the monsters. Ihi's battlefield was also noticed by many warriors and even high-level magical beasts. The warriors marveled at Ihi's powerful combat ability. After all, most ordinary warriors did not have the means to carry out large-scale attacks, and even high-level warriors found it difficult to have such a high efficiency in killing the enemy. A small number of human strongholds even started a counterattack with the help of Ihi. Whenever he arrives at a human stronghold, the warriors in that place become more defensively resilient. At some point, Ihi was no longer a simple battlefield support soldier, but a symbol of hope. Every time he arrived at a human stronghold, it meant that there was hope of defending that stronghold. A Lord-level monster successfully rushed out of the rift in the secret realm, and after seeing that Ihi was actually leading the humans to control the Beast Tide, it began to charge towards him regardless of everything like an enraged bull. And due to the sheer size and strength of the beast, it was difficult for any high-level warrior to even get close to the crazy Lord-level monster when suddenly, out of nowhere, 4 massive stone walls nearly 100 meters high rose from the ground very abruptly, trapping this bull-type Lord-level beast along with 4 other Lord-level monsters inside. Mayor Huang, who currently had the highest combat power in An City, stood high in the sky and was responsible for casting the genetic technique of the Earth Vein Divine Wall. He knew his Earth Vein seal won't stop all the primal beasts, or even be able to hold them indefinitely. Only the decapitation of the Overlord-level beast would seal the deal permanently. But at the moment directly below his figure, the Lord-level bull-type monster madly rammed the Earth Vein Divine Wall. Each collision had a force of hundreds of tons, but the stone wall not only did not move at all, but it was constantly shrinking, as if it wanted to squeeze the Lord-level monsters to death. Unexpectedly, a white-haired ape king stepped on the other Lord-level monsters and jumped suddenly, as if trying to jump out of the stone wall. Mayor Huang clasped his hands together as a golden energy began surging in between his close palms, and was directly aimed at the Lord-level white-haired ape. This golden energy shot out in a massive beam that instantly vaporized the head of the white-haired ape king to dust. The poor bastard had the rest of its massive body inches away from Mayor Huang in midair. This was the power of the Black Tortoise Warrior, which has the ability to suppress the existence of Lord-level monsters. Mayor Huang's strength had exceeded the scope of ordinary creatures, making him the optimum option for fighting the Lord-level beasts. However, just as he was about to descend to deal with the remaining Lord-level monsters, something suddenly burst out from the spatial rift that immediately got his attention. His gaze locked at the huge crocodile's head that had barely squeezed out from the dimensional rift in the secret realm. It was so big that its main body could not pass through the rift at all. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Mayor Huang's forehead. He had learned about this terrifying monster from the information brought back by the Vanguard troops. It was the mount of the Fifth Order Overlord monster, the blood-eyed black ape, the giant mountain crocodile, a 4th-tier lord level of king class, with a towering figure capable of flattening anything in its path. Those missile-like stone cones were also condensed by this giant mountain crocodile using the Earth-attributed bloodline power. The appearance of the Overlord's mount meant that the fucking sovereign-level monkey could no longer hold back. Mayor Huang quickly made his way to the ground, placed his palms on the floor, and as he shook violently, an endless amount of powerful martial energy spread across the earth. This was the activation of his genetic earth magic, the mountain-crushing dominator hammer, commonly known as the rock tsunami. The hard soil and rocks began to soften like water, and the earth's crust in front of him rose hundreds of meters, and then collapsed like a tsunami towards the half-exposed head of the giant mountain crocodile. Facing the collapsing mountain, the giant crocodile flashed contempt in its deep green vertical pupils. As the king of the earth attribute, this was the first time that it encountered a human warrior who chose to fight with the same ability. Under the will of the giant crocodile that sank the mountain, the center of the rock tsunami began to collapse and gather, forming a huge stone ball. The stone ball absorbed the rocks that collapsed around it, causing the mass and volume of the rock tsunami to continue to shrink. But what the giant crocodile didn't notice was that Mayor Huang's figure was hidden in the mud and sand, quietly approaching in front of the enormous bastard. The moment the giant crocodile finally realized the threat and wanted to condense stone armor for defense, it was too late. Using the Xianhuang martial arts technique, the drilling mountain power, Mayor Huang punched out with a powerful spiral of golden energy, which was several times harder than diamond, and broke through the mineral eyelid of the supposedly giant crocodile that sank the mountain, blowing its eyeball apart. Blood spurted out like a fountain as the giant crocodile's howling and anger reverberated throughout the entire city of Anqing. The glass of the surrounding buildings was all shattered, and the earth also responded to this giant enraged mountain crocodile. Sharp stone spikes protruded from the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters, and in the blink of an eye, a huge stone forest was formed. Fortunately, Mayor Huang had obtained the information about the giant crocodile in advance and evacuated all the warriors and remaining citizens in time, preventing them from approaching within 1 kilometer of the giant crocodile, thus avoiding too many casualties. If the enormous bastard had completely entered in city, he would have hardly been able to weaken it. However, since it only showed its head, it was literally begging to be slaughtered. Approaching the enraged fucker in the air, Mayor Huang performed the 1,000 Hands of Guanyin and used several powerful martial arts in a short period of time. The air around him suddenly got filled with flames from his high-speed fists and feet. Mayor Huang attacked the weak point of the giant crocodile with all his strength. Blood spurted from its scales and armor, and the giant beast was soon covered in blood. If it wasn't for the powerful self-healing ability of its magic core, it would probably have been killed by Mayor Huang by now. However, even under this relentless assaults, the monster wasn't down for the count. Pissed off, it counterattacked, planning to catch Mayor Huang off guard. Spires of stones suddenly grew out from its body, aiming to pierce Mayor Huang, who was forced to halt his offense and defend himself. The mountain giant crocodile, now resembling a living mace, had been covered completely in jagged spikes. Although the attack was unexpected, Mayor Huang wasn't surprised. After all, an attack of using its body as a weapon was expected from a king-tier lord-level beast. However, just when he stopped for a short while to adjust his breathing, the stone pillar behind him suddenly cracked, revealing a single crimson eye staring directly at him. Mayor Huang sensed the fatal threat and decisively turned around, only to realize it was an ambush. An arm covered with black hair stretched out and grabbed Mayor Huang's head before he could even resist. The owner of the black-haired arm also revealed his true identity, turning out to be none other than the 3-meter-tall black ape with blood-red eyes. It questioned what the foolish human was thinking of doing to its mount. Mayor Huang's pupils shrank, but he remained silent, realizing that the blood-eyed black ape hid inside the stone spikes purposefully for this precise ambush. The blood-eyed black ape declared in an arrogant tone, informing Mayor Huang that he was going to crush his skull, so every human can see just how insignificant they are before him. Then, with the intention to kill in a single blow, it slammed Mayor Huang to the ground with so much force that a dent was formed. Unexpectedly, Mayor Huang's split-second decision of sacrificing his left arm to escape the blood-eyed black ape's death grip saved his life. However, this only excited the bastard immensely. It showed a sinister smile after confirming that there are no stronger martial artists left in the city. Now, it can kill without restraints. It had already tested humanity's trump card. And sure enough, there was no warrior in the entire city who could resist it. A 5th-level overlord. Mayor Huang had a blank expression on his face, seemingly not surprised at all by this situation. He waved his only remaining arm, and countless broad and sharp stone knives emerged from the stone forest created by the mountain giant crocodile. The stone knives gathered into a storm and swept towards the blood-eyed black ape. The blood-eyed black ape didn't seem to be in a hurry to unalive Mayor Huang. It informed him that his resistance was meaningless. He was only delaying his inevitable death. You see, when the blood-eyed black ape confirmed that it had no natural enemies on this battlefield, in its eyes, this was no longer a war, but a game. A game designed to make humanity drown in fear and despair. The blood-eyed black ape wanted to see with his own eyes the expression of fear and hopelessness on the face of the strongest human in N City, deeming it as a delighted sight it could ever witness in this game. The storm of stone knives that was powerful enough to smash a tank hit the blood-eyed black ape. But the arrogant and intelligent monster did not even bother to defend itself, and allowed the stone knives to cut its body. It then calmly walked out of the storm of stone knives. Although the speed was good, the power was way too weak. The fucker casually commented like he was some twisted human instructor grading an exam. Mayor Huang raised up his working arm, launching another tidal wave of stones which pounced on the overlord beast. But the arrogant bastard just simply jumped hundreds of meters high and avoided the attack range of the sea of stones. Then, accompanied by a thunderous boom, the stone forest was destroyed by the sea of stones. But the blood-eyed black ape was unharmed. This time around the attack was powerful but way too slow. It coldly teased as it made its way towards Mayor Huang in a blink of an eye, actively dashing on one ruined building to the next, then soaring over dozens of meters in a final massive leap, and was in Mayor Huang's face in an instant. It told Mayor Huang to kneel because it disliked lower creatures looking at him. Caught off guard for a moment, Mayor Huang was stunned. He hadn't expected this overlord-level beast to be this deranged. Then came the strike as the beast's fist descended him like a collapsing mountain. A thunderous impact reverberated throughout the battlefield as Mayor Huang hit the ground. He felt a pain in his knees but didn't fall to the ground completely, rather forced himself to stay half-crouched, refusing to kneel. The ground beneath his feet shattered into broken fractures, yet his eyes remained determined, unshaken. There was only calmness on that somewhat weathered face. As the blood-eyed black ape stared at Mayor Huang's face in confusion, it wondered why the human wasn't afraid. He should be scared shitless, just like the despair and fear it had seen on the faces of the countless warriors it had hunted and killed in the past. This was the first time seeing the opposite when they were about to die. Mayor Huang placed his remaining hand on the ground and replied coldly, questioning the arrogant fucker if it believes it is so clever. But it still miscalculated gravely because at the end of the day, it was just an ugly, arrogant beast. Mayor Huang activated a forbidden blood-burning technique, the Earth Vein Seal. Apparently, he had deliberately lured the blood-eyed black ape at that precise vicinity because that place had his trump card, a formation he laid out in advance. The ground turned into quicksand with terrifying suction and began to spin rapidly in a vortex. In just a few seconds, half of the blood-eyed black ape's body was stuck in this quicksand. The harder it tried, the deeper it sank. The blood-eyed black ape sneered, questioning if this was Mayor Huang's backup plan, purposefully trying to seal him underground? He was too naive for a human because there was no way he could keep him sealed forever. The moment he falters, he will tear every human in this city to shreds. Mayor Huang just stared down at the arrogant beast and smiled slightly, not with joy, but with a resolved pride. This wasn't a backup plan but a hymn to humanity, the hymn of courage. Mayor Huang pulled back his torn-up shirt, revealing a large star-shaped wound on his chest. Then, he pierced through his own chest with his remaining arm. Blood gushed out instantly. The blood-eyed black ape was puzzled. It questioned what the human was doing. Mayor Huang coughed out blood, but his gaze was resolute. You see, at the start of this war, he buried the city's one and only tactical nuclear warhead beneath the battlefield, and the trigger was implanted inside his heart. So if Mayor Huang's heart stops, the nuclear warhead detonates. The blood-eyed black ape roared in desperation upon hearing this. Mayor Huang was definitely bluffing, and also insane. Did he expect him to fall for such bullshit? Because no human would gamble their worthless life on something like this. Mayor Huang still had that prideful smile on his face as the blood-eyed black ape continued to roar desperately. From the very beginning of the war, he had no intention of making it out alive. After all, only by actively getting involved can he perhaps completely deceive this cunning beast. Mayor Huang thought of the declaration he made at the inauguration ceremony as mayor of An City 20 years ago, declaring his name as Huang Qing, and was willing to give everything, including his life, for the city and its citizens. Now, he was at peace, finally content with what he had done. Huang Qing closed his eyes as the bright light of the nuclear bomb broke through the earth. The endless light and heat flooded his body and the body of the blood-eyed black ape, annihilating them in a single blinding instant. A deafening boom sounded that literally shook the entire city of Anqing, and a huge mushroom cloud like a tombstone rose out at the center. When the nuclear bomb exploded, the temperature at the center even reached hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, vaporizing all matter instantly under this terrifying high temperature. The warriors who had received information in advance to evacuate the range of the nuclear explosion all stood in silence. They looked towards the center of the explosion with eyes filled with tears and great respect. As one, they raised their hands and saluted with pride and gratitude that Mayor Huang Qing had for his city. Chu Zhou and the others lower their heads in silence as a tribute. This wasn't just an explosion, but a grand funeral worthy of legends. When the dark mushroom cloud subsided, the area of thousands of meters in radius turned into a dark red magma swamp. But it seems that all this destructive energy, which lasted for a while, still hadn't been enough to kill the fifth-level overlord. Because somewhere within that dark red lava swamp, a charred creature, barely recognizable as a humanoid, trembled. Its carbonized flesh had been completely burnt off, revealing the charred bones. The heart of the skeleton, which was a dull orange crystal, suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light as if revitalized. Then, mystic blood threads emanated from the magic core within and directly began to weave along the broken skeleton. After a few seconds, a bloody man was formed. Countless membranes grew on its surface, followed by black hair. A pair of blood-red eyes opened, revealing endless coldness and resentment. And just like that, the blood-eyed black ape was reborn from the ashes, although significantly weaker than its previous self before the explosion. It still can't even believe that it was nearly taken out by that lowly human. As it weakly supported its body, feeling the life energy in its magic core depleting, the brutality in its blood-eyed eyes nearly burst out. For monsters at the Overlord level, ordinary nuclear bomb attacks were too slow and the power was not concentrated, so they cannot cause effective damage to them at all. However, the blood-eyed black ape was trapped by Huang Qing and took the nuclear bomb head-on. The blood-eyed black ape roared, promising to slaughter every last person in An City. It will torture every human to death in the most brutal and unimaginable way possible for the humiliation. The unbearable humiliation of being forced to the brink of death by a human warrior who he could have easily eliminated with a single move. For now, it needed to first go back to the Sin realm of the secret world, the place where it came from. Once it recovers its blood and chi energy, it will return and flatten the entire place to the ground. However, in that very moment, it suddenly felt a strong murderous intent as someone questioned where it thought it was sneaking off to. The blood-eyed black ape looked back and found a young warrior covered in dark scales with blue flames on the back of his body, hovering near him. The blood-eyed black ape looked at the familiar blue light and recognized this person. This was one of the biggest obstacles to his beast invasion, a terrifying human genius. Apparently, after the nuclear explosion, he didn't let down his guard and used his life magnetic field to scan the entire area repeatedly. After numerous attempts, he found a slight fluctuation of life. It's just a shame that he was a little too late because the beast had already reconstructed its body. The moment the cells in Ihi's arms underwent an atomic reaction at maximum power, he spared no time charging at the Overlord level beast. The raging blue flames tore his muscles, exposing them to the air. With his superatomic blast fist already activated, Ihi punched directly in the direction of the Overlord level beast. However, to his utter shock, the monster was unharmed even though it took the attack head-on. Its bloodshot eyes flickered, and greed arose in its heart. Human geniuses had always been heavily protected and were extremely difficult to be killed. But now, this human genius was isolated and helpless, creating the perfect opportunity to be killed. Driven by his inner greed, the blood-eyed black ape no longer chose to escape, but took the initiative to attack Ihi. A surging heavy mist burst out of the blood-eyed black ape, and as it relied on its domineering defense, it went against the torrent of energy. But when it barely came in front of Ihi, what it saw was not his frightened face, but a smile. If the cunning bastard had run, then Ihi's mini-nuclear bomb probably wouldn't have been able to nuke his ass up. But since it was so eager to die, then he will grant the beast its wish. Suddenly, Ihi activated his 60-meter colossal titan with the familiar ultra-heated steam. And as this enormous ultra-heated steam engulfed everything in sight, brilliant arcs of electricity also burst out, and the blood-eyed black ape felt the familiar energy explosion. Before it could finish his words, it was engulfed in a blue light and heat. The atomic reactor in Ihi's body also underwent a horrific nuclear fission when the superimposed colossal humanoid template and the legendary Demora's template was triggered simultaneously. This created a radiant blue nuclear explosion. And although it was far less powerful than the first nuclear bomb, the familiar destructive feeling was palpable. At several kilometers away, the warriors saw the second nuclear explosion in surprise, and wondered how there was another nuclear bomb so suddenly. Was it another trap set by Mayor Huang Qing? It seems that man really did think of everything. After the small nuclear explosion, the blood-eyed black ape, in a charred state, stood there in the dust, scared shitless. It was visibly shaken as it stared at the terrifying figure in front of it, calling Ihi's hybrid transformation a monster. A demonic figure over 40 meters tall stood out from the dust and smoke. Its skin was as tough and rough as black reefs, with spine spikes exposed with blue fluorescent patterns, and the heavy tail behind it which can destroy a cliff with a slight wave. This was the supergiant humanoid wearing Demora's armor. He spread his long arms, roared to the sky, and declared the majesty of the king. The blood-eyed black ape looked unhappy. Why does Ihi look more like a monster than him? Most Lord-level monsters don't have an aura like Ihi's. He looked at the ant-like black ape with blood-colored eyes and replied that he wasn't anything like the bald monkey. He raised his overwhelming feet as the Overlord beast just stared in panic. He stomped down, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. The blood-eyed black ape, on the other hand, managed to roll out of the range of Ihi's feet. A sound like thunder exploded as Ihi activated the mountain-blocking fist flash strike. His arm, as big as a pillar, was swung with a fierce murderous aura wrapped around it. He mocked the little monkey, declaring that there was no use in running. The arrogant blood-eyed black ape could not accept the ridicule from what he deemed as an inferior life form. It turned around and swung its arm to collide with the fist that was a circle bigger than its entire body. Dark and red lightning exploded, and the blood-eyed black ape was hammered into the earth with a direct beam of atomic energy. Ihi's fist was twisted into a knot by the huge force of the blood-eyed black ape, but with the powerful self-healing ability of the giant form, it recovered in just a few seconds. As long as his real body at the back of the giant's neck was intact, the external body of the giant will never disappear. He just didn't expect that the skinny Overlord-level beast was still stronger than the average Overlord. In his giant Demora's form, his overall physical fitness has exceeded the 30-point mark, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't overwhelm the opponent in terms of strength. The blood-eyed black ape looked at Ihi's arm that had healed instantly, and finally gave up on the idea of killing him. It used his full strength in that last strike, and Ihi had already healed it. He definitely can't beat this genius. He can't win. The blood-eyed black ape got up and bolted like its life depended on it. And at this point, it's obvious that it was. He sneered at the blood-eyed black ape, which was no longer charging at him but running away. The filthy beast didn't deserve to stain Mayor Huangqing's sacrifice. The cracks on Ihi's chest glowed blue, and the blue crystal-like spine behind was extremely dazzling. He controlled his body that was over 40 meters long and released a super-large atomic breath. The blue light that was like a divine punishment tore through the air like a sharp knife. Faced with such a large-scale energy bombardment, the blood-eyed black ape had to jump up and down in a ridiculous manner to dodge, but it was no use. The filthy monkey was hit hard by the atomic breath, and as its entire body got smashed into the ground, it suddenly disappeared. He narrowed his eyes, because the cunning beast had actually used the force of the atomic breath to escape underground. It had also gone into a state of suspended animation, pretending to be dead. But pretending to be dead also meant that it was afraid of being discovered. It was in the most serious condition ever after suffering those numerous unprecedented injuries. So this was the best chance to kill it. Ihi tried using his life magnetic field to find the beast's location, but it seems Overlord-level magic beasts can conceal their presence completely. Compared to Mayor Huang's plan that almost killed it, finishing it shouldn't be that challenging even with its skilled concealment. Because any faint traces of life, he can still sense it immediately. This time around, Ihi focused the life magnetic field underground and eventually found the damn monkey's location not far from him. It had swam in the soil like a fish, escaping from Ihi's pursuit. He immediately spurred out an atomic breath which cut through the surface of the earth, and the blood-eyed black ape jumped out of the soil like a fried fish, only to be greeted by another huge fist carrying a terrifying gust of air. The bloodshot eyes of the monster flickered as it cursed inwardly, wondering why this human's perception was so damn disgusting. It had already sensed the entrance to the secret realm not far away, and was hoping that once its energy and blood was recovered, it can devour this young warrior who dared to chase him. The punch sent the sovereign-class monster crashing into the earth upon impact, creating a cloud of dust. He confidently declared to make the Overlord-level beast wish it was dead, adding that it was what the filthy monkey deserved for trying to defile Mayor Huang's sacrifice. However, the sovereign-class monster just scoffed at this, telling the human to not push his luck. He was a vile worm, and if it weren't for that damn mayor's trap, he wouldn't have to endure such humiliation. In its current state, the sovereign-class monster plans on squeezing the magic core of its body to burn out the last bit of energy to drag Ihi to hell. The completely torn-off right arm of the blood-eyed black ape briefly recovered to its peak. And the moment it did, it leaped high in the air and launched at Ihi in one last final and desperate attempt. He raised his fist and countered the attack head-on. The very moment the two fists collided, a terrifying force was created upon impact that literally formed a brief vacuum zone. The burst of black and red electric current was dispersed by the monster's fist, and this terrifying force extended along Ihi's fist to his shoulders and chest. His python-like layers of muscles first collapsed and the bone fragments mixed with blood shattered completely. Ihi's entire arm exploded into bloody mist, and a bloody rain fell on the nuclear explosion wasteland. He even seemed to be injured at this moment, however. He had a mocking smile on his face because the Overlord-level beast had definitely had the worse if the two are compared. After his desperate attack, it was finally at the end of its rope. Squeezing its magic core to temporarily throw a final punch made the monster unable to dodge as it drops to the ground. It was about to be hit head-on by an atomic breath when suddenly, a melodious and eerie song sounded in this empty nuclear wasteland. His dark blue eyes turned blood red in an instant. He felt an extremely sharp pain in his brain, and countless negative emotions surged in his mind. He knew that he was under mental attack, and he used all his strength to mobilize the evil energy in his body to protect his mind. When he eventually came to his senses, he saw that the wasteland that had been destroyed by the nuclear explosion was covered with white and tender arms. Countless slender hands with beautiful proportions sway in the wind like flowers, full of strange beauty. The blood-eyed black ape, which had had almost all of its bones shattered completely by Ihi's superatomic blast fist, was now covered by countless pairs of jade hands. The hands lifted up the charred body of the blood-eyed black ape and carried it backwards like a baton. Ihi's face looked solemn, wondering if there was another high-level monster. He didn't expect that there would be unexpected changes. He waved his hand and tried to grab the blood-eyed black ape, but he felt the giant's entire body pause. The jade hands had grown out of all the joints of Ihi's giant body at some point, making him unable to move, like a large machine with its gears stuck. He roared, questioning if this mysterious high-level monster thought it could trap him and save his prey. Suddenly, Ihi's 40-meter-tall giant body burst into shining blue flames. He intensified the atomic reaction in his body, causing his body temperature to increase rapidly. From 100 degrees Celsius to 200, then 400, followed by 600, 800, 900, and by the time it rose to 1,000 degrees Celsius, the shell of Demoras on the colossal humanoid began to melt, revealing the flesh and blood flowing in the blue magma underneath. The terrifying temperature caused the ground beneath his feet to start burning with wild, inextinguishable flames. The jade hands stuck on his giant's body also began to spontaneously combust. They made sharp cries like babies and eventually turned into ashes. At this time, the blood-eyed black ape had been sent by the jade hand and flowers to a position 50 meters away from the spatial rift of the secret realm. It was almost there when it heard a loud commotion not far from him. Driven by curiosity, it raised its trembling head to have a look with its remaining eye, only to see a giant body which was chasing him with big strides like a devil who had literally crawled from hell. He stepped on the ground, and every step made the large jade hands burn like wildfire. The flaming giant roared loudly and stretched out his hands to grab anything in its path as he moved forward. The blood-eyed black ape screamed in horror for the jade hands to hurry up. The flaming giant was catching up. For the first time in its existence, it felt that death was so close that it could practically taste it. In the face of the instinct for survival, it forgot its cunning and its arrogance, and only primitive fear remained. The strange singing voice appeared again, mixed with a woman's charming laughter. From the dimensional rift in the secret realm that was 100 meters high, countless arms stretched out like a tide and was as high as a huge mountain. In the center of the wave of arms, there was a woman's head, and two beautiful hands like masks covered her eyes. He was aware that the other party was on the other side of the rift, influencing him across the two dimensions. With such terrifying power, what the hell was it? Was it a monster? And if it was it also an overlord? If this mysterious creature's true form happens to appear out of the spatial rift, he will probably be on his knees in that very first second. The woman's head seemed to feel Ihi's approach. She opened her eyes, finally having enough with this young human's meddling. Under such a terrifying stare, she lets out a scream as loud as the glorified, disfigured banshee she was. Her screams made Ihi felt as if his brain was about to explode. Even though he had blocked out the giant anthropomorphic hearing, the eerie scream could still reach his brain. The giant howled in pain, and Ihi tore open the flesh at the back of its neck and crawled out. The filthy monkey had killed so many people, and now it wants to leave just like that. He was like a madman, and with only endless murderous intent and madness in his eyes. He roared and added that the fucking monkey was dreaming if it thinks he would just accept that. He poured all of his atomic energy into the giant's body. And the giant's body with Demora's genes immediately entered an overload mode. All of his flesh and blood was melted by the blue magma-like blood, leaving only a huge skeleton to support its movements. He controlled his giant's flaming body to the edge of the rift and shot out from the neck like a missile, burning all the jade arms, blocking his way to ashes. When the giant's body was about to step into the rift of the secret realm, he faced the head of the woman with covered eyes and gave her the middle finger. He gave her a mocking smile and added that it was a local specialty of his hometown, a nuke to light up her ass, and he hopes the bitch likes it. The woman with her eyes covered stared directly at the flaming giant which had entered the secret realm like the harbinger of death. At that moment, her screaming session intensified, but it was out of sheer desperation and shock. Then, the dazzling blue and white explosion flooded everything. Part of the aftermath of the explosion poured out from the rift in the secret realm, blowing the weak hundreds of meters away like a fallen leaf. The blue-white light passed through the rift in the secret realm, dispersing the nuclear explosion smoke and dust that filled the outside world. like a small sun rising in the nuclear explosion wasteland. This obvious phenomenon was soon noticed by warriors several kilometers away. A warrior pointed out uncertainly that the rift in the secret realm seems to have exploded. Another also discovered a surprising issue. Something unexpected had happened because the beasts were suddenly in chaos. You see, the beast tide obeys the leadership of high-level monsters and has demonstrated a high level of organizational ability in previous battles. But now they were like a colony of ants that had lost their composure, either attacking blindly or fleeing in all directions. All experienced warriors realized what this meant. The Overlord-level beast was dead. They wondered if Mayor Huangqing's plan had succeeded. Everyone cheered up but stayed sharp, not wanting their mayor's sacrifice to go to waste. The city of Anqing can be saved if all the remaining beasts are eliminated. The carcass of the blood-eye black ape was finally destroyed by the giant nuke, halting the flow of beasts through the rift into City. And the remaining warriors who were originally showing signs of fatigue due to the high-intensity battle were suddenly revived as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They finally saw hope from the dark sea of beasts. The siege lasted a full day and night, until every beast was hunted down. The exhausted warriors were finally treated by the medical staff after the siege ended. Somewhere on the battlefield, Chu Zhou sat silently with a brutally battered and bloody body. The damage assessment showed that although City won the siege, it was at a devastating cost. Nearly 80% of the warriors and soldiers were killed or wounded. Meanwhile, at the site of the previous nuclear blast, a young man finally opened his eyes just when the city finally got a respite and a new life. He sat up, a bit disoriented. He wondered just how long he had been unconscious. After pouring all his remaining atomic energy into the giant's body to create a small nuclear bomb, his body fell into a sleeping state. Fortunately, the place where he lost consciousness was full of fresh nuclear radiation and residual atomic fission energy which recharged him after he depleted his energy. This battle was extremely brutal. So much so that Mayor Huang had to even intervene himself, luring the blood-eyed black ape to the nuclear explosion zone and obliterate it. Thanks to that, He was able to use the home field advantage in the nuclear explosion zone and self-destruct repeatedly to finally kill the blood-eyed black ape before the woman's head tried to rescue it. With the little vitality left in its magic core, it was impossible for it to heal itself. The subordinate beast tide chose to retreat because they sensed the death of the Overlord. Even though Ihi's infinite monster template was strong, it still couldn't match an Overlord-level beast. Winning this battle was sheer luck, advantages, and fate combined. He clenched his palms, feeling the surging atomic energy rushing through his body. Given enough time, he will reach the peak of martial power in Xia Kingdom. However, this time the secret realm riot throughout Xia Kingdom has given him a sense of urgency. He has no time for growth. He doesn't know when the next template will be available, and it may not be a gold tier or higher if he draws it. It seems that the collection of plant attribute magic cores needs to be accelerated, because merging with the planet Demora's template was the fastest way for him to become a top-tier warrior. There is also the Shenhuang martial arts. Since the infinite monster templates can help him cheat in the Wuyun space, he must also grasp the martial artist's extraordinary system. Although the growth period of Shenhuang martial arts was slower than that of his template abilities, its potential was also extremely high. After all, this was a cultivation system in the high martial arts world, and perhaps being transported to this world was part of his destiny. On the wasteland, he looked at the city in the distance that had just experienced war and silently planned for the future. 1 month after the beast invasion, and city had mostly resumed operations. In the city center, a bronze statue several tens of meters high of the former mayor, Huang Qing, was built. This was for the citizens and the future generations to remember the great warrior who dedicated everything and saved the city of Anqing. He also learned about the damage in other cities from the news. On his smartphone, he was informed that a total of 18 cities in the entire Xia Kingdom were attacked by the beast tide, and 12 of them were completely destroyed. After the S-level secret realm appeared in Guanshan City, the entire city was shrouded in an undetectable and impenetrable gray fog. At this point, Guanshan City was completely cut off from the outside world. The imperial capital selected 30 warriors and 5 grandmasters from the national warrior organization named the Daxia Dragon Bird, and went to investigate under the leadership of Grandmaster Du Jingming. Xia Kingdom's strongest national defense-level warrior, Fu Hongsheng, was on standby outside the S-level secret realm. After 12 hours, none of the 36 warriors left Guanshan City, so Fu Hongsheng went into Guanshan City in person. Finally, after 8 hours, the seriously injured Fu Hongsheng walked out of Guanshan City with the 2 surviving masters. Xia Kingdom also listed Guanshan City as the 11th life-forbidden zone in the world, and 1.8 million people in the city were confirmed dead. Countless lives eventually turned into cold numbers of casualties, appearing on Ihi's smartphone. This was the most serious invasion of the secret realm that had caused the Xia Kingdom the most damage since spatial rifts appeared. For the first time, He realized the dire survival situation of humanity. Even National Guardian-level martial artists were barely enough. He can't wait any longer. Only by possessing great power within himself can he survive in this turbulent world. He turned off the news and called the only person he knows that has access to the items he needed. At the Liu family's mansion, He asked Qinlan for a favor. Qinlan laid lazily on a leather sofa. Her silk pajamas were a little revealing, showing her perfectly toned pink shoulders. She guessed that He wants to learn the remaining 2 Shenhuang martial arts of the Liu family. He felt a little nervous upon hearing this. Was this the image Qinlan had of him in her mind? He replied that that's not the case. He would like to ask her to help him acquire some high-quality plant attribute magic cores, preferably blue magic cores or even purple lord-level magic cores. Plant-type magical beasts were already rare, and lord-level magic cores were even more precious. He has a really big appetite. Anyway, since he wants these items so much, what can he offer in return? This reply was not a no, so He grew more confident. He stated that at the beginning of each school year at the Imperial Capital University, there's a secret realm assessment for freshmen. He can team up with Lu Qingzhu and help her get first place. When He made this declaration, Qinlan's lazy posture was immediately alert, her gaze becoming sharper. He was underestimating the top talents from other provinces and cities. Her daughter's ability was only above average among the freshmen of the Imperial University in previous years, not even in the upper reaches. Although He had outperformed Lu Qingzhu in the competition, he was still short behind the top geniuses. He gave a sly smile upon hearing this. He boldly stated that Qinlan chose him to revitalize the Liu family, right? He can write an IOU. If he doesn't get first place in the freshman class, he will work like a slave for her in the Liu family and provide for her retirement. Qinlan got up from the leather sofa and made her way towards the window. She agreed to help He just this once. Upon receiving Qinlan's promise, He was temporarily relieved on the other end of the line. And the moment the call ended, he made his way to the city's central hospital to visit Chuzhou. He heard that the battle maniac took 4 battle stimulants in a day, overdrew his body, and was admitted to the ICU. He's fanatical fans, which were mainly young women, came up to him and asked for his autograph the moment he arrived on his sleek black motorcycle. They swamped him excitedly as some requested they add him on Penguin Talk. He was a bit overwhelmed, and if he was being honest, he really didn't expect to be so popular. He politely rejected numerous requests from the fans after signing a few autographs. But he did take some of their many gifts for his friend. When he entered the ward for Chuzhou and Luo Xian, he couldn't hold it in and broke into a fit of laughter. The originally handsome classmate was now wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Chuzhou laid on the bed with an embarrassed expression on his face. But his sharp eyes seemed to show his usual composed demeanor, as if to say he never needed bandages in the first place and could still fight. He was interrupted by Chuzhou's fellow patient who casually called him as if they knew each other. He asked who the guy was. Luo Xian gave an awkward laugh and introduced himself, reminding He that he was his first opponent in the promotion match a few weeks ago. He was genuinely curious as he tried to recall Luo Xian, but was suddenly stopped short after noticing something unexpected. At first glance, Luo Xian might look like he's been dealt a better hand than Chuzhou, but that was far from it. Luo Xian had been hurt badly, and He was truly caught off guard when he noticed his broken leg. Luo Xian reassured He that his leg was not that broken yet, so he shouldn't look at him like he was done for. He can get a limb regeneration surgery. But if that doesn't work, he can also use the latest combat prosthetic limbs launched by Laserbird. As if to prove that he was fine, Luo Xian kicked his broken leg. Luo Xian was a bit speechless when he saw He looking at his broken leg with pity and respect. Although Luo Xian was a little green, he was undoubtedly a real warrior who lost his leg defending in city. He was really admirable. Anyway, Ihi's cell phone rang inside his pocket at this moment. And after taking a quick glance and confirming that it was an unfamiliar phone number, he hung up and marked it as a nuisance call, then blocked the number. The process was smooth, but 10 seconds later his phone rang again. This time, the caller was Principal Lao Deng of An City's No. 1 middle school. He picked up the phone and heard Lao Deng's somewhat anxious and furious voice, questioning why he blocked that important person from the capital. He should unblock him right now. He realized what he had just done and unblocked the number immediately. Moments after doing so, a call came through and a man's voice came from the other end. He introduced himself as Wang Tao, the person in charge of the admissions office of Imperial Capital University. He called to inform He that Huadu University will start school a month early, and a special train will pick him up in 3 days. Did Yi have any request or disagreement? Yi replied that he had none and will follow the organization's arrangements. Inwardly, he knew that even if he had any issue or request, he had no power to demand anything. And about the early opening of the Imperial Capital University, it's obviously due to the heavy blow caused by the invasion of the Secret Realm to Xia Kingdom. This had undoubtedly forced the Imperial Capital University to make some adjustments or reforms. Wang Tao praised him for having a high level of awareness and ended the call. Subsequently, Chu Zhou also received a call from Imperial Capital University, but the caller was not Wang Tao. Among the 3 students currently in the 6th ward, 2 were top students who had been accepted into Huadu University. Luo Xian lowered his head, feeling a bit out of place. It seems like he shouldn't be in this ward, let alone on the bed. He felt like he belonged under it. Anyway, before reporting in, there was one more thing Yi had to take care of. He said his goodbye to Chu Zhou and Luo Xian, then left the hospital. So with that, 3 days passed by like a bullet, and as the scene shifted to the Swan Lake nuclear blast site, because of the huge mushroom cloud caused by the nuclear explosion, hundreds of tons of dust were thrown into the clouds. The sky over Swan Lake and the surrounding kilometers had been shrouded in a thick ash, turning the world below into a perpetual night. He came to this dark wasteland when he left the hospital 3 days ago, and relying on the instinct of Demora's bloodline, he found the areas with the richest nuclear radiation and energy residues, like the exact place where Huang Qing sealed the blood-eyed black ape and detonated the nuclear warhead. He sat cross-legged in the big pit created by the nuclear explosion, and used Demora's template to absorb all the radiation energy in the air into his body. His entire body was covered with black reef-like rough skin, and the misty air swirled around him as he meditates, breathing in the dusty clouds rich in ultra-high radiation. The muscles on his back relaxed, and his pores spewed out large amounts of steam like a steam engine. As the large amounts of steam around Yi began to fade away, the beam of morning light was like a spotlight, highlighting him in the dark terrain. The hundreds of tons of dust lifted into the cloud by the nuclear explosion was finally being blown away by the wind, and the bright morning light had finally started penetrating through the dark gray clouds, shining on the scorched wasteland. Yi opened his eyes, and a crystal blue light flashed across his pupils. He opened the system panel, ready to see the results of his 3 days of nuclear absorption. The infinite monster templates showed the host Yi had his overall physique as 27.4. His Demora's template compatibility was at 38.9%, and the colossal humanoid template compatibility was at 90%. He assessed his martial energy and felt the familiar blue arcs of electricity and the dark and red evil spirits coursing through him. It seems that during these 3 days of training in the nuclear wasteland, the fusion of martial energy and nuclear energy had become more profound. After the battle with the blood-eyed black ape in the nuclear explosion wasteland, Yi discovered that his compatibility with the legendary Demora's template had actually increased by 1.5%, which was extremely high. Even if he had absorbed a blue-quality magic core, it might not necessarily increase the compatibility by 2%. Anyway, if he combines this result with the residual nuclear radiation and atomic fissure energy in the nuclear explosion wasteland, it was a true cultivation sanctuary. 3 days of training had increased the compatibility by more than 6 points, which was a very significant improvement. However, it's a bit unfortunate that he had to leave. He bent his knees, and a slight amount of atomic energy started brewing under his feet. As a blue flash appeared, a sonic boom sounded as he soared into the sky. Meanwhile, at Ancity's high-speed railway station, an announcement about the departure of the high-speed train G666 to the Imperial Capital West Station was being broadcasted. With only 5 minutes left, passengers who had not yet passed ticket inspection were told to do so immediately. Although time was tight, Chu Zhou was not anxious. He believed that Yi would not be late. Just then, he suddenly heard an explosive sound whizzing through the air and heading in his direction. Chu Zhou knew it was Yi, but the people around instinctively got goosebumps with their hearts pounding wildly. They sensed the danger and thought a terrifying monster was upon them. Everyone except Chu Zhou was on high alert when Yi landed in an ostentatious fashion. The warriors looked at this dusty and handsome young man with respect and curiosity. He was truly the pride of Ancity, but that oppressive aura just now scared them to death. Seriously, most high-level warriors don't even have such an oppressive aura like their young genius. Chu Zhou just gave a slight chuckle when he noticed that he had gotten stronger again. At this point, he had become accustomed to his friend's rapid growth. He, on the other hand, just stared at the city of Anqing with a sense of nostalgia. He was about to leave the only city he'd ever been, his first stop since crossing over and point of origin. He bid farewell to Ancity for the last time as he and Chu Zhou strode towards the Imperial University train's waiting platform. and upon boarding the red slick train representing the Imperial Capital University, it gradually pulled away from the railway station the moment the 5 minutes was up. Inside, he was somewhat curious about the strength of the top students from other regions. He questioned Chu Zhou about it, and the handsome fucker confirmed it. Not only that, but apparently, the entire train uses the most advanced structure and materials, capable of withstanding a force impact of thousands of tons. On top of that, there are no less than 5 Black Tortoise warriors escorting Huatou University's train, either openly or secretly, and there are even Grandmaster-level warriors overseeing everything. After all, those sitting inside this very train were the most talented and elite students in the current generation, and they will become the backbone of protecting the entire Xia Kingdom in the future. He smiled with a knowing grin. He had used his life magnetic field to sniff out everyone within a 5-meter radius around him. Sure, there are a few strong ones among the bunch, but it seems there are only 5 people who can survive 3 moves from him. The moment he sat down to rest, a loud noise suddenly issued a level 1 alert. The Imperial University train has been attacked by an unknown enemy. Professors and other faculty leaders are investigating the situation. But the remaining students should please evacuate the carriage as soon as possible, and should not engage in battle with the enemy. The entire carriage was quiet at first, then suddenly became extremely noisy. Some students believed the situation wasn't real because how could anyone dare to attack the Imperial University? Maybe it was just some sort of a drill to test the abilities of the freshmen. But others disagreed. It might not necessarily be a drill, because at present Xia Nation was at its weakest, and the Nation Guardian warriors were either injured or in seclusion. Even Grandmaster Du Jingming, one of the 3 great Guardian Grandmasters who protected the nation, had gone missing. In fact, many Grandmasters and warriors had died during the Beast Tide in Guanshan City and other fallen cities. So it's only natural that nations and other factions that were previously suppressed by Xia Kingdom would begin to stir up trouble restlessly. Almost all the freshmen began discussing the current situation when someone questioned if they should leave the carriage or stay put. As the top talents in their respective cities, they were not stupid and were all quick-witted. However, facing the current confusing situation, they were a little panicked. Chu Zhou turned his head in Yi's direction and asked for his opinion. He had his eyes closed, and after training non-stop for 3 days straight, he just wanted to take a nap to recover when this annoying inconvenience happened. Nonetheless, he was still a practical person. He immediately stood up and prepared for action. He told Chu Zhou that they needed to go see what was really going on. The remaining freshmen also took different actions. Some believed that this was a test and were prepared to find more freshmen to join forces, take the initiative to attack the enemy to demonstrate the strength, courage, and wisdom of being warriors. On the other hand, others also acted cautiously and were prepared to leave the carriage first, just like they were told. And as for the remaining students, they were just confused and torn between following the crowd, leaving the carriage, or willing to attack the enemy. Chu Zhou took his sword and followed Yi. But since their carriage was very far back, they moved from one carriage to the next until they finally met Zhou Jingxian, a terrified freshman covered in blood. He shouted that the enemy had already captured the first 3 carriages. They controlled a special domain which can pull people into an independent space so that the aftermath of the battle wouldn't affect the outside world. There were also terrifying enemies inside who were chasing everyone. The warrior teachers who were protecting them had all been killed or injured. They worked together to send him out of that domain to warn everyone to run quickly. This was not a drill. Zhou Jingxian shouted at the top of his lungs, as many freshmen who originally wanted to go to the front carriage to find out what was going on hesitated for a moment. Suddenly, Yan Zhengxiong, a sturdy young man with fluffy golden hair like a lion with a fierce and domineering, came to view. Everyone turned their gaze in his direction as he asked Zhou Jingxian for evidence to back his claim. Zhou Jingxian just said there was danger ahead, right? He needed to show some proof. A teacher's token or other wounded survivors would suffice. Otherwise, are they supposed to believe he was the only one who got out despite everything he just recounted? Yan Zhengxiong has a close friend in the front carriage, and he was strong enough to compete for the top place among them, the freshmen. So he doesn't believe Zhou Jingxian could make it out while he couldn't. Many freshmen agreed with Yan Zhengxiong's assessment. So to put things short, no one believed Zhou Jingxian. Yan Zhengxiong strode past Zhou Jingxian and headed towards the front carriage. Behind him were many freshmen who supported his viewpoint. They were going to go to the front together to see what was really going on. Zhou Jingxian couldn't believe his warning fell on deaf ears when he saw many people brushing past him and insisting on proceeding forward to die. In that moment, covered in blood, Zhou Jingxian looked as pale as death when he seemed to recognize the person beside him. His eyes suddenly lit up as he confirmed Yi's name. He looked at the freshman in front of him, and after using his life magnetic field to confirm that there was no problem with his breath, he nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Jingxian explained that a girl named Lu Qingzhu showed him Yi's photo and asked him to tell him not to go to the front carriage. He was stunned for a moment. He asked Zhou Jingxian if that was all Lu Qingzhu said to him. That's right, Zhou Jingxian replied. And apparently, Lu Qingzhu was severely injured by a sword in order to protect him. He couldn't persuade the others who were dead set on getting themselves killed. But he must fulfill Lu Qingzhu's last wish and make sure Yi survives. Just when Zhou Jingxian was feeling moved by his own words, he slapped him on the back of his head, questioning what nonsense the guy was spouting. Lu Qingzhu wasn't even dead yet, and this guy was already talking about her dying wish. Chu Zhou asked Yi if he intends to go into the front carriage, and Yi, without hesitation, replied that he was. He promised her mother after all. But in that moment, Zhou Jingxian unexpectedly stood in front of Yi and Chu Zhou, his eyes full of fighting spirit as he blocked their path. Zhou Jingxian refused to let them pass. He was speechless. Seriously, how did someone as pathetic as Zhou Jingxian manage to even get into the Imperial University? He gave Chu Zhou the go-ahead, and at this command, the number 1 fighter instantly unsheathed his sword and casually slashed out a sword energy. Zhou Jingxian frowned. He didn't expect these two guys to be so shameless and start fighting over a disagreement. How could such a refined person like Lu Qingzhu know these two brutes? As the top scholar in Huqing, Zhou Jingxian easily dispersed the sword energy. But he soon realized that he was totally out of his league, because a sudden incoming fist hit him in the abdomen seconds after. Even though his eyes caught the fist's shadow, his body was unable to fully react. The pure force of the punch alone made Zhou Jingxian's eyes roll back, and the wound that had finally clotted with blood burst open again. Yi apologized to Zhou Jingxian, who was retching and clutching his abdomen in pain. He was also barely struggling to stay on his feet. But considering that he had good intentions, Yi gave him some blood essence pills and left with Chu Zhou. Lu Qingzhu was injured and they were in a rush to find out what was really going on. They soon arrived at carriage number 4, which was already in chaos, and the door in front connecting to carriage number 3 was wrapped in a layer of hazy purple chaotic color, as if one could enter another world by passing through. Yi picked up a traveling bag and threw it in, but no sound was heard, as if the bag thrown in was swallowed up by silence. Also, his life magnetic field could not even perceived through this layer of hazy color. However, just a while ago, many freshmen walked inside this carriage. It seems like they've already entered. This could be interesting. Yi told Chu Zhou he was heading in before plunging head first inside. And of course, Chu Zhou immediately followed, their bodies twisting as they disappeared into the hazy purple chaotic color. Anyway, after he went in, he found it odd that Chu Zhou, who entered together with him, had disappeared. He was the only one on the silent glowing path, and at what seemed to be the end. The glowing path was brighter that it was almost blinding. Yi walked to the end as the surrounding environment gradually began to brighten. He finally reached the end, and emerged at the other side only to be stunned to realize that he was no longer on the Imperial University train. With his sight fully restored, he questioned where the hell he was at. The gray sky looked like a group of dilapidated buildings that were in absolute ruins, like a disaster had fallen. In this strange environment, Yi became unusually solemn because his life magnetic field had disappeared. Or, in other words, it had been blocked by this strange place he was at. In that case, the old way still worked, and that was getting to a higher ground to see the entire view of this strange place. Yi kneeled down and jumped. Yi jumped dozens of meters and reached the top of a building. Looking around, the buildings there were very monotonous and there was no sound around, like a dead city. In this unfamiliar environment, Yi narrowed his eyes. Although Yi's life magnetic field was blocked, he could still feel a pair of eyes locked on him. This feeling of being spied on and teased made him very uncomfortable. He exerted his vigorous martial energy, with his hands forming a globe shape, gathering martial energy and infusing it with unstable atomic energy. Yi threw the energy ball into the clouds. A terrifying burst of energy occurred. The huge light and heat dispersed the surrounding gray clouds. The explosion of the air broke the silence of the city. If the other party intend on playing tricks on him, then he will light up the entire place and announce his presence.